If you are intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, cause it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven-sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to them magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. What? For us all. What? Freedom for us all. What? You know what we do. Get big on FUNL.
It's time to rise. It's time to rise. Time to rise. Rise up, rise up, rise up.
Bonjour à tous. Désolé, ce week-end-là est réservé pour une conférence très spéciale. Et on va parler de la loi naturelle quand même. Vous connaissez bien ça, hein? La loi cosmique, universelle, la loi naturelle. Et quand on vit dans cet esprit, la vie est belle. Donc, oui, je suis ravi de participer et l'aider de l'organisation de cette conférence-là, qui est gérée par mes chers amis, en Californie, mais oui. Donc, préparez-vous et essayez de donner assez de temps que vous pouvez pour regarder les profs, les présentateurs et les musiciens. Tout va aller bien.
Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up.
The force that governs it all. Natural law.
Consciousness rising.
Do you want to know how the world works? Do you want to understand more about reality and how things actually are, and gain a deeper understanding of what you need to do with your life in order to align yourself with reality? Well, you can. On the 22nd and 23rd of February, there's a free online conference all about natural law, which is basically understanding reality as it actually is, seeing through all of the delusion and getting to the root of the matter, and then aligning yourself with that so that you embody what you're actually supposed to be in this world and why you really came here. So I encourage you to check it out. FUNL, Freedom Under Natural Law. Look it up, or there's a link somewhere. Free, great information for you. Cheers.
Open up their eyes up and wise up so we all can rise up. There guys, Europa Natural Law will not be going live this Sunday because most of us, if not all of us, are going to be tuning into the FUNL conference. If we go over the mantra that Nemo expresses every week on the Europa Natural Law show, which is dedicated to healing the madness, sadness and badness plaguing our beautiful, bountiful world, what the FUNL conference and all the content creators that have come together are going to be speaking about really does complement and I feel holds the keys to sustaining all that healing. So it's going out live on Saturday the 22nd and Sunday the 23rd of February, and it's going out at 9 AM Pacific time, Eastern time 12 PM and Greenwich time 5 PM. So those of you that can't watch it live, you can actually go to their website, which is freedomundernaturallaw.com, and there's links to Facebook, Twitter, Odyssey, and what's the other one? Twitch. So I'm sure on all those channels you can catch up later and watch it in your own time. So there will be a link below, so if you want to watch it live with everyone around the world, just click the link. If not, yeah, catch up later, and we'll see you next Sunday. Take care all. Bye.
All the elders and the youth, it's time to expose the lies and uplift the truth. Come on. Know the state of the world. Understand, man, universal law.
Hi, I'm Drea. I'm from the UK. I'm really looking forward to the Freedom Under Natural Law online conference starting Saturday the 22nd of February at 9 AM Pacific time. Don't know what time that is UK time. And going on through to Sunday. And I just want to say that it's almost certainly not about what you think it's about. It's freedom is a word that tragically has been co-opted. Truth seeking is a word tragically co-opted by the state to cause more division. And please come and check out what natural law actually is. It transcends all political viewpoints. It transcends all religions. And it is the path for all of our liberation and an opportunity for us to live in true freedom.
Freedom Under Natural Law 4 is coming at us this weekend, 22nd, 23rd. It's going to be an explosive weekend full of incredible presentations by top-notch presenters in the natural law community. It's for everyone to join for free, and we're all expecting you there. Everyone from Europa Natural Law is going to be tuning in, and who knows, there might even be a few surprises. So join us, Freedom Under Natural Law on YouTube.
Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up.
Information, universal laws in line, the true guidelines, actually right or wrong in real time. Yeah.
education and help wake the nation's change. Come with a swiftness to help shift us all back into natural law. With earth as my witness, I rise to the occasion and help wake the nation's change. Come with a swiftness to heal and evolve, freedom and justice for all.
Protected by universal law, still intact. Are you inspired by some spirituality you heard?
Let's have a conversation about the constellations, about sound and light and matter and vibrations.
Well, I'm seeing the clear eyes, visualize the rise of the conscious.
If you have a dark night of the soul, for example, and it's dark, for those who don't know, dark night of the soul is an experience in your life that is so bad that it erases your concept of what reality is and who you think you are in the first place. Everything that you thought you were, you thought you had a personality, it's all out the window. Now that I realize I'm not a person, and I realize that that amount of suffering is possible in the first place, now, oh my God, I turn a knob in my kitchen and water comes out of it. How fucking lucky that is insane. It's cold outside, but I got bed and a blanket and I got a heater. I can heat up my whole damn house for me and my whole damn family. And that's incredible.
If you are intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, cause it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven-sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to them magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. What? For us all. What? Freedom for us all. What? You know what we do. Get big on FUNL.
Inspiration, break free, it's taking over me. Break free, inspiration, break free, it's taking over me. Inspiration, break free, it's taking over me. Break free, break free.
Hello, folks. Welcome. This is Chris Jansen. I got my friends with me, fellow funnel organizers. This is the day, February 22nd. Welcome all. We're coming before you today to talk about the most important thing about life on this planet, and that is natural law and working towards freedom with the understanding of natural law. And every presenter and every song we're playing today are all on this topic. We think it's the most important topic to share with humanity and the legacy we want to leave behind. So glad to be here, and so glad to be able to introduce Will Keller, Derek Bartoluccelli, and Leslie Powers. Why don't you guys say hi? I'll start it off with Will. Thanks for coming.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks, Chris, and the other organizers and all the viewers. FUNL 4. It's crazy that this is, we've already made it to 4. It's been a great progression and experience, and I'm just thrilled when we jump these conferences off. So I'm looking forward to the presentations, the information, the engagement, and let's go.
Yeah, I've been excited about this for a while, and it's here, and I can't even believe it. All of a sudden, it just came up really fast. So, buckle your seatbelts, get ready for a really exciting couple of days. The speakers are going to be marvelous. The topics are fire, really profound, important information. It will be really a legacy that we're leaving for the future as well. And the replays will be up on our website and YouTube channel and other channels as well. So if you miss anything, please come back, share this with your friends. It's a great event.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you. And such a pleasure and honor to be here with you fine folks. And I was excited from learning about this kind of firsthand, hanging out with Leslie and Chris back in November. And it's just a cool, conscious camaraderie that's coming together. And just with what you guys have organized over the past couple of years is just tremendous. And this is like the place to be. So I'm just happy to be here and pair the live stream wherever I can, broadcasting from France, and let's dance.
Yeah. So thanks, folks. And we got people listening from all over the world. And, you saw some of our Europa friends introducing, and, I really appreciate the camaraderie that we get. And so if you're in the chat, pop in and make comments and let us know if you got any good questions for speakers, and we'll hold on to those towards the end of the day. We're going to do a roundtable, hopefully with any speakers that are available from today's presentations. And I want to remind people too that all these presentations were done from the heart, from love. No one got paid to do any of this work. Everybody's been working for hours and hours putting this stuff together, just to bring the truth to you and to the future generation. So share it with others, and check out freedomundernaturallaw.com, and you can see replays from the last 3. And also there's a spot to donate, and that will really help out, because this is all coming out of our own pocket to make this all happen to you. So without any more ado, let's move on to our first presentation. Our first presentation is Chris Nelson, and his presentation is called Truly Caring About Being Enslaved. Chris Nelson is a fantastic designer with his visuals, his graphics, and he's a teacher of natural law, the trivium, and the science of morality. His work on his website has hundreds of educational infographics, and that's integral to his presentations. You'll see that. He's a truth seeker and a content creator for evolveconsciousness.org and the One Great Work Network. And you can find his link by clicking on his image on freedomundernaturallaw.com. And if any of our crew have it handy, we'll put it in the link in the chat. And I'll put on a quick little countdown, and we'll get his presentation started. Thanks much, folks.
Hello, my name is Chris Nelson. My site is evolveconsciousness.org. This is a presentation for Freedom Under Natural Law 4 conference, Inspiring Care to Action. My presentation is titled Truly Caring About Being Enslaved. Let's get into it. Inspire. To breathe in. That's what it means etymologically. That is to take in, be enlivened, excited, stimulated, motivated by. By what? Many things. Anything that comes into our senses or we think of internally. Words, ideas, sounds, shapes, colors, actions, other people, etc. And there's two main, categorizations that we can live for and strive for by what we're motivated by what we're inspired by. And that's things that go into categorization of lower living or higher living. And lower living, that's to be stimulated, motivated, excited, enlivened by pleasure and pain, personal gain, survival, or even worse, domination, immorality. In contrast, we're motivated and stimulated, excited and enlivened by and take in the truth, morality, and true care, and have and even develop true care ourselves. And that's higher living. Inspire to aspire. To breathe in. To breathe to or on. Inspire was to breathe in. Aspire is to breathe to or on. One's in, one's out. So aspire has the understanding of to desire strongly, to strive towards. Whereas inspire is you take in and you get enlivened, you get excited, stimulated, and motivated by it. Aspire is outward, you desire strongly and you strive towards it. So the root of both of them, one of the roots is spire. And spire is translated into spirit or breath, and that's associated with life, truth, good, right, morality, higher, truer potential or will. But spirit can also, and the breath, what we take in and what we aspire towards, what we desire and strive towards, can also be the opposite, the dark opposite, the spirit in which we do things. So be inspired by something and care enough to aspire towards actualizing what you took in. Ideally, greater potentials of aligning with truth, morality, good, right. That would be to live for something higher, at higher potential, and not the opposite or absence of, which would be the lower, to live for something lower, those lower things we take in and aspire towards. Inspiration and aspiration emphasize change, internal to external. Strive for the higher potential, morality, not the lower potential, like materialism, egotism, immorality. This is, not going to go into it, this is just to put in, related to like the color coding of all the colors you'll see in this slide. It's very colorful. And this is a presentation, you can look it up on my site, Spectrum of Living, and I go into this, all the aspects of the color coding that I use and the symbolism behind it as I relate it to colors, so you can check that out. Being a change agent through magic or sorcery. A magician in higher will or living, or sorcerer in lower will or living, can influence others in a particular way who breathe in the influence or way and potentially are inspired by it and aspire to it. One can care to change, become higher or lower, and care to carry forward that breath, that way, as part of their way of being and living. So when you use magic, you're a magician or sorcerer, you're a magician or a wizard. When you use sorcery, you're a sorcerer. The positive and negative connotations of aspiring towards that higher or lower potential. And the highest would be towards morality and the lowest would be towards immorality. Care. Care is the generative principle or creative force. Care is the fire within that powers how we create our individual and shared experience. Care is at the core of how the human world is created. What we care enough about is what we end up doing. We can care about right or wrong to do either, or care about neither and ignorantly do wrong. We can create a heaven or hell. People don't care enough about the evil in the world and ignore it, so it continues. Care is the generator of the quality of the world we create. This is another previous presentation I did. It's called Being and Becoming. You can look it up on my site, and this was just to put in how we can become the potentials of, on the left side, evil, falsity, immoral, harm, or on the right side, good, true, moral. So you can check into that and learn more about my presentation on being and becoming. Care to change what? Change is a difference between one state or condition to another. Caring enough is required to act to change a condition. Do you know what the current condition is? Slavery. You are enslaved. You need to care that you and others are enslaved. Then care to take on the responsibility to change that condition of slavery, or do nothing about your enslavement, let it continue, and remain in self-loathing. You need to become inspired by awakening the sacred feminine dynamic of true care or agape, to get involved. Aspire to end slavery, not to do nothing about it. Your enslavement. Is it not slavery for me to take 100% of the fruits of your labor under threat of greater violence if you don't allow it? Is taking 99%, 98%, or 1% not slavery? Is it not slavery to deny you the right to perform rightful actions under threat of greater violence if you don't obey? Taxation, licensure, and prohibition are making claims of ownership upon you. They demonstrate the condition of enslavement where we are living. They demonstrate the condition of enslavement we are living in from our deluded collective acceptance and support of the legitimacy of authority to control and be rulers of others. So you can look more into understanding this in my presentation, Natural Law, The Science of Morality, Part 2, Slavery. Wake up call. The world doesn't function the way most people think it does. There is a concerted effort to increase the control over your life, restricting your freedom, denying your natural rights. This is about increasing enslavement over everyone. It's been going on for centuries. Those who do this, those doing this, are so arrogant and view themselves as unstoppable that they talk about what they are doing in books and gatherings. But most people are not paying attention. You need to know there is a problem before you will care about a solution. Heed the call, wake up from apathy, care, and start your journey to learn about and end slavery. The call and awakening is ultimately to become a teacher. Awareness to care. Most people are uninformed, unaware, and spoon-fed what reality is from the media. Can you care about injustice, like ongoing plans to subjugate and enslave you and your children, if you don't even know because you can't see it? No. Knowledge of the current condition of humanity needs to be acquired. Caring to know comes before caring to do something about what you know. Do you truly want or care to know that you're enslaved and give a shit to do something about it? Caring about the problem. If you don't know about the problem, then you won't care about the problem or the solution. But there are other problems than slavery, some may retort and lament. Yes. But the most important are the result of immoral behavior. So the problems, the big problems, the major problems are slavery or control. Well, that's a harm. Government, well, that's the control, that's the slavery, that's the harm. Think tanks, they're all about control. Social engineering, they're about control. Pollution and toxins, there's more harm. And on and on and on we can talk about all the different harms. And the solution is the punchline. Learn about objective morality. Do alchemical shadow work to align with objective morality. Teach objective morality, otherwise known as natural law. And this quote from Dr. Seuss, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Time and attention. What are you trying to create? What do you care enough about to put your time into and attention on? What you spend time on and pay attention to influences how you behave, what you are, and what you become. Time and attention are the two metaphysical, spiritual currencies in contrast to the physical currency of digital, paper, plastic, or metal money we use to spend and pay for things. We get a return on our investment based on what we spend and pay with. The law of attraction. We will receive different results in our lives depending on what we spend time and pay attention to. If we pay attention to or spend time doing certain things, then we will get certain results in our lives. The investment of time and attention will influence our behavior. What we put into ourselves leads to what we put out as actions into reality, and what we get from reality. Thus, we attract what we put out. Ignore morality and get more of it. Spend time and attention on trivial things and let the dominators enslave you. And that's what the real law of attraction is about. It's about what you're putting your time and attention on in order to promote that continuing or not. So if you completely ignore the immorality, and that means, well, you're not going to do anything about it, well, certainly from your contribution to reality, co-creating reality with all the other behaviors of everyone else on the planet, you're not going to be doing anything about the immorality, and those doing the immorality are going to continue doing it. And that's being enslaved by the dominators. Light care or true care, agape, is represented by the dove. This is the sacred feminine, the goddess, positive care, the compassion of our emotional moral compass for other sentient beings suffering, not initiating harm, birthing true conscience. Higher moral living, care to seek, accept, use, and teach truth for good. And agape, light, true care, the sacred feminine, the goddess, positive care, gives birth to the sacred masculine child of right action, and that's what wisdom is. Caring for moral truth, to climb off the checkerboard floor, that's the initiation that we're in, to climb off the checkerboard floor of walking in the path of good and evil ignorant. That's what caring for truth leads you to, is to get off, to become initiated and get off that floor. Facing the shadow, to slay the dragons or demons within, for a true conscience to be born. And true conscience is the knowledge of objective morality, the definitive knowledge of what is right and wrong objectively. You can check out my presentations on natural law, the science of morality, especially part 4, morality specifically, to learn more about that. Dark and false care. This is symbolized by the owl because it's a predator and it goes out at night. I contrast with the dove and the light. Well, the owl is darkness and predation. So the owl is the symbolism for the unholy feminine, the dark goddess. Negative care instead of positive care. Instead of embodying true care, this is to burn away and kill true care of our emotional moral compass for other sentient beings' suffering. Ultimately, it leads to fostering and doing harm. This is lower immoral living. To care to seek, use, and invert truth rather than using truth for good. It's inverting the truth to manipulate. It gives birth to the predator of immoral actions. It doesn't give birth to the sacred masculine child of right action. It gives birth to wrong action, the predator, the dominator. This is caring for dominance or control and spreading falsity to get others to live on the checkerboard floor of walking in the path of evil, knowingly or ignorantly. Hiding in the shadows to birth the demons within. That's giving birth to the demons within rather than facing them, going through that hero's journey internally and facing all the... You got to face within you the truth and the falsity, the good and the evil, the beauty and the horror, the light and the dark. And you got to face that shadow, that demon, that darkness, that negative, that evil within you. You got to confront it and subdue it. That's what all the symbolism of slaying the dragon and standing on the dragon or the serpent. But when you have dark false care, well, that's not what you're doing. Is you're letting those demons in. You're becoming one with them. That's what you're birthing, that predator, that demon, those monsters within. And you're promoting, instead of trying to get off the checkerboard floor and getting people to not walk on the checkerboard floor, you're also doing that, and you're choosing the dark path. You're choosing the dark square. And you're getting others, you're spreading falsity and you're manipulating. You're trying to control people's perception so that they walk in the path of evil because they don't even know that they're doing evil. And we also have dead care. So on the positive right side, you have light care, true care. On the negative left side, you have false care or dark care. And in the middle, between the two, you'd have dead care or apathy. Apathy can be no care, as in, I don't care, or a lack of care to act. Either way, things don't change when you don't care enough to change them. When you don't know or care about how the world is, and let the dark carers drive it, your true care is dead. You're uninitiated. While they drive the evil control system, you're the gears, the energy that fuels and sustains it. Egotism holds you back. You can resurrect true care to do the great work and end evil. You might know about the true condition of the world, but if you want a moral world, yet aren't activated to create it, then you still have deadened care. Moral relativism is present when true conscience, birthed through true care, is absent. The dead. Apathy for truth is symbolic of being dead, asleep, or unawakened, which is being unconscious and inactive in life. One is dead in the coffin, grave, or tomb, unconscious to moral truth and its importance in life. Not being consciously aware of the importance of caring for truth and acting in alignment with truth. Not to care about what is happening in the world, nor having the intelligence courage, and will to change it. And that can be for positive or evil. Positive or negative, good or evil. To have the care, intelligence, courage, and will. So, not having intelligence, courage, and will to change it equates to deadened thoughts, emotions, and actions. Apathy for truth creates ignorance, cowardice, and laziness. Apathy kills care, ignorance kills intelligence, cowardice kills courage, and laziness kills willpower, leading to an absence of action, being inactive and dead. The dark carers are active in creating evil. Resurrect true care. The dead symbolism is used to express the unrealized and unactualized potential to care for, seek, embrace, embody, and live aligned to moral truth. This is the way or the path. As a truer, realer, and higher version of ourselves, we become initiated, awake, aware, and begin to do the work of trying to end evil. We are resurrected, risen, rebirthed, reborn, and raised from a deadened lower state of consciousness. We rise to a higher, truer, and realer consciousness or life, and are now alive, born into a new life, a new world, an afterlife that is given to us by the light or life of moral truth in our lives. So as I mentioned, light or true care on top in one polarity, and the opposite is dark false care on the bottom, and in the middle you have apathy, where you're in the coffin, unbegun, dead, uninitiated. Because the dark and false carers, they are begun, they've chosen a direction. They're not in apathy, they have care, and they have courage, and they have will, and they're using it. They're using their capacities of consciousness to try to change the world and make it the way they want. And the light true carers are doing the same in the positive way. But when you're in apathy, well, you're not doing it either. You're just going with the flow, and you're just focusing on your selfish little life. You're not necessarily consciously and actively part of the agenda for evil, nor for the agenda of good to end evil. So dark carers, the sorcerers, social engineers, Satanists, dominators, predators, many names you can refer to them as, well, those dark carers negate true care, which puts them in the lowest position. They consciously work to build a hell and rule as masters, and still think they're better than the dead or unbegun. The dead have dead true care and go along with the dark agenda. The light carers, magicians, wizards, you can use other names as well, affirm true care and work to stop evil, slavery, or immorality. To end the dark reign of evil, more people need to rise from the darkness into the light of moral truth. Levels of Satanism. And Satanism is the old religion. Say maybe before there were organized religions, there were always those who are on the dark path towards creating evil. And that was the false mindset, and that's what a religion is. Things that hold you back from your truer potential, from all of our truer potential for creating a heaven instead of a hell. And these are levels. Mark Passio refers to them as tenets. I chose to refer to them as levels because the way I look at it is you can go up in the levels, and when you're at the higher levels, well, those are, you have the lower levels as part of the higher levels. But you can have the lower levels without getting to the higher levels, and it's still a form of Satanism. So it doesn't mean that you have to have all four to have the mindset of Satanism. You can have any of the levels and the subsequent ones before them which lead to those higher levels. So the first level is egotism or selfishness, service to self as the highest goal. And that's me thinking. How does it relate to you? What can you gain from it? How does it promote your survival? And in the end, you end up having apathy for larger suffering. And larger, I mean things beyond yourself, your family, people close to you, your friends. You know, you'll care for them if they suffer. But beyond that, well, you don't care about larger suffering or on suffering on a larger scale that's happening to more people or larger people, in terms of contrasting to like what's just happening to you that personally affects you because you know them personally in your life. So you don't really care about the suffering in the world, the immorality going on. You're not concerned with it because it doesn't directly affect you. Second level is moral relativism. Right and wrong are what humans decide they are. And it's changing. It's contradictory. So egotism and selfishness will lead to moral relativism. Most people have egotism and selfishness, and they probably also have moral relativism. Most people do. Because they think right and wrong is what they decide or what humans overall decide. And that means we don't have rights. Because if you think that right and wrong come from humans, that means rights come from humans, and that means rights can be taken away by humans. Third level is social Darwinism. The most powerful, rich, dominant, etc., the most cruel, should be the rulers and masters of humanity. And because you get to make things up, and you just focus on how it affects you and what you can gain from it, well, then you're going to say, well, because you're in that powerful position, you get to decide what happens to people. And that invariably leads to eugenics, or more accurately called dysgenics as a negative form. Eugenics is trying to promote the good, and dysgenics is promoting bad, evil. So those masters of social Darwinism, well, they decide who lives or who dies. The Satanism of egotism. Most people are their own enemies or opposers, because that's what Satan means. In the Old Testament, the Hebrew word for Satan was shaitan, and that means opposer or adversary. So most people are their own enemies, they're opposers regarding slavery due to the mindset of egotism as Satanism. That would be the first level of Satanism. They only care if something is benefiting or harming them. If they benefit, then they don't really care about the cost to others. That's the game of politics. Vote to get what you want by stealing from others. That's what taxes are. Or foreign resources. Yeah, we want those resources. Or you support what your government does and you vote and they go steal resources and you're totally fine with it. So when you're in this mindset, well, the people, they don't see their own enslavement by their own hands. They're participating in it, the game of politics. As long as they gain from it, that's why they want to vote for one guy over the other, or woman, because they're going to gain. They see that they're going to gain more as opposed to, so they're going to vote for the lesser evil in their mindset, the lesser evil. And they don't see the enslavement they're creating by their own hands. That's why they're their own worst enemies. They're opposers for themselves. They have the opposition, the force of opposition, the adversarial force within them. And ultimately what they're doing is they're promoting authority. They support authority. They want authority. So we are enslaved by authority. Yet most people don't know or even care enough to act to end it. Most people just want to live their lives, not be bothered with the responsibility to end their own enslavement, or even hear that they're enslaved. They're conditioned to accept the inversion of truth, their slavery, and not care about evil, let alone ending evil. They're formed into de facto Satanists, sacrificing true care to focus on their own selfish lives. The personal, increased enslavement of COVID ignited the spark of true care in some, and we saw a lot of that. People started to care more. They started to rise from that coffin, right? That symbolism of the tarot card that you saw. They were rising out of the coffin. They started to care. But the flame within them, that flame of care, soon died out in most when the measures were lifted, because that level of increased negative that affected them personally in their lives, well, that went away. So things went back to the way they were, and they were totally fine with it at that point, because things were okay again. So they went back into the coffin. It's time for natural law. Time is one of the most important aspects of our lives. Rich or poor, we have it to spend all of our lives. Spend it on trivial things and get trivial results in life. On getting money, power, running from the self, from your shadow in you, running from your shadow, from the demons inside. Or face the self or shadow in the pursuit of higher principles. When you put your time and attention on moral truth, then moral truth influences your behavior, becomes part of who you are, and radiates from the expression of your actions. It's time to pay attention and learn what natural law is, understand it, then teach it. Rights. A right is an action that doesn't inherently initiate harm to another sentient being. Initiating harm is theft of rightful property. Property is based in ownership. The default ownership of a sentient being is their body and their will. Self-ownership. That's what self-ownership is. Other rightful property is acquired by mixing labor with natural resources, which is called original appropriation, or voluntary exchange. That's how you can acquire other rightful property. There are 7 primary property violations or wrongs, which are thefts of types of property. 7 property violations thefts. These are violence, murder, rape, assault, coercion, or duress, standard theft of physical things, trespass, willful deception, which is fraud. That's willfully lying. And these are thefts of 7 property rights: life, sexual association, bodily integrity, free will choice, which involves consent and your autonomy, standard property, security of your living domain, and the ability to make informed decisions. To learn more about this, you can check out the presentation, Natural Law, the Science of Morality, Part 1, Rights. And also Part 4, Morality, goes into this as well. Slavery. Slavery is a false claim of ownership, theft on another's rightful property. A society of slavery is when there is an accepted, widespread, and persistent or repeating claim of ownership on others' property. Immoral behavior, theft, is a false claim of ownership, initialized as FCO. Abbreviated as FCO. And this is de facto enslavement, when you're engaging in theft and creating a false claim of ownership. Taking property from someone who initiated no harm, they were being nonviolent, is taking their freedom, which is creating slavery. Making nonviolent people do or not do things by threat of violence is coercion, a false claim of ownership. So you can make nonviolent people do something or prevent them from doing something, making them not do something. Well, that's violence, because it's a false claim of ownership. You're making a false claim of ownership upon them to own, ultimately, their body, because they're allowed to do it, and you're preventing them from doing it. A society that views some people, authorities, as having the moral right to issue commands that others have a moral obligation to obey under penalty of violence, that's the false claim of ownership, is a society of slavery where some are masters who have authority over others who are slaves. Slavery has to be created. It's not the default condition of a being. True freedom is the default and gets degraded by immoral behavior. You can learn more about this in Natural Law, The Science of Morality, Part 2, Slavery. True freedom. True freedom is the absence of persistent or repeating false claims of ownership, which is theft, or slavery in the aggregate, with the respect of everyone's rights and their defense when not respected. So you respect rights when they're not respected, and we got to come to the defense of those rights not being respected. Preserving and restoring freedom comes from free will. Free will has consent. Violating someone's consent for what they allow to be done with their rightful property is taking that property and freedom away from them. That's theft. And creating a temporary or persistent condition of the opposite of freedom, slavery. Everyone has the right to unimpeded use of their rightful property and to live by voluntary or consensual interactions with others. Those who initiate harm, theft, abandon their right to consent to harm and can have negative consequences applied to them. Morality. Oh yeah, by the way, the other one, you can find more information on true freedom, Natural Law, The Science of Morality, Part 3, True Freedom. This one's morality. Also, this one is Part 4, Morality. You can find more information on that presentation. Morality consists of objectively defined rules of right and wrong behavior. Basic moral behaviors, M1, are a right because they don't initiate harm, which is theft. You don't have a right to do primary immoral behaviors, I1, because they initiate harm, which is a false claim of ownership, an act of enslavement, creating evil. If you want others to initiate harm, then you're also primarily immoral. If you tolerate the persistent evil, which is persistent enslavement, by doing nothing to try to reverse it, then you're letting evil be, which isn't creating evil, a primary immorality, but is a secondary immorality, I2. The work to reverse conditions of enslavement and bring back true freedom is the great work and is accomplished through moral education. This is higher morality, M2. M1 is lower, basic, M2 is higher. I1 is a more primary, severe degree of immorality, and then I2 is a less severe degree of immorality. Respect the rights of others, the non-aggression principle, otherwise you engage in wrongful harm, theft, and others have the right to defend themselves against your violations of their rights, which will result in rightful harm to you through the self-defense principle. Physical defense against evil is also a higher morality, M2. There's a slide from my upcoming presentation on the law of freedom. The law of freedom is as morality increases or decreases, increases or declines, freedom increases or declines. And this is the equation that Mark Passio eloquently provided. And this is the sum or the total or the aggregate of freedom is proportional to the sum, the aggregate, or the total of individual moral behaviors. So all the individuals in an area, all total, a total amount of moral or immoral behavior, and that will equate to how much freedom or how much enslavement, the opposite of freedom, you end up getting in that area. So the law of freedom describes the dynamic that governs human freedom, morality. Morality is what determines how free we're going to be. And when you create a morality, well, that is what brings you the degradation and destruction of freedom. The total amount of freedom in an area is proportional to the total amount of moral behavior in that area. The more moral a population is, the more freedom emerges as the condition in that area. The more immoral a population is, the more slavery emerges as the condition in that area. Slavery and freedom. Slavery is the opposite of freedom. Creating a false claim of ownership, be it temporary or persistent, is creating slavery. An instance of a false claim of ownership is an instance of enslavement. A repeated or persistent false claim of ownership creates persistent slavery as a permanent condition of life. Behavior makes the false claim of ownership. No one has to verbally state, "I own you," for a false claim of ownership to be made. No one has to state, "I own you, I own you, I own you," when they're doing any false claim of ownership. That is not required at all. The simple action itself of theft, of someone thinking they have a right to do something, means they are making a false claim of ownership and degrading your freedom and claiming ownership over you, essentially. The state of true freedom is present when there is no false claim of ownership. The state of true freedom is absent when there is any false claim of ownership. If the false claim of ownership is persistent, true freedom doesn't return. Not having true freedom while still having some freedoms is a degradation of true freedom and is slavery, be it an instance or persisted. Natural law. So here's a summary ahead of me doing a presentation for it, which will be in the future at some point, on the term natural law and explaining it more in depth. There are many natural laws, which a natural law is a law of nature. So natural laws are laws of nature, which describe and govern the relationship of one particular state or condition necessarily resulting in another. That's what they do. They at least describe, and you can also look at them as governing, because without them being present, there's something in the background, right, of creation, of existence, of reality, that can be looked at as processing what happens and then allowing a certain result. Like, so this is going to be in my Law of Freedom presentation. I'll explain this more in depth, but I guess I'll just leave that there for now. I could mention like the law of gravity. You observe things in reality, and you notice that there's this thing called gravity. We call it gravity. You jump up and you fall down, and then people have analyzed that further and developed a formula, an equation in science to determine the force of gravity based on a mass times another mass divided by the distance between those two masses squared, and also times the gravitational constant. That'll give you the force of gravity. So it's describing something, but it's describing the relationship of things as they interact. Is there something in the background that's doing the processing? So when you jump up, it's processing the things in reality that we call laws. They're there, and because they're there, you fall down. That's one way of looking at it. So in that sense, it's governing. Anyways, I'll go more into that, just mentioning it here as a little clarification on describing and governing. So natural laws are immutable, inviolable, and invariable in how they function. They are inherent aspects of existence, which means they aren't created by humans. The term natural law deals with laws of nature, so natural law in capitals. The term natural law in capitals deals with laws of nature regarding human behavior, like the law of freedom. That is a law of nature, and it's part of an overall aspect of natural law in capitals when it's regarding human behavior. This also consists of morality. This natural law in capitals consists of morality or moral law as rules of conduct, as opposed to the legal laws humans create. moral law is not a law of nature because it's not immutable, inviolable, and invariable. Well, it's not immutable and inviolable because there's a choice. You can choose to violate morality. So it's not invariable because what is morally right is not invariable, but it can be violated and it is immutable. So because it's not inviolable, it's not one of the laws of nature like gravity. You can't violate gravity. You can't violate the other laws of nature. So because it is violable, because you can choose to go against moral law, well, you're still going to be operating within the law of freedom, and you're going to get the results of choosing to go against that component of the law of freedom. So either choice is operating within the law of freedom to produce results in consequence. So it's just a distinction that law of freedom is part of natural law, and within the law of freedom is moral law. But the moral law is not a law of nature because it's not inviolable like all other laws of nature are. But it's still immutable. You can't change moral law. And it's invariable. It doesn't change based on person or location or preferences or whims. Rise, humanity, rise. Good and evil is created in the world. The dark workers are progressively reshaping the world into their image of ruling a hell. Most people have inactive true care and go along with their agenda. They build a world that enslaves them by keeping their near infinite potential to build a heaven locked in a coffin. They must rise out of apathy, out of complacency about the current condition of slavery or evil. Awaken the sleeper within. Awaken the sleeper within, the sleeping potential that is there and is waiting to be actualized, and join the forces of light to build a moral world through moral education. Quantum change, changing the overall condition of a group, is like moving a huge object. One person can't do it alone, neither can a few. It takes a large quantity, a majority, to move in a certain direction, to move in a certain direction for the way of the group to follow. If the majority moves in the direction of slavery, well, that's what we get. To get a majority to instead move in the direction of true freedom, they need to be convinced to stop going in the direction of slavery and go another way, to walk another path. That's what the arduous great work is, getting people to care that they support slavery and care to put an end to it instead. Enlarging compassion. Become a bigger circle. Widen your circle of identification and compassion for the suffering of others. This means having agape, the wider form of love, the true care of moral concern for others. This is not just caring for yourself and those around you while you let evil be. Agape love is the law as a base for developing higher will to propel action. The law of freedom functions with all, with true freedom for all who align with moral law. Everyone is going to the same future place or condition with you if you want to truly be free. So if you don't want to truly be free, well, I guess you don't care about moral education then. But if you do want to truly be free, well, then everyone's coming with you or you're not going there. So that's why moral education is required, because you're not going to get there on your own. Moral education. Humans are programmable beings. We're changeable beings. We're mutable beings. We're not fixed. We're not fixed beings. The resulting quality of the being is formed by the information taken in throughout life. Higher quality information, like moral truth, will form a higher quality being, whereas low quality information will form a low quality being. Moral embodiment is the main factor for determining the quality of life of a society, as its failure creates immorality, which is detrimental to life. Learning objective morality is the only way to become a moral being who is capable of restoring and maintaining true freedom. Motivating action. We're letting our potential go to waste. Of all the near infinite things we can do, the potential greatness, this is what we're choosing out of apathy, ignorance, fear, cowardice, and laziness. A system of control or enslavement. Knowing that the condition is slavery, you should be motivated to do something about it. Motivated by the incentive to get what you want, true freedom. Teaching moral truth needs to be done. Learn to truly care and get off your ass. Stop being black-pilled, hopeless, or fearful as an excuse to do nothing. A second birth or resurrection to care more doesn't mean you care enough, right? Getting out of that coffin initially, like I mentioned about COVID, people got out of that coffin, but they went back in. And some people can still be out of it, they can still be learning. But that doesn't mean you care enough. You can still have apathy, being partly dead inside, which is keeping you inactive. Because if you're not active and doing the great work, well, that means you don't care enough. So that means you still have some level of apathy. Carry the light. Carry the lantern light to seek, find, and learn natural law, and pass the light on to others so that they can carry it, find the path of morality, and repeat the process for us to co-create true freedom. This great work of influencing others to align with moral truth is to be a broken record of repeating moral truth and why or how to align to it, to enlarge the voice of truth for others to potentially come into contact with it. If you don't do this work that will get us out of the insanity of supporting our own enslavement, then you don't care enough to have activated true care. Because if you did care enough to have activated true care, then you would have already have done some great work, something, to try to get people to understand this stuff. Bear the responsibility. Are you going to leave the condition where it's at, make it worse, or change it to try to restore true freedom? Be part of building something you won't get to benefit from. Plant a tree that you won't ever sit under the shade of. That's caring enough, because you're not going to immediately benefit from it, but you're contributing towards that benefit eventually becoming manifest into reality, of manifesting that heaven instead of a hell, of manifesting a moral world. Be inspired, breathe in moral truth, evolve consciousness, and aspire to create a moral world that should be, not the immoral one we have. Breathe the moral truth back out. Bring out that which is within you. Bear the cross, carry the weight, take on the burden of responsibility. So as I mentioned earlier on, 3 steps, right, to the solution. These are like 3 levels of care. The fire that ignites within you. Figure out the problem. Care enough to go seek and learn that the immorality, evil of societies is due to moral ignorance. Next level, learn the solution. Care enough to find out the solution is education of morality, natural law. So you got to learn about it, right? Learn about natural law. And then you got to apply the solution. Care enough to alleviate the moral ignorance of the world by teaching natural law. Why to truly care? Develop true care to change the world for the better. Caring enough to act to make the world moral is self-love and self-respect. Otherwise, one is still in self-loathing. Stop thinking it's not worth it, that you're not worth fighting for your own freedom, or that it's too hard. Abandon self-loathing. Aspire to become better, to move towards being part of the solution. Otherwise, if only few employ that will and effort, nothing will change to that potential of becoming better, that thing we're aspiring to. To just want a better condition or quality of life for yourself while still being enslaved means you don't even love yourself enough to take on the responsibility to create a moral world. Ultimately, you got to truly care about you, right? Even if you feel alone, standing at the edge of a cliff, aspire to higher morality, influence others to be more moral, develop the courage to stand for what's right, good, and true. Courage comes from cor, the Latin cor, which is also the root for heart, because in French it's car, and car comes from core, and that's the core, the center, or the middle. That's why the heart was called the car in French, le car. It's the core because it's at, when you look at all of your body together, everything together, well, the center is somewhere around your chest, right? So the heart might not be exactly in the center, but it's pretty close. So that's why the etymology deals with that. And care is also at the core because care, even etymologically, care and core, well, if you disregard the specifics of the vowels in the origins of language, the consonants are what matter more. So care and core are very closely linked in that aspect of philological origin in terms of consonants only. Care is also at the core of our being, a growing or shrinking light or dark flame to propel our behavior. Cowardice and inaction is from not caring enough. Truly care about being enslaved. Have the strength to get involved in ending our enslavement. Help bring humanity back to true freedom. And these two slides are in my presentation, Care for Truth. You can look at that. There's not much time left, but I just wanted to include them here. This is what the great work is. Seek truth, get the knowledge, doubt, question, have curiosity, develop an understanding, embrace and accept the truth, and learn about the path and way of moral truth, what should be, and then embody and live that truth, and engage in the wisdom of right action to share and speak that truth. And that's how we're going to get true freedom and peace to manifest. And this is the opposite. Don't care for truth, you don't seek it, you're ignorant, you believe, you agree, you're into normality, you have misconceptions, you're confused, you're fooled, you accept falsity over truth, unconscious, dead, asleep as a sheep, unawakened, unbegun, uninitiated, and you engage in foolishness of wrong action. This is a remake of another infographic that I made, which tries to encapsulate a lot of what was in this presentation. It's a remake of the egg of life symbolism, generating or creating into reality from, you can get that in my presentation, Consciousness and Causality. So you can take a look at that there. And just briefly, so in the center you have care, or is at the core, and you can have dark or true care, or apathy, which is no care, or a lack of care. And that's what makes everything turn. And this is also with the trivium. So what comes in goes into our thoughts, we process it, we think about it, we feel it, and that feeds back to create intelligence. And then we can develop the courage and will to output that as wisdom in our actions, or we have ignorance, confusion, and folly as a result. So that's my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Chris Nelson. My site is evolveconsciousness.org. And I'd like to give a thanks to FUNL, Freedom Under Natural Law, the organizers, and everyone who was involved in making it happen. You can find them at freedomundernaturalllaw.com. Also like to thank Mark Passio, which has inspired the organizers, myself, and many other people. You can find him at whatonearthishappening.com, or short, WOEIH.com. And he started up the One Great Work Network to bring people together who have a common core understanding of what's going on and try to teach aspects of what's going on in the world, or solutions on how to end it. And you can find that at onegreatworknetwork.com. So I hope you've gained value from this presentation. I thank you very much for your time and attention again, and have a good day. Take care. Peace.
So, natural law is a set of universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behavior of beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior.
We're talking about conscience.
Fantastic definition. Natural law.
The definitive knowledge between the difference between right and wrong. We really covered this extensively in the section where we covered natural law as what needs to be the ultimate foundation for enacting any solution in the world. You know, until we understand that knowledge, we really shouldn't be doing many actions at all. We should really be reserving our action until we really understand that with natural law. Natural law. In relationship to other people in the world, their actions will be in harmony with natural law. Natural law. We should really be reserving our action until we really understand that. That's why natural law should be the ultimate foundation for enacting any solution in the world.
Natural law. Universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable conditions which govern natural law. Universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behavior of beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior. Welcome, everyone. There we go. The first presentation of the Funnel 4 conference. Chris Nelson from evolveconsciousness.com. I mean, he's been around for a while, so he knows his stuff, the aesthetics, the quality, the message. What a excellent presentation to jump off the conference. So well done, Chris. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leslie, you're muted. It's my bad. I got you muted. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, he lays a great foundation. I mean, that's a perfect way to kick off this conference with the clarity and succinctness, of these concepts of natural law and the foundation of care, where without care, we really don't have hope for change. We need to care from our hearts to do something about the wrongdoings in this world, so it can wake us up from our sleep, and care is what can keep us going. And so we just need to recognize that even a small seed of evil is evil and needs to be addressed, needs to be weeded so that it doesn't take over the garden, which it is already happening. It's happened. So we need to do some weeding.
That's right. That was the intention of the theme of the Funnel 4 conference, care to action, right? Because like you said, Leslie, you have to care first and then take action. Even the symbolism on the graphic that Chris made, fantastic graphic of the woman standing in the wind and staring at the sun, right? With her arms open, the woman representing care. And even in some cultures, wind itself represented natural law, right? The unseen realm, the unseen forces, the sun being an active principle representing action as well. So it's all encompassing right there. And that seed of care, your intention, your aim, your marker, your goal, what is that? And that's what the Funnel Conference is here to do, to inspire you to take some action.
And there's so many actions to take. Folks watching right now, you can share this stream. Think of people that this information is not right at the tip of their mind, and send them a link. Say, hey, look at this great talk I saw, or look what this guy says, and send it to some friends, put it in some threads. That's where we really need the most help, is promotion of these ideas to get them in people's heads. A lot of people never thought of these things, but yeah, I don't know who wants to introduce this next goofy speaker, but it's not going to be me. So I'm going to hand it off to one of you guys.
I'll go ahead and do it, Chris, because I started going public and you and I met right around the same time. So I'm grateful to call you one of my closest friends, and it's just fantastic to see your process and your evolution as a content creator, as a man, being, a motivational leader, especially in this conference, taking lead, and you're doing a fantastic job. So I'll read your bio. Chris is a carpenter, a philosopher, podcaster, and a copywriter. He is working on educating folks about natural law, taking the initiative towards positive solutions to the current world problems. A father and a friend, one who questions and imagines, a group facilitator, inspirational speaker, and motivational coach, looking for other brave truth seekers to help in the efforts of ending evil. A leader, organizer, founder of the End Evil podcast, One Great Work Warriors, and his website, chrisjanston.com and endevil.life. Coming up, spiritual mathematics, Chris Janston.
Yeah. It's going to be good.
Once upon a time, in a quiet valley of West Virginia, two men named Jack Goldberg and Adam Silverton each bought a piece of land. Though they had never met before, their properties shared a boundary, and at the very center stood an old but sturdy cabin. Jack and Adam both had the same dream: to settle down, to start a family, and work the land. They each married, built their homes, and watched their children grow. But as their families expanded, so did their need for space. Their cabin, sitting squarely on the border, became a point of contention. Each man believed the cabin should belong to him. Jack argued it was closer to his best grazing fields. Adam insisted it was better suited for his growing storage needs. At first, they tried to be civil, but resentment grew. A cold rivalry set in. Their sons, once playmates, began to mimic their father's bitterness. They quarreled over who had the right to use the cabin, until one day, their fighting turned violent. Adam's son, Jackson, was badly injured. From that moment on, the two families became bitter enemies. The feud escalated over the years. Harsh words became threats, threats became brawls, and brawls turned into bloodshed. More family members were drawn into the conflict. The cabin, once a simple wooden structure, became a symbol of their hatred for one another. On Jackson's 19th birthday, terrible tragedy struck. A fight turned deadly, and Adam's eldest son was killed. Grief and vengeance consumed both families. Their dispute over the cabin transformed into an all-out war. They gathered their allies, wielded knives and guns, and battled without end. The valley became a battleground soaked in sorrow, all because of a claim to a cabin neither man had built. Then, one fateful winter night, a blizzard swept through the valley. Both families clashed in the freezing snow. The battle was brutal. By dawn, nearly everyone lay dead or too wounded to fight. The only two left standing were Jack and Adam. Then the fire started. First, Adam's house caught flame. The wind carried the embers to Jack's barn, then his home. The inferno spread without mercy, consuming everything in its path. As the two men stood watching their life's work turn to ash, the cruel truth settled in. Their land was ruined, their families were nearly gone, and the cabin, their precious cabin, was nothing more than cinders in the snow. With nowhere to go and the storm still raging, Jack and Adam had only each other. Huddling together for warmth, they stripped off their pride, their grudges, and their illusions. Side by side, they held on through the long frozen night. In the silence, they finally understood. The cabin had never mattered. Their hatred had cost them everything. The moral of the story: we humans often lose sight of what is truly important. We chased after possessions, power, and pride, forgetting that in the end, none of it will matter. What will matter is our choices, our ability to love, to forgive, and to see beyond material illusions. Do the math. Spirituality does matter. 10 minus 8 leaves 2. Your choices are of utmost importance. Hello, friends. My name is Chris Jansen. Check out my work at endevil.life and welcome to the FUNL 4 conference, Humanity Rising. This is my special presentation titled Spiritual Mathematics. Today, I hope you can view this presentation as the juror and the judge. You decide which things make sense to you. It's going to be up to you to discern and decide how to put these pieces together of this puzzle that I'm going to present for you today. I will present exhibits. I've tried to create a path of reason, a path of understanding for you to follow, but it's up to you to decide how to put these pieces together in the following days, weeks, and moments after you watch this presentation. I challenge you to try to be objective. That is one of the most important and crucial aspects of this presentation is objectivity. And what this requires is building a bridge between what we've known previously or what we've understood previously and working towards new realizations or new horizons. There's always an aspect of the unknown. And that is crossing over the current moment, which is the current of water flowing beneath this bridge, the thoughts, ideas, and information that is currently moving and is never staying exactly the same if we are indeed travelers on this road of knowledge. You be the judge, you be the jury of what's right and wrong. That is the end message of all this. Working towards freedom, understanding natural law is recognizing that we are all conscious beings connected to source. We come from the source, and in that is our ability to find knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. The 3-step process called the trivium, which we laid out well in Funnel 3. And if you haven't checked that out, please go back to Freedom Under Natural Law 3 and freedomundernaturalllaw.com. And we will proceed with a trivium style thought process. This presentation I especially made for those of you who tend to be a little more analytical, left brain thinkers, and I'm trying to set one stone in front of the other so we can build this stone bridge and then build a beautiful tapestry of knowledge on top of that. Let's start with some definitions. What am I talking about when I use the word spiritual? Any word we look up in the dictionary, we'll find 3 or 4 iterations of explanations, which are all slightly different. Here is a spattering of comparisons of different dictionaries and how they define the word spiritual. The Oxford, Merriam, Cambridge all have a little bit of different nuances, but I just kind of want to point out that the Cambridge is the most different here on this list. The Cambridge says relating to deep feelings and beliefs, especially religious beliefs. This is the most foreign. This is the most, the definition which I least would like to highlight in this presentation. We're talking to things that are related to the human spirit as opposed to material or physical things. Oxford I like much better. Incorporeal, affecting the spirit. Relating to the spirit or soul rather than the body or physical matters. This is the basic understanding of what the word spiritual means. It does not necessarily have to have a religious connotation. So if that's the way you think of the word, please, for the sake of this presentation, put that aside. Mathematics is the study of structure, quantity, and space, and change within those. The abstract science of number, quantity, and space. Recognize abstract concepts comes up a lot in this definition. When we think of mathematics as being a very objective, solid thing, we find that it actually is about shapes and space. And we have a way to reason and a special system of symbols we use to organize this type of reason. I like the systematic treatment of magnitude. Everything depends on context in mathematics, between figures and forms, relationships between quantities expressed symbolically. So we're not quite so boring here. Mathematics is the study of numbers, quantities, and measurements and shapes, relationships between them. So spiritual mathematics, what am I talking about? I'm creating my own compound word, just like the word magicians do in our society from their tower. Our physical body is indeed a spiritual connection because it comes from source, and it is our most should be our most treasured and prized gift. But the universe's most treasured and prized gift is the gift of life. The etymological meaning was also breathing. To breathe, you will find, if you spend some time looking into the word spirit, is a common etymological origin of that word. But what I'm talking about, to sort of sum it all up, the non-physical, right? The non-material connection with source. That is our divine connection. That's the way I like to explain what I'm really talking about when I'm using the word spiritual and when I'm calling it spiritual mathematics. And mathematics being a scientific process of discovery involving principles that exist inherently in reality. So to learn, we discover and learn things that are there. We don't necessarily need to make them up, but we do come up with tools, and we do make up tools to dissect reality. So mathematics is an objective measurements. It's an analytical tool to dissect reality. I'm trying to help humans that are attempting to avoid using their native default functions. I see this happening. I call it instinctual reluctance. We need to get back to our source, back to what's natural, back to what's inside of us. There's been a lot of failed experiments on this earth of human conditioning and trying to turn man and women into machines and to make them follow orders. All these types of nature avoidance theory experiments have failed miserably and led to trauma. This is where we're going right now in these pods, like we saw in the Matrix. It's humans attempting to replace natural functions with created technology. If we keep heading down that road, we end up exactly in those pods of the Matrix, like we're going to talk a little bit more about. I'd like to pause for a moment and send you to, after this presentation, take a note. When you get an opportunity, I'd like you to check out The Nature of Symbols and the Symbols of Nature, one of my favorite presentations I've created. It's on YouTube, and it really bridges a gap of why symbols are so important and why it's so important to look at things metaphorically. There's a lot of metaphor in this symbol I've created for this presentation, with the compass and the square and the king and in concentric circles and the different cardinal directions representing principles. But we'll get more into that. I'm asking you to recognize that we are all living in Plato's cave to some extent. The material reality is actually shadows that are cast on the wall of reality. The non-material reality is the source. That's where things come from, is the non-material reality. And it happens only in that order. It's very important to understand that. Deceivers don't want you to recognize that. They're the ones that are holding up odd shapes and signs and pictures and words to confuse you and mesmerize you, to keep you from recognizing that you're in a cycle of slavery. And the world is, for the most part, either sitting in that cave as a slave or being part of the deceiving process. And that cyclical process is reality right now. It doesn't have to be a reality we have for our future. And that's what we're working towards, ending evil. The reality is that reality is, by my definition, the world or the state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them. We're trying to bring that part of ourselves awake that wants to step out of this cave, that wants to see the reality for what it really is. Reality is indeed spirituality. Reality is indeed the emotions and the conscience that were given to us by the universe to not be trapped, to work towards freedom, to find freedom. And those of us that go through the agony of waking from the cave and pushing ourselves out of that sphincter of a problem that we're in here, a rock in a hard place, and having to rub our eyes the first time we've ever seen light and recognize that freedom would require that people do not rule over us, and would require that people could not tax us without us having a good reason for it, or us choosing that we were willing to give someone money, right? or time or energy or our life or our children's life. We need to learn as humanity that the future we're heading towards is the Neo from the Matrix. It is the machines owning us completely and us being batteries that run an endless clock that has no care or love. And this is not what we want, nor is it what nature will tolerate in the long term. Neo means new or young or recent when you look at the etymology, the origin of this word, from Greek neos, youthful, fresh, strange. We need a new paradigm. Awaken, friends. There is a new way of thinking that we need to work towards. The old routines are leading us in a dangerous path, and the equation is not working out. There is a mathematical reality to the path we're on, and it's not equaling the future that we want to see. So that's going to require more work on us, and I believe that can be done on a psychological, mental, and spiritual realm. We just need to solidify our ways of looking at these things, apply trivium, and learn to communicate better with one another to build trust. A conspiracy is often seen as a harmful or evil plan formulated in secret by two or more persons. It's often not seen that way, but that is what the actual word means. Something like 9/11, where we know that there was an evil plot, and we just don't know exactly how and when, but there's for sure no doubt that there were more than one person formulating this plan in a harmful way. A mystery is something that just that remains unknown or unexplained, not necessarily a conspiracy. And that's like the pyramids. We don't necessarily know that that was a conspiratorial element. It may have been beneficial. It might have been constructive. We learn a lot from the mathematics, speaking of mathematics, in that ancient structure. And that mystery is not a conspiracy as it is a mystery. And then a word that sounds like mystery is mastery. And I want to encourage you to find your passion. If you want to actually learn something, whether it's from my presentation or another one in this conference, you have to truly desire and will to want to learn. And I want to share with you some wisdom from my self-defense teacher, Larry Morris, who is pictured here holding his bow staff. And he taught me some really important skill, and I hope you can apply it to your learning process as we go through this presentation and others. Number one, if you want to work towards mastery, you need to choose something you are passionate about, something you care deeply about, and you must understand why it's important to you or the world. Number two, you have to then find someone who has mastered some aspect of this skill that you are seeking, someone that you can learn from, someone that will teach you to reach your goal of mastery. For me, in the self-defense field, it was Larry Morris. In the spirituality field, I learned a lot from Mark Passio and others, but these were some of the teachers that really helped me. And then I spent time learning from the master. Step three, you emulate, duplicate, and train. First, you have to copy to learn someone, right? You copy what they're doing, notice how they're doing it, and you train over and over and over until you get good at it. Practice in your mind, body, and spirit, and you'll learn even faster. Number four is hone it till you own it, right? Study and repeat what you have learned until you know it like the back of your hand. Larry calls this the honing stage. And when you've got that honed like the back of your hand, your skill you've been working towards so hard, you practice it and make it your own. You make it art. That's what art is. When you learn to make it work for your own mind, body, and spirit, and you own that responsibility like you care about it, like it's the most valuable thing you ever earned because you did earn it the hard way. And that is the essence of solving the world's problems and your own problems in your personal life. The goal of this presentation is to help develop symbolic tools as practical metaphors to understand reality, to simplify complexity, to gain clarity, and to take focused action. So I'm sharing with you today some tools. We talked about developing symbolic tools. I think these tools can be practical metaphors. I'm picking you some tools out of my very own toolbox. These symbolic tools, I hope you can use going forward, not only in my presentation, but how you think about things in the future. But I know they hold true because I hold them in the physical reality, just as I will hold them for you now in the mental space. The square, I would say, is one of the most important tools I carry when I'm at work in construction. It's right on my hip at all times, like I reach for it like you would a gun in war. It helps you clarify 2 points, and those same 2 points can be squared in anywhere in the world by someone who speaks any language, and we will get the same straight line. It is objective. The square is the objectivity tool. The square signifies objectivity and symmetry, creating structure and balance. It brings clarity to reasoning, enabling precision in distinguishing truth from falsehood. 2 points make a line. It represents the foundational geometry that differentiates 1 point, a singularity, from 2, duality. I take out my tape measure, I measure the point, I put the square on there, and it makes a line I can cut, and then it becomes something real in the world. It differentiates the 1 from the 2. It anchors reasoning with accuracy linked to geometric clarity and the creation of lines, that is, the relationship between points, which is also communication at its core. Objectivity is required for any type of true communication. However, communication can be cut apart. And the tool we use for this is the knife. I think almost all of you out there are fellow contrarians. We're the type of people that like to ask, but why? How come? How long? Don't take something as a whole. We don't just swallow a pill when someone says something. We ask why. The knife represents questioning and cutting things apart to understand their components. Slicing and dicing, it fragments and partitions ideas. It helps us to see the pieces of a larger puzzle. The knife is a neutral tool. It can prepare a loving meal or can stab somebody and cause great harm. Depends on how it's used, how it's welded. In discussions, it's the contrarian force that helps us dissect arguments. This is used early on in the trivium process, right? After we have the information, we start slicing it and dicing it. It's essential for breaking concepts into manageable parts. But you take it too far, you cut something into oblivion and it loses all meaning. So it's a tool that can be overdone very easily. The level is one of my favorite tools. It's the divine bubble of justice, the balance in this world. You can find it. It's discoverable, inherent, just like moral principles. We create this tool with a bubble in it so we can find that little bubble. And what's interesting too is if you shake your level, you can even get that bubble to split. But if you just let it calm for a minute, it turns back into one bubble, not even a minute, seconds, you know. Equilibrium and the ability to find harmony in oneself and in your community. This tool is necessary as you're drawing in information. It helps you to assess whether something is balanced, fair, or aligned with higher principles. It ensures that thoughts and actions are centered. Centered, right? That's what we call it. Find your center. How are you going to build if your level, if your foundation is not level? Everything's going to be crooked. If you try to do framing on a foundation that's not level, every single cut is different. If it's level, they're all the same. At least all certain pieces, right, of the wall. You use this to assess the fairness or alignment of an idea with moral or spiritual truths. It encourages the seeker to maintain harmony and integrity in their actions. If we were to all use these types of tools in conversations with others in person and online, we would have more effective communication. I want to challenge people in this presentation. I know that we are subjective beings. We'll talk about some of the philosophers who discuss this. I know that we are experiencing this from a subjective lens. However, we do have the ability to cognize, to think, to imagine, and we can see things outside of our own personal, just like watching a movie. We can recognize from using just a tiny bit of imagination or belief that takes just a little trust to use our logical thought and to correlate the most factual and corroborated evidence that's available. And that is the art of advanced objectivity, a small element of imagination with an emphasis on logical thought. We can correlate the most factual and corroborated evidence available. We can use this tool in everything we do. And combine it with the adjustable wrench. Things don't always fit perfect. Sometimes things aren't quite right. There's a way we've been thinking about it. We know we're close, we're onto something, but we're not quite there. The wrench represents adaptability and precision, the ability to tighten or loosen as needed. It's used to make adjustments, ensuring all parts of a system work together and in context. That's so important, the context, right? This tool, as you see the way it's sitting, the jaws are turned in this direction. It gets leverage by going, the handles would go not that direction, but that direction. You would pull the handles that way to get the most leverage because that's the fulcrum point of how the pliers work. I'm having a little trouble displaying it with my hands, but the two handles represent two pillars. How would you pull leverage with one handle, right? We have to use both sides of our brain. But there is a right way and a wrong way to turn a nut if you're trying to tighten it versus loosen it. And so we have to learn to put things into context and be intentional. The pliers have a strong side and a weak side. See the shorter jaw and the longer jaw. That is intentional. It highlights the importance of balance and correction. So adjusting your perspective, see, that way. Got it. Adjusting your perspective or modifying rigid beliefs to improve clarity and flow. Essential in fine-tuning logic or systems to enhance functionality. So you got to get the job done. You actually want to have a conversation. You actually want to create understanding with people. We have to adjust how we speak. We might have to adjust which words we use. We might have to adjust our own perspective and context out or in a little bit in order to find a happy medium in order to make our point. If we want to make a point, we kind of got to be on the same page with someone. So that bubble and adjustment and square, all that has to be out of the way. I purposely didn't bring the hammer tool in too soon. If you start trying to hammer your point home too soon, you make a mess of things. And that's true on the job site as well. Go too crazy with the hammer without getting all the pieces in place, you make a bloody mess of your hands and the project. This is the rhetoric tool. It represents focused force, the power to drive a point home with impact. It applies energy and finality to ideas, ensuring they land with conviction. It's comparable to nailing a concept perfectly. When someone nails it, they've effectively made their point. And so you don't want to, none of us want to start speaking too strongly until we know what we're talking about. That's important to save the rhetoric tool for when we have thought things out and then we can say them in an effective manner. This is for making powerful statements or applying the final touch to an argument. In teaching, the hammer delivers lessons that resonate deeply, which again, all about timing. So let's talk about geometry and math. Equations are ways of figuring things out. When we do mathematics, we balance an equation, right? And the same is true of going through a mental thought process or working through a spiritual conundrum or moral problem or ethical problem. We can be reasonable, just like this aspect of geometry that I always appreciated. This is my own personal process here of charting out some of my thoughts and working towards this essay and working towards this presentation. Is I was thinking to myself, I know that the given is, in my mind, objective truth exists. I'm trying to prove to the listener that objective morality exists. And so the statements I'm going through in my mind are objective truth exists, right? We can agree that there's a rock. We can agree that there's a Mount Everest. We can agree it hurts when rocks hit you in the head or when you fall off Mount Everest. We can agree and communicate is the reason I can make that statement. Morality is defined by harmful behavior to conscious beings. There's the statement. The reason I think that's true is because it can be defined. It can be defined fairly simply. Forms of stealing, such as assault, rape, murder, theft, trespassing, and coercion. In my mind, I don't see a time those things are not true as being harmful, unless self-defense, in which case I wouldn't define them as harmful behavior. I would, call them self-defense. And it wouldn't be a rape, murder, or theft, that's for sure, in self-defense. However, I could see someone calling something assault, trespassing, or coercion self-defense if they did not recognize that someone needed to defend themselves, and which is part of the major crux of the problem in this world right now. Suffering and slavery are defined by objective morality, and that's why people are confused about that. Because deep down, slavery is an immoral behavior. I'm sure of it. I think most people are sure of it deep down if they're honest. And the results of that immoral behavior can be observed. We can see all over the world that humans are continuing to experience mass suffering and slavery. I'm not saying that this slide should prove it to you. I'm saying that you can create your own slide like this using thought process, using reason, and we can come to conclusions that we can agree on that make sense. One way to do that is using Venn diagrams. The red circle in this picture represents your computer. The black circle represents this image. You and I are the green X. Here we are on the same page right now. A Venn diagram is a widely used diagram that shows logical relationships. Remember mathematical relationships? Popularized by John Venn in the 1800s. You used to teach elementary set theory, but I just noticed it works great for thinking in philosophy terms as well. Here's one example. I was playing with the idea of you and the universe. That could be me and the me-verse too. And the blue circle is kind of representing everything that exists, which is true. There is everything that exists, right? And it's true that you and I exist within that everything. However, what we think exists, there can also be things outside of that realm, and that's called imagination. I can imagine a pink dragon with purple polka dots on its toenails, and that never existed in reality before, and probably no one ever said it quite like that. I just created something that's outside of what exists, and that's a unique aspect of being a conscious, intelligent being. It's the ability to imagine things that are not real or do not exist, incorporeal, like we talked about. And that's why there's so much confusion about the spiritual world. But I think it's important to point out that the great all, everything, the source, we could not even have imagination if it were not for that. So this whole page fits, and this whole presentation and the realm of the imagination all fit within the bigger great all. So I should have made a bigger circle around everything for that. But that's an inherent truth that we can discover, right? Spiritual mathematics is simple. It's something anyone and everyone can come to understand. I would recommend work your way through philosophers over time to see the progression of thought, compare their different ideas, and work these processes in your mind. They're not all the same. Immanuel Kant, I found very difficult to read. He uses a lot of words that are foreign to me, and he puts a lot of big words together in sentences, and he goes back and forth and around and back and forth, and very amazingly intelligent. But even people at the time called him confusing to read. But his basic thoughts on ethics, morality is grounded in rationality and the categorical imperative. He did recognize universal moral laws that can be followed regardless of consequences, that must be followed, universal moral laws. Act only according to that maxim whereby you can, at the same time, will that it should become a universal law. So let's just kind of get a feeling for some different philosophers. David Hume, he was a proponent of empirical skepticism. He believed that morality was rooted in human emotions rather than reason. Moral judgments are based on sentiments shared among people. Morality is not a matter of reason, but of sentiment. I don't tend to agree with Hume's point of view, but it's important to take in all the different thinkers and compare them. Let's look at Friedrich Nietzsche. He's critiquing traditional morality. He says morality as a social construct. He recognizes that there's this master morality versus slave morality thing going on. Moral values are subjective and vary by culture. There are no moral phenomenon, but only a moral interpretation of phenomena. So these different thinkers have put things together in different ways. But it's important to take time and read somebody's work before we draw quick conclusions. These are sort of just like generalized statements about these characters that do not encompass their whole description. But I just wanted to point out that there has been a variety of thoughts on these topics. And we can see where some people have landed. They've stayed more with the Nietzschean Hume style of thinking, that this is all based on feelings. And Manly P. Hall says, emphasis on universal truths, moral principles from various spiritual traditions. True morality arises from a synthesis of wisdom across cultures and higher spiritual understanding. The greatest knowledge is to know that you do not know. So there's another take on it. Let's look at Rudolf Steiner's. He believes that moral principles evolve with spiritual development. Morality is holistic. We're working our way towards a better morality. True moral understanding comes from an inner development and spiritual awareness. The moral imperative is not an abstract principle. It is the living reality of the soul. I really like how he put that. That hits hard with me. I see a progression here of thinkers. I see thinkers that have gone through some pretty tough times in history and lived through socialism and difficult things and trying to figure out what's going on. And we're getting a better perspective as we move through different philosophers here. I think this is the way I see it. Mark Passio is a progression. He sees natural law as a universal moral code. He emphasizes personal responsibility. He emphasizes causality, the consequences of our actions. Objective morality is inherent. Natural law principle governs all human interaction. He says to be a spiritual moral being means to not believe in anything. It means to know the truth about morality. And that's where, that will really hit home with me. And that's why I'm sharing with you spiritual mathematics. I don't think it's anyone's guess. I think it's discernible, just like scientific process of mathematics. We can figure things out using the correct tools of thought. But we're going to have to stop for a minute in the world of quantum physics, because this is where many people get lost, confused, and circled back like Immanuel Kant's reasoning. The study of matter and energy at the most fundamental level, we got to know about Max Planck. Max concluded that energy comes in tiny chunks called quanta. This idea started the field of quantum mechanics. Max Planck is a big deal in that field. He was dedicated to discovering the absolute laws of nature through reasoning. Wow, that sounds spiritual. He had a strong belief in the first and second laws of thermodynamics as universal principles. Those are things which can be tested, corroborated, and confirmed. In the book, The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke, he talks about thermodynamics as universal principles. So Max Planck initiated the quantum revolution, fundamentally altering the understanding of atomic and subatomic behavior. In many ways, quantum physics has bridged somewhat of the gap between religion, spirituality, and matter and reality and mathematics, because it shows that even in the study of mattergy and energy, there is contradiction, there is confusion, there are things that are mysterious that are still mysterious, right? The double slit experiment is one of the big ones. It shows that particles, e.g. electrons and photons, can behave like both waves and particles. This was, the discoveries by Einstein that then later were argued, and then we'll get more into Einstein in just a minute. Without observation, particles passing through two slits create an interference pattern on a screen, acting like waves. When observed, the particles behave like discrete particles, and their interference pattern disappears. At first, this can be very confusing and hard to grapple with, but we're going to go over it one more time. But basically, the idea of the double slit experiment is that it implies that the observation influences the behavior of quantum systems. Whether it's photons, electrons, or these particles, they act differently depending on whether they're being watched and observed. The probabilistic nature of reality has challenged classical determinism. For many years, a lot of people thought everything was fate and your life's like a play that God already wrote and we're just acting it out. This is one of those things that really kicked that bucket over, This implies that the observation influences the behavior of quantum systems, highlighting the probabilistic nature of reality. And so here's some of the images It's a little hard to tell the difference, but you get a pattern. They put a screen that has, it can record the action that hit it, like light hitting it like a photograph, right? Without observation, the particles that are passing through the two slits create an interference pattern on a screen, acting like waves. But when observed, the particles behave like discrete particles, and the interference pattern disappears. So two different scientists arguing two different points. Turns out they're both true. This is the Schrodinger's cat convention where they talk about this. How can two things be true and not true at the same time? How do photons or particles know where they're going before they're going there? Depending on how would they know if they were being observed, right? The double slit experiment demonstrates that particles like electrons or photons can exhibit both wave-like and particle-like behavior when these particles are passed through two slits. And I just explained the whole thing again there. You know, when they pass through without observation, one thing happens. When they pass through with observation, the other result happens. That's the gist of it. And that has caused a lot of disagreement and theorizing and back and forth in scientists and philosophy, and even the mindset of modern individuals who have trouble understanding the concept of advanced objectivity, which is what we're covering in this presentation. Niels Bohr himself said, everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. He described atoms as tiny solar systems, but later realized electrons could jump and exist in cloud-like orbitals. And we had Albert Einstein. He said, God does not play dice with the universe. He explained light as tiny bouncing balls. He was the proponent of the photon theory. Particles called photons. He won a Nobel Prize for the photoelectric effect. Smart guy, but I tend to lean towards the guy who created all the technology we use today, from AC electricity to the telegraph. Almost every electrical thing we're using today is a function of somebody who figured out an actual equation and applied it to reality, and that's Nikola Tesla. Real big on the numbers 6 and 9. And 3, Tesla viewed the universe as a deeply interconnected system. He saw many of his inventions, he said, in dreams. He was a spiritual person. He was heard to saying, every living being is an engine geared to the wheelwork of the universe. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Tesla was openly critical of Einstein's theories of relativity, describing them as a magnificent mathematical garb. And here's the guy who actually invented things that we actually use on a day-to-day basis in reality. Of all the forces, the friction, the one that most retards human movement is ignorance, right? We don't want to look a little deeper. We don't want to connect the spiritual, mental, and the physical all together because that's too scary, right? That might be actual reality. He emphasized that the universe operates on immutable natural laws. Where have we heard that before? Suggesting his belief in an objective structure to reality. Governed by these principles, he described the role of energy as the true driver of progress. So where do we put our energy and our time actually is what we create in the world. Inherent and discoverable order to existence. I just recognize a lot of spiritual facts in these mathematical concepts that create real world technologies. He said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Sounds very much like what you read in the Hermetic principles, if you read the Kybalion, for instance. He said about Einstein, Einstein's relativity work is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple, whom ignorant people take for a king. Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. So I understand why people get frustrated with philosophy, because some philosophers go around and around and confuse the subject more than they make the point. And then you got guys like Tesla that get to the point and get stuff done. Also need to bring up Werner Heisenberg, talk about bridging the gap between the physical and the non-physical. He discovered the uncertainty principle. Not only is the universe stranger than we think, he said, it is stranger than we can think. We can't even think that strange. Natural science does not simply describe and explain nature. It is part of the interplay between nature and ourselves. It is impossible to simultaneously know both the exact position and the exact momentum of a particle. The more precisely one property is measured, the less precisely the other can be determined. This principle highlights a fundamental limit in the precision of measurements at the quantum level. So his uncertainty principle basically says you might be able to find exactly where a particle's at, but you're never going to know where it's going. If you can figure out where it's going, you can, but then you will never be able to figure out where it was at. So it's almost like they know but don't know where they're going and where they've been. And we can figure out where they've been or where they're going, but not both at the same time. So it's a very interesting principle about reality, and it has to do with, I believe, the moral aspect, the glue that holds everything together. Reality is about freedom. Reality is about love. Reality is about truth. And we're here to discover these things. One of the discoverers that blows my mind and still affects my working life on a daily basis is Pythagoras. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Nate Cap refers this as the Egyptian string trick. To me, it's just finding square. I have to find a right angle anytime I'm going to build something. If I'm going to make a deck, for instance, I have to find a square corner and build from there. Otherwise, all my cuts are going to be crooked. But if I find a square corner, I can make things very symmetrical, and the whole process goes faster. So I understand this mathematical concept. Pythagoras was a philosopher. He was a mathematician, yes, but he was also a mystic and known to be a religious leader. A Pythagorean school was a mystery school, a secretive, religious, and philosophical society. Because all through history, authoritarians don't want people to understand this type of knowledge, because why would we need people to rule over us if we could build our own structures and we could understand the universe and understand the dynamics of how to treat one another in a proper way? I want to refer here to Leslie Power's presentation on music. Music is very right-brained, intuitive, deals with our emotions, yet it is based on mathematics, and mathematics can be discovered. They are inherently part of music. Pythagoras discovered mathematical ratios in musical harmony, such as an octave or a 2-to-1 ratio, or the fifths. The circle of fifths is how we find all the different keys in music. Great inspiration, Pythagoras, and bridges the gap, again, between reality and spirituality. Another is sacred geometry. Inside of sacred geometry, I just see so many correspondences to everything else we've talked about. The Vesica Pisces, I think of mitosis of cells. I think of what we talked about, the Venn diagrams. The space between represents the egg of birth, right? The two coming together, creating the one. The seed of life, the birth emerging, turning into the flower life, getting more complex, and then growing into the Metatron's cube, which within Metatron's cube, all the Platonic solids nestle perfectly, one within another. And the Platonic solids are just extremely exciting. We're going to pop through them in just a minute, but we got to stop in at the Mandelbrot set. If you haven't yet, look up Mandelbrot on YouTube and watch how the Mandelbrot set works. It's mesmerizing. Its importance lies in its demonstration of how simple mathematical rules create infinite complexity, right? Infinite complexity. They're very right-brain concepts. The Mandelbrot set models self-similarity and recursion, revealing patterns of both chaos and order. When you watch one of these videos and see the Mandelbrot set moving, it doesn't seem like anything matches, seems like a bunch of randomness, but then you start seeing the order keeps showing up, the same shapes, the same similarities. The more you zoom in, the more you see. The more you zoom in, the more you see. It symbolizes infinite possibilities, mathematical beauty, and the boundary between stability and chaos. This is the reality we live in. It's based on choices. We make moral choices and we get different outcomes. This pattern exists inherently in reality and creation, both the subatomic level and the day-to-day level. We can see these same correspondences. Let's go through the Platonic solids real quickly. Notice that they also have a correspondence to non-physical forms. The sphere, the earth, the fire, is the air, ether, spirit, and water. These are all concepts that can be thought of symbolically, but they also do exist in nature. The Platonic solids can be found all through nature. They exist on their own. We don't have to cut these shapes out. We find them. I'm just going to go through them quickly. The tetrahedron, the hexahedron or the cube, the octahedron, the dodecahedron, and the icosahedron. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. I find them particularly fascinating because, as I said, another aspect of reality that's discoverable and real and represents metaphorical truths, metaphorical spiritual truths. All things fit within each other, and within all things, within every cell, exists every other thing. And this is the correspondence of the universe. And the mentalism, it shows the complexity and how thought it out it really is. Another concept that came into my mind that's sort of a big exhibit in terms of bridging the gap between this mathematical reality, physical world reality that's so strange and has so many mysteries about it is the game of chess. A game that's been invented, created, and partially discovered. It requires tactics, which are short-term calculations, very analytical thinking, strategy, long-term planning. And yet it also involves an intuitive, right-brained understanding of the player you're against. The key principles involve controlling the center, finding the center, right? Like the bubble on the level, developing the pieces efficiently, right? Adjustable wrench, and protecting the king. That might be the hammer, and that might be the square. Players must anticipate opponents' moves and adapt to their strategy. This is so important to recognize the context of the world we're in. The king and pawn relationship tells us so much about the world we're in and the context of why this presentation is about objective morality. And what we need to learn is the balance of power in this world and in our own self is what's going to make all the difference. Think about the king in the game of chess. The king needs support. He can only move one square at a time. Everyone must sacrifice to save him. In a community, the king could represent freedom. Freedom for all, right? Freedom needs our support. Freedom is one step at a time, how it's gained and kept. And everyone must be willing to make a sacrifice in order to maintain freedom for all. Yet we do not want to be ruled. The king, we don't want to represent an external force. We want the king to represent our internal self force, right? Our ego. That is a balanced type of authority, is called responsibility. That's when we have self-discipline within ourselves to understand when things are right or understand when things are out of balance. If we put that job to someone else and let someone else be the king, then we become their pawn. And we only sacrifice for their rules. So what will you choose in this life going forward? Will you choose to be someone else's pawn in your enemy's game, owned by the rulers and psychopaths of this world? That's the context of the world we're in. So if you want to find true authority, you need to find your own inner authority to understand the mathematical, objective, advanced objectivity, to be able to discern the difference between right and wrong, and not put yourself and the future of other people in the crosshairs of slavery. So we started out with the story of the Silvertons and the Goldmans, the all too familiar tale of an old family feud that refused to die because people couldn't let go of their hatred. It's really a simple matter of mathematical realization. A man and a woman come together, have children, growing into a larger family. Kind of like an equation, things are adding up. Perhaps a grandmother comes to say, and the family extends even more. But what happens when the leadership in that family, its mother and father, make terrible moral decisions? If they covet their neighbor's home or harbor hatred instead of seeking reconciliation, they pass down that resentment. What began as self-defense becomes retribution. The wounds are deepened instead of healing. Holding on to anger, hatred, and malice leads to subtraction, not addition. The family fractures, the community weakens, and the people become less whole. Yet, if we choose conscious moral behavior, that means truly understanding the difference between right and wrong, just like the right angle in mathematical equation, or the right angle that I find with my square on the job site. It's the same right here as it is anywhere in the world for any other beings that are conscious and aware. Right is not stealing. Right is doing things that you would want done to you. Not that complicated. We can discern this rightness with a little bit of objectivity, as we talked about, advanced objectivity, and being able to communicate and corroborate with other beings. It's not that conflicts will never arise, but the mathematical outcome would be far less destructive. Instead of a tragic ending where two cold, shivering men stand alone with no families and no homes, the community could flourish, and there could be addition and growth. This pattern extends to the individual and to society as a whole. One person can do so much damage, whether through murder, theft, coercion, or deceit. But when a group of people form an organization, the potential for harm grows exponentially. When an organization calls itself a corporation or a government, the scale of destruction can reach historic levels: wars, genocides, and systematic oppression. It's the difference between math, addition, and multiplication, the amount of evil we bring into the world. What is the mathematical difference between one individual's immoral decision and a government controlling mass atrocities or committing genocide of a whole race? Unlike human beings, neither a government nor a corporation has a soul. They have no divine connection except that what they steal or borrow from the individuals who lend their belief and offer their participation to these artificial constructs. Anything that lacks a foundation in moral principles and with respect to objective reality is no more than a false religion. We can agree on this. We can see how things work out in the world. It's like an equation. Despite this, many still cling to the belief that objectivity does not exist. But if that were true, why does the word objective exist at all? While no single individual may ever be 100% objective, we have tools to help us. Just as a square or a level ensures precision in construction, we can check our own consciousness and collaborate with others and compare to get as close to the truth as we possibly can. Advanced objectivity. Reality is not as complicated as some would have us believe. The mathematics of the universe is discoverable, even though within each discovery, new mysteries arise. This is the beauty of life and the great mystery of the great all. Consider the double slit experiment, or quantum mechanics, where photons behave both as particles and waves, depending on observation. How do particles know where they're going? This paradox mirrors the mystery of the divine connection, the great all. There will always be an element of faith, a lingering uncertainty, just like the uncertainty principle. Yet this is precisely why we need each other. Relationships are our mirror to reality, to recognize how we're doing, how we reflect upon others. How did our actions work out, and what are we receiving for them? This is why particles and photons don't go there until we make the decisions of our moral decisions in this world. Then reality reacts based on natural law principles. That's what reality is made of. That's what's going on. So do the math. We need to work together to find the common denominator, which is morality and spirituality. If we fail to recognize objective morality, we risk living in a future like the Matrix, reduced to mere energy sources, slaves for a technological machine. Or we end up like the Silvertons and the Goldmans, annihilating each other over unresolved conflicts, lost in the material world, and failing to see the spiritual truth that underlies it. Plato's cave warns us of this blindness. If we want to help others break free from the chains, if we want to provide a future for people that come after us, we are the answers. We must inspire them to seek the light, no matter how painful it might be at first. Truth is about reality. Reality is about divine natural law order. Just as Platonic solids, geometric principles, and numbers have objective meaning, so too does morality. Communication itself is a language of symbols. It's our tool for recognizing and corroborating reality so we can strive towards truth. I call on you to make the choice, to cross the bridge of mental and spiritual realization, accept that we can find a common denominator and a common sense solution to moral and spiritual issues. As difficult as it may be, it's necessary. No one but you can determine your personal purpose. I can offer you the tools, I can draw maps, and I can point towards the bridge, but only you can walk across it. Only you can decide how to apply your purpose to solving the greatest problem of our time, human slavery. There's no issue more important than human freedom. Slavery is evil, and the destruction of freedom is the destruction of humanity itself. Let us work together towards true freedom through understanding and living in alignment with natural law. Evil is the destruction of freedom. Thanks for checking out my presentation. Check out endevil.life, freedomundernaturallaw.com. Take spiritual mathematics into your life and do the math. It's all about you.
time is right to follow my nose in the night. The fight or flight to realign, to stop jumping at shadows. Should I spend my time alive, hauling weight in the crowded hive, disabled of shedding light, or seek whispers of the truth? I'm gonna get lost out there. I walk tall into the cold, holding the hand of fear, battling hurdles of my own, but getting faster, forgotten soul. If I can master the simple toll of stepping up to wander alone, I'm gonna get lost out there. I walk tall into the cold, holding the hand of fear, battling hurdles of my own, but getting faster, evolving soul. If I could master the simple toll of stepping up to wander alone into the unknown, into the unknown, to wander alone into the unknown, of stepping up to wander alone. Unaided, I'm sent, diverge once again, content with life's breath, my only friend. Hyper aware, old strength doesn't wear, companioned by the sound of the fuzz.
We are truly just now rediscovering the wisdom of the ancients, lest we forget. And it doesn't just stop with mythological parallels. This concept fires a straight shot right into religion concerning morality. Bentov's documents state that this creator utilizes the duality of good and evil as a catalyst to speed up the interactions of evolution. The term good represents the knowledge of its universal laws. The term evil represents the ignorance of those same laws. In other words, being in harmony with these natural laws help produce an escalation in evolution, and anything that slows down that process is considered to be evil. But you need both. Just like the Zen masters have maintained all along, the creator walks the middle path. This primordial first cause manages to use both good and evil as friction in order to fuel the flame of constant perpetual evolution. The more evolved the creature, the greater its free will becomes, until eventually becoming a sort of co-creator. And I mean, go ahead and bust out any religious book that you got and tell me that this isn't the main theme. A frequent viewer of this channel is probably well aware of Carl Jung's great and highly misunderstood work entitled Answer to Job. Although impossible to summarize, it can be said that Carl wanted to indicate that the suffering of Job was meant to ignite and further along the consciousness of his creator. This notion was extremely controversial, especially at the time. But keeping that in mind, let's check out what Bentov has to say about what seems to be a very parallel notion here. At the beginning, the creator watches with aloof amusement as his creatures go through the events. However, somewhere down the path of evolution, consciousness will arise that will draw his attention. These will be creatures who not only contemplate themselves, but start contemplating him. When a creature has reached a level of development at which he understands his real makeup and perceives that thou art that, then he becomes self-realized. Henceforth, he will watch himself act within that scheme, but at the same time remain separate from his actions. This is analogous to the way that the creator operates, acting but at the same time remaining separate and uninvolved in the action. The creator will set aside such a unit of consciousness and say to him, "Here, do this." It may just be little chores at first, but sooner or later, such a unit of consciousness will start guiding the evolution of the other consciousnesses. Once he has duplicated himself, he knows himself. So he closes down his shop, absorbing into himself all his manifest creation, and returns into the void. We have to emphasize that the events described until now did not take place in objective space-time. In other words, they were only his thoughts and were not yet manifest. This sounds a lot like our Brahma in Hindu mythology, whereas we live within the dream of the Brahma. While the creator can take his time to contemplate, design, and construct his universe at leisure, to us it would appear in a Big Bang. Suddenly the whole thing would just be there. Again, with the concept of the Brahma, if everything is within a dream, it wouldn't be dissimilar to the way we dream. So whenever we dream, there's an entire reality, a place, characters, fictional or not, that just appear there all at once. They don't necessarily have to evolve into place because they are projections of our own psyche. And Jung has just entered the conversation. Speaking of which, wait till you guys get a load of what Jung has said about flying saucers. He was like a prophet of the psyche, comparing the weightlessness of saucers to the psyche. And I know there's a lot of videos online covering his take on it, but they never quite make the connection of what Jung said to what we have now by Jack Valais. I think I'm pronouncing his name wrong, but what he says about ultra-terrestrials and what Jung says about saucers is just peanut butter and jelly. I can't wait to get to it. Back on track here. After reading that, we now have to wonder what causes the event of this so-called Big Bang in the first place. This question has haunted humans ever since we first had the notion of it. But it might be helpful to go back to how we understand a normal bird's egg. Imagine that our said creator develops his own boundaries or real estate that will form his body or our world. This is like rippling the surface of water that was previously still, causing it to become manifest. If we apply our toroidal shape to the rippling of the water surface, we have our eggshell. Let's remember the magnetic north and south of a chicken's egg. Energy is being built up at each pole of the torus, just like the chicken's egg. The accumulation of this potential energy will ignite and zap between the two poles, just like negative ions unite the sky and earth in a lightning flash. And with lightning, of course, comes a thunderbolt. Therefore, we have sound. Many of you, I'm sure, see where this is going. We now have the sacred Om, A-U-M. In other words, the first act of fertilization has taken place within the egg. And now, hopefully, if you didn't get the omelet joke of the beginning of the video, that's become illustrated. Now, you guys got it the first time, I know. The thunderbolt, of course, is enough to disrupt our unmanifest reality, that is the absolute, rippling the surface and creating physical matter. This discharge sets our proto-matter or pre-existence, as illustrated earlier in the cream of the donut metaphor, and it erects a great column from pole to pole, and it mushrooms out at the tip and runs down along the shell, hugging the walls as it goes back down to the bottom where it is reabsorbed. We have now developed the so-called seed needed to fertilize the egg. and the appearance of physical matter as we know it. Within the seed, just like the seed of a tree, is all the information is necessary to form the entirety of a habitat for many birds and other creatures, and in this case, us and our very consciousness. All of the information is already there and free to anyone. If the purpose of evolution is to produce consciousness of an increasingly high construct, then the universe is a teaching and learning machine simultaneously. Its purpose is to know itself, possibly through us. This is where Bentov drops us a little hint, when he says, study the micro and you'll find the macro reflected in it. In other words, if we study ourselves thoroughly, we will find the creator there waiting for us. I realize that theme is reoccurring on this channel, but it bears repeating. Probably the most important thing, period. The archetype of the cosmic egg is illustrated over and over again with a serpent coiled around it. This reminds me of the words of Christ, who encouraged his disciples to, quote, be wise as serpents. The serpent has enveloped the entire egg and now has two choices. It can crack the egg now and enjoy a minuscule meal. This is instant gratification. Or he can hold on for a moment and continue to warm the egg until it is ready to hatch on its own. And with a little patience and a lot of sacrifice, the reward of the latter is where we find the real fruit. You are this serpent. We are. And like I was saying before, you should bear the serpent with the fruit that you have won.
Let me fade away. I know there's more than only black and space. Let me fade away. I am tired, flesh equals pain. Let me fade away. Disregard my body, let it go to waste. Set adrift in space. Let my mind go to a bigger place. Let me fade away. Inside this fragile body, trapped in flesh, in mind. Outside, a landscape is reduced to gray. Can I see through this canvas of flesh that hurts? My ghost, I never have and never will. Ask myself why I paint a picture of you on me. I always have and always will. Don't understand this familiar place. Can you see me? You never have and never will. I am bleeding everywhere. I won't survive. I wish death on you. Wish death on me. This man-made world, these man-made worlds are temporary. I am all of mankind, dressed as one. Drift through the doorway. This priceless secret outshines the world's gold. Simultaneous gods and worms.
And we're back. See who we got here. Derek, Will, what do you guys think? That was a couple hard-hitting hours right there. I enjoyed watching my presentation again.
Oh yeah, Chris, your presentation was fantastic, man. I love being in construction myself. I mean, having those allegories and the symbolism, and you just took it, above and beyond. So well done, man. Excellent.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was excellent. I loved it, Chris. And yes, the whole progression of it and your creativity and is just like mushroomed into big clouds. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Joe Phipps with a great video and some of his music on there. And I mean, that's something we've kind of have pride in the Funnel Conference, is that we like to showcase all different types of forms of creative expression. So you'll hear more music, different types of music, art itself, and that's just a piece of what's to come.
Yeah, we've really worked too on trying to find as much balance, try to find male and female voices and different types of music. You're going to hear some jazzy, fun stuff, some hard hitting rap, some, real variety, emotional, different type stuff, because that's life and that's real. So, yeah, I was excited to make this connection with Joe Phipps. His channel, Library of the Untold. I feel like he talks about spiritual mathematics all the time, but he makes it fun. Mine's kind of a little bit textbook style, but I feel like I had to lay that stuff down because it's been in my head for a long time. So
yeah, he brought us some fun about it.
He built the foundation so I could start doing some framing. That's what I felt like, What were you say, Derek?
Yeah, you definitely brought some fun elements into it too, and I appreciate you kind of bringing it down to the basic equations to avoid the abrasions of, hey, what's up with the lowest common denominator of just like human equality, morality, and all this stuff, and aligning to objective truth and morality, or in reality, of course, as if people thought that there wasn't such a thing, as you kind of pointed out in that. So yeah, it's like, how are you going to construct something if you're going to be so subjective to stuff, and like, hey, you got to follow the architecture and the formulas and all these things, right? So yeah, laying down the foundation, man. I appreciate that. For sure.
Well, talk about appreciation, Derek. Thanks so much for all your help on this conference. You've been incredible, pulling all the strings together in the background of all the little things I wish I had time to do. And Jim Adams isn't here with us, but I want to shout out a big thanks to Jim Adams. And I'm thankful to all the people in our community and group who have reached out. Chris Youngblood reached out to me and shared some poetry, and I was like kind of late in the game. I'm not sure if we can fit it in yet or not, but just so many people out there gave us art and music and presentations, and it's been like just exciting and fun, and it makes it all more real. So Will, I heard there's a little watch party going on in Mexico. Should we say hi to those guys?
Absolutely. I was getting ready to jump in. And again, thank you for everyone that's been sharing this. I mean, it's worldwide. People are sharing this too, and that's fantastic. Shout out to Howard Lickman and my brother Yuza out there in Acapulco, getting ready for Anarchapulco, and they're doing a watch party this weekend. So it's fantastic. He sent me a little video. Beautiful, gorgeous location they're at. So, we're extremely grateful for that. That's what it's about right there. This is grassroots. So sharing goes a long ways. And yeah, we're excited.
And we should throw that tap link in the chat here pretty soon. Whoever's got it handy. Derek created a really awesome tap link, and it helps you get links to every presenter and their website, which you can also find on freedomundernaturallaw.com. But yeah, we really encourage people to check out everybody else's work that's part of this and share their stuff and get into it, over time. So there's a lot to see, a lot to digest. But yeah, I think without too much more ado, we should start to introduce Sarah Cross.
Yeah, and I would love to do that.
Hanging out with us here tonight in the back room. But yeah, who would like to do the introduction for Sarah Cross?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go for it, Leslie.
Good. Yeah, and before I do that, I just wanted to highlight the interview that Chris did with Joey Phipps. He debuted it last night on Endevil Podcast. It'll be on his website. It's really a pre-show for FUNL, and really honored that he came for this interview. It was really good. So without further ado, as we're talking about creative people people who are on the level. I am really honored to introduce Sarah Cross, who I, know personally, and I'm very honored to call a friend. Not only is she an artist and a writer on the subjects of occultism, spirituality, and history, she's a dynamic human being, both multi-talented and multi-dimensional as an artist in many forms, and a writer. She has a Substack account or Substack channel, and she's the host of her own show now on Revolution Radio called Crosstalk, and she's the organizer behind our podcast Girls Club. So without further ado, you'll see in her presentation how she is so real and yet so spiritually based, with her real, I think, streetwise, real embodied spirituality and dedication to humans. So bring her on.
What a wonderful place to come together and find so much information from so many wonderful people. Be sure to check out all the many content creators who do this great work in order to build a bright future. A special thanks to the event organizers, Will Keller, Leslie Powers, and Chris Jansen. It is an honor to add to such an event. And without further delay, please enjoy this presentation from CF Girl for your consideration. They say that the mind is the most powerful tool we can possess. Unfortunately, when I say they, I mean the majority of the people on this planet, who are all trapped in ego identification and are addicted materialists. Even though they are correct in the statement, they really have no idea what it truly means. It is portrayed in a way that is to push people towards a physical-based material achievement. This understanding is also being portrayed in the wrong light on purpose by the parasite class who are operating on this planet currently. We are being socially taught, at least subconsciously, how to use the power of our mind in all the wrong ways. And with that training instilled in us, there is an assurance that we will never achieve our full potential. Have no doubt, it is purposeful. If we knew the power we truly had, we would not be living in this world of such disorder and slavery. Things such as going to college to get a piece of paper that claims you are good at a skill, buying, or rather renting from the bank, a house and having a mortgage, having a family and giving them all the modern-day toys that keep them in a trance, supporting the government by being a good citizen and paying your taxes, are all part of this training process to keep us thinking that we are achieving great life goals, when really we are all just running the program as it is intended by the parasite class. The mind is the most powerful tool we have in the physical realm. This is a true statement in and of itself. It gives us the ability to expand ourselves in the physical and in the non-physical. If people were to let go of the addiction to the physical realm, they could figure out that the mind not only has the ability to affect the physical, but can also affect the non-physical. No matter how humans came into existence physically, ultimately we are all fractions of spirit, or God, or Source, or that which set all things into motion, or whatever you want to identify it as. All we really are is spirit. From my standpoint, I would say there is far too many emotionally dead people and far too much materialism going around, attaching to people like a virus that attacks the independent thought and behavior. This is not just applied to physical objects, but to also the achievements and personal identifications of oneself based in fantasy. There is too much fantasy and not enough reality being promoted. Fantasy over truth will only ever create human slavery because it not only traps the physical body, it traps the mind as well. And in this particular era, we are being smothered with false over-identification of the physical perception. All personal identities we give ourselves in this current physical body are all well and good. However, they are also beside the point and in the end are hardly relevant. Because these physical shells we find ourselves in are temporary, recyclable material. And one day in the future, we will just get another one, hopefully making better choices with the lessons we learn. What matters is the fraction of spirit that we are. This is a constant factor and can never not exist. Spirit connects to our highest self, and this connects to our mind. From this statement, you might think I am saying your mind is your brain. No, not exactly. Your brain is just what has the ability to house your mind. I would even include in this the heart. So I guess I would even rephrase that statement. The brain and heart are the temporary house for the mind while we are in a physical shell. For anyone wondering, I include the heart in this due to the heart having neurons, just like the brain. The brain thinks with thought. The heart thinks with emotion. The mind has the ability to manifest reality. This means when one has proper intention, a physical or non-physical result can occur. It does not matter whether it is small or large in regards to the situation. It could be about wanting a dog for your birthday, or wanting someone you love to recover from illness. The intention one puts into the thought is the force that creates the physical result. When one follows a path to bring something into physical reality and true intention is present, one will experience thought, emotion, and action in that order. One first has the thought that they require something to take place. Then one feels the emotion that one would have if this had happened. And then finally an action takes place to make it physically manifest. This is the natural progression of this. This is how spirit wants to operate in its natural state. This happens always, whether the individual is practicing this in a positive way or a negative way. Whether the result is good or bad, all people can have this effect. Intention is only a tool and can be used for whatever the individual desires. Here is the main issue as to why people do not understand or do not think that this sort of ability is real. Their ego is in the way. And it is entirely a fear-based response. People allow the ego to become and take over their entire self because it is easier than taking personal responsibility for oneself. People are afraid of the unknown and what they think they have no control over. There is nothing wrong with having a healthy ego. The problem is that the ego is in full command of the mind, so some training is required in order to maintain this balance. When one has their ego in check, they will finally be able to operate reality as spirit intends. Until then, the ego is at the wheel and is in full control of all situations. This is not something that can be proven to anyone outside of one's own personal experiences. We are meant to take these journeys through the physical realm alone so that we can reconnect spiritually. I could recount many stories now to try to convince you, but at the end of the day, you are the one who has to make the decision to take personal responsibility, do the inner work, and discover the truth. No one can tell you how to find that, and no one can force you to adventure into the dangerous unknown in order to find it. This is the gift of free will. And spirit has all the time in the world. It is ultimately up to you to make the choice on whether you are going to hide in the shadows and fear the unknown, or walk out into the light and choose to embrace the truth. No matter your decision and no matter what your beliefs are, you cannot change the truth of who and what you are. All we really are is spirit. God is not an entity that would leave its creation to fend for itself by not giving any parameters to go by, but would place the obstacles of the physical realm in front of it to further enhance its spiritual growth. God would give the free will ability to allow individual intervention to take place. Spiritual growth is a private and personal matter, so the importance of experiencing this in the physical and individually is vital to progression. Freedom is the ultimate gift God gives its creation, and the goal is to achieve this through love, morality, and truth. All creation has the inherent right to live free. God's expression is always a form of love, truth, and ultimately of freedom. Principles exist in the unseen reality so that we as creatures of God have something to investigate, take into ourselves, and grow spiritually from. There is no requirement in regard to how smart someone is. To discover and understand this does not require vast amounts of formal education or even any past experiences in spirituality. All that is required is the personal care level put into this endeavor. The science of mind is really just the study of yourself, your highest self, and God. This is a definitive statement and will not ever work in any other way. Thought, emotion, and action creates all things. If you go searching for the truth, then the truth will step into your path, so that you won't be able to miss it even if you tried. Reality, as it is constructed, plays no favoritism with any of its creation. Reality must be approached fearlessly. The Bible says in Revelations 22:17, "The Spirit and the bride say, 'Let anyone who is thirsty come. Let anyone who desires drink freely from the water of life.'" If I were to analyze this statement, I would say this simply means that God has given its creation the ability to align its thoughts, emotions, and actions in accordance with law, and that at any time one has the freedom to choose to accept reality and truth as it really is. The Spirit is God, or an understanding of the law, and the bride is the individual making that choice. God does not pick and choose who to pay attention to according to how much they pray or beg. God will respond to all thought, emotion, and action that takes place within reality regardless of behavior. God does not need the acknowledgement, approval, or acceptance of any of its own creation. God is simply the conscious spirit that is experiencing the physical reality of its creation. And to pray are thoughts, emotions, and actions that are created from mind and body that cause a physical manifestation in reality. There are two ways the mind operates. There is the subconscious, or the subjective reality, that is an interpersonal experience that can only be proven by having the experience and is dictated by thought and emotion. And there is the state of consciousness, or the objective reality, that can be seen, felt, and experienced in the physical realm and is dictated by action. The subconscious, or thought and emotion, will always operate before the consciousness or the action. This is a creative process. This is how God created all that exists now. This is how all of creation continues to exist today and will continue to create into the future through eternity. Human beings have the ability to manifest physical results by aligning their thoughts, emotions, and actions within themselves. This will affect reality no matter if it is intentional or not. It can happen even when you are completely unaware of how reality works as a system. All thought is a creative force and is the jumping off point that starts the chain reaction that leads into the emotional intelligence and eventually into the physical realm. When a thought is conceived, it is formed in a limitless expanse of the non-physical. Once the thought is fully formed, it moves into the part of our bodies that can feel an emotional response from how this thought makes us feel about it. There is a level of visualization that takes place, and depending on how practiced one is in visualization, is how clear that emotion will be. Once the thought and emotion are fully formulated and operating in sync with each other, reality cannot help but respond by creating a physical reaction, no matter if that reaction is a negative or a positive one. This is where the free will of the individual has the power. Negative behavior will create negative reactions. Positive behavior will create positive reactions. This is cause and effect. Law is objective as this cannot be changed. Experience is subjective because this is spirit having a physical experience. We are unable to create law as these are already basic principles that operate within reality. We only have the ability to discover them and make use of them. Our thoughts, emotions, and actions are reflections of the fraction of the spirit within us. When our thoughts, emotions, and actions are all negative, this will create a life where all manifestation is negative in response. When our thoughts and emotions are ruled by fear, this will only ever manifest confusion, doubt, self-hate, conflict, denial, and delusion. And worst of all, slavery. When our thoughts, emotions, and actions are positive, this will create a life built around love, truth, and freedom. There is no trying. There is only doing. Thought and emotion mean nothing if action is not the ending conclusion to this creating process. So practice with care. This being said, there must always be adversary within one's own experiences so that they can learn how to create a life built with love, truth, and freedom. There is no light without the darkness. The key to creating is through the mind and working with law. The mind creates all and operates in accordance to law, no matter what. We are all fractions of the spirit that play temporary roles in the physical realm. Spirit has dropped parts of itself into our physical bodies as to have experiences and learn from this form of expression. Because we have never fully grasped this about reality, we have remained ignorant and have misused the law, which in this behavior has created hell on earth. We turned away from our inner voice and are now paying the consequences of it. Jesus said, "It is done unto you as you believe." This statement is really just saying that belief as a concept is subjective, and when you believe something rather than know something, the only result you will receive is the result of suffering and ultimately slavery. Spirit is with us always, and always works through our thoughts, emotions, and actions. When we use this formula with negative intention, the negative results will occur. Using this formula with positive intentions will result in positive results. It really is just that simple. This is not mystical information. It has only been occulted by the ruling parasite class in hopes that it will be forgotten by us forever. This only means we must stay true to the law to ensure that this information remains in the world and remains within us and in the hands of the everyday people. We have a limitless amount of creative power. Our fractions of spirit have no boundaries because spirit has no boundaries. Using the power of thought, emotion, and action will create physical manifestation in the physical realm. When people have a thought, they are dealing with the instinct of creative intuition. And when this thought matures, it manifests into an objective truth in physical reality. This mechanism of law operates regardless of whether the individual is even acknowledging it. Ignorance of it or denial of it will not change the ending results or excuse anyone from their actions, no matter if the result is a negative or a positive one. Physical reality will be affected by it regardless. This process is navigated by you and only you. No matter how conditions change in the universe, throughout any culture, race, belief structure, or planet, there must always be will, care, and truth, which is the same thing as thought, emotion, and action, for physical reality to exist. Spirit has no limits, so however we choose to take this reality on matters. People will always benefit from accepting truth over fantasy. But the experience in the physical is a subjective one, even when the law is objective and will operate always in the same way around the experience being had. It is all about what choices are made and how we take it in, accept it, and grow from it. All invention, art, and literature are all tools of education that has been gleaned from the highest self that is connecting to spirit and to the law. Spirit will never give us more than we can take at any given time, because it understands that we are developing into our most authentic selves, and that this process must be at the pace we, in the physical expression of spirit, can take it in. When we are ready for something new or something more complicated, spirit responds by putting it into our paths. This process can occur through one lifetime or through several. There is no time limit to full spiritual development. This is an absurd notion to God. Spirit is operated by love, so it will teach us however gently is currently required. God's very nature is to give, and the physical expression of spirit is to receive. People tend to want to look too far into the depths of the universe for spiritual truth. But the reality of it is that you never have to look much farther than your own personal environment. You should never have to look further than yourself. If we just let go, we will be surrounded by it, because this is the natural state that spirit wants to be in. Spirit embodies all of creation, and it is just a matter of how much we filter the understanding of that fact. It doesn't matter in what form truth takes, as long as it is the truth that is thought, felt, and acted upon. The law is a fixed mechanical network of tools that are used to conduct reality, and depending on how well we use those tools is how strong the impact will be in its end result. This is a responsibility to be trusted with. To misuse this information is what leads us down the paths to slavery. Even though the inspiration all comes from the same source, different expressions of spirit will take in the truth in all different and unique ways. It does not matter if it is a scientist discovering a new branch of physical reality, or an artist pulling from their inner selves to cover a new canvas, or a teacher of spirituality instructing on faith. If we have any definition on what diversity is, it should be how spirit brings us truth. Each expression is going to embrace truth only how it should, because this is the path that spirit wants to take. God's laws are objective in every sense. However, that being said, spirit wants to have subjective experiences. This is the element of spontaneous fun that all life craves to fill in the gaps that require joy within us. We, as the physical expression of spirit, are drawing from this spirit to develop ourselves. But in turn, spirit will also draw from us to develop itself. This may sound like an unhealthy parasitic relationship, but really this is the infinite cycle of spiritual evolution. This is the stream of consciousness. It is required for expansion of the soul. There is no beginning and no ending. There is no first and last. We have physical birth and physical death in order only to chapter our eternal experiences, while we develop into our most spiritually authentic selves. We pull inspiration from spirit. Spirit pulls inspiration from its physical expression. when people only halfway connect to spirit through half-committed activities, then there is no amount of practices that will ever lead you to this truth about reality. It is not how much you meditate or how much you practice this as a belief. It is about how well you accept truth. It is all about how you practice morality. And we need to be careful about how we go about this process of discovery. Just because we discover the truth and discover its power does not mean we have the right to misuse it to gain more over others, just because they have not reached where we are in knowledge. It should always be used to empower all of creation to become its most complete self, and not be hoarded or hidden from any who seek it. This is what the ruling parasite class actively does to the people here on Earth. And before anyone pauses in their listening here to go, all those damn blah 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 doing blah blah blah, let me make this statement very clearly. We have been divided not by that which you perceive, but by the behaviors we have enacted upon each other. The ruling parasite class are the only enemy, and they knew and continue to know how to divide and conquer us. It is mainly by removing God out of sight and out of mind. They know and use the truth of reality, God's immutable laws, to create slavery for the majority, so that they can keep all this power for themselves and do whatever they want, no matter how depraved. They think this will somehow save them if they invert truth and manifest a hell world by creating practicing, participating, secondary psychopath Satanists, just like them. The ruling parasite class has infiltrated all parts of our physical experiences, and this cuts us off from our spiritual development on a grand scale. This being said, we all have the power to find spirit and reconnect with it, no matter who or what stands in our way. There is no mystery in truth. Truth is always simple. It's fantasy that is always complicated. This is why the ruling parasite class hates truth and loves fantasy. The problem is that the truth is also harsh. While fantasy is comfortable and full of feel-good expressions of it could be real fiction. So people tend to lean towards fantasy when they don't have any factors in their environments that correct the path that leads into fantasy. It is easy to get lost, and with realizing this, it is easy to conclude that finding yourself again is complicated. People also have the tendency to only be confident within a temporary time period. Yet older, people will display an external force of confidence in themselves and their abilities. But internally, they will doubt their position. They hope it will turn out the way they want. Hope is a product of doubt. Doubt is a product of fear. Fear is the adversary that keeps us from developing spiritually and connecting to spirit. There is no limit to thought. So learning how to use it correctly is vital to maintain freedom and the protection of truth in the physical reality. We have so much misconception about reality as it actually is. that there is far too much theory that is being constructed and not nearly enough practice in how to operate it. This is again truth that is objective in the macrocosm and experience, or the physical expression, that is subjective in the microcosm. Understand, the experiences of the individual are only subjective in the sense that it is an intimate and personal journey. To the world, as it is, viewing it on the outside looking in, the experience is a subjective one because it has not yet been proven to the external viewer. However, the subject experiencing this subjective experience comes to the conclusion that this is an irrefutable objective truth. But it is not enough to know it is truth. The subject in question must act upon truth in order to maintain it for the future that comes after. Law will work this way throughout every aspect of reality. The law is a permanent staple in our reality. We can't change or remove any part of it, but we can learn how to operate it and be part of the larger whole. Now, all of this is attempting to explain reality and how the universe fits within that, and then how the creation of spirit fits within that, which is really just the microcosm within the macrocosm. Subjective experience within objective truth. There is a stepping stone progression of spirituality within the constructs of the physical realm, so that others may discover this truth. There is no sidestepping any level of progression to get to the truth. There is a formula, and one where the individual will have a very unique experience in this journey. The steps required will never change. And if one chooses to skip a step, they will never get to the ultimate goal. The universe itself will never be a divided force. It will always have that balance. Only people have the ability to express doubt, or rather, fear, of the unknown, and fracture themselves into a chaotic, unmanageable, hot mess. We have overcomplicated this information and the process. It is important to mold our thoughts, emotions, and actions to be in alignment with spirit and law. We have the very special inherent ability to be able to look at a wrong condition and use the knowledge we can gain through our personal experiences and change this wrong condition into something that operates with law, morally and ethically. This is to accept truth and apply it within the physical realm. Remember, above all else, to live in fantasy is slavery, and to live in truth is freedom. Freedom should always be the goal, but this is a choice that only the individual can make. It takes time and practice to develop the ins and outs of this process. It's not complicated or difficult to learn, but you do need to practice the skill just like any other skill, such as riding a bike without falling off. Most people are going to fall off that bike 1,000 times and then another 1,000 times before that aha moment comes, and the information collides in the way it should within your mind, heart, and body. You don't have to take this information as fact because I know that people need to experience what I have experienced in their own personal way. I say it so that this information can be taken in and in the very least be put into the consideration box in your head for further investigation. There is so much information out there in the world today, and it can be overwhelming. It takes time and practice to learn how to discern what is good information versus what is bad information. You must take in all the information from as many sources as you can, so that you can wade through the nonsense to get to the truth of the matter. This is a skill that takes time and practice to learn. You must also take the time to turn inwards and communicate with Spirit so you can really connect. Doing this will allow you to understand your rights and the principles that conduct reality. You will be free in mind and body. You will be able to steer the future as you desire. Beware, this is a two-way door. Practice with care. Everything you think, feel, and do will shape the person you turn into. Once we understand that we have this great ability to create in reality, that means that we can create all things, including love and fear, history and the future, art and knowledge. So behave with care. I would like to end this presentation of an affirmation that Ernest Holmes wrote in his book, The Science of Mind. I am a center in the divine mind, a point of God-conscious life, truth, and action. My affairs are divinely guided and guarded into right action, into correct results. Everything I do, say, and think is stimulated by the truth. There is a power in the word that I speak, because it is of the truth and it is the truth. There is a perfect, continuous right action in my life and my affairs. All belief in wrong action is dispelled, made negative. Right action alone has power, and right action is power. And power is God, the living Spirit Almighty. This Spirit animates everything that I do, say, and think. Ideas come to me daily, and these ideas are divine ideas. They direct me and sustain me without effort. I am continuously directed. I am compelled to do the right thing at the right time, to say the right word at the right time, to follow the right course at all times. All suggestion of age, poverty, limitation, or unhappiness is uprooted from my mind and cannot gain entrance to my thought. I am happy, well, and filled with perfect life. I live in the Spirit of Truth and am conscious that the Spirit of Truth lives in me. My word is the law unto its own manifestation, and will bring me or cause me to be brought to its fulfillment. There is no unbelief, no doubt, no uncertainty. I know, and I know that I know. Let every thought of doubt vanish from my mind, that I may know the truth, and the truth may make me free. Thank you to everyone who sat through this presentation, and I hope that you have been able to benefit from this work.
And there's Chris. Thank you, Sarah. That was beautiful. I think that was just such a nice balance.
Cool.
You know, we had like Chris, he's very like kind of left brain, and mine was a little bit more on the left brain side this time. And then Sarah kind of evened it out with the spirit and the more right brain emotional appeal to just took myself off there.
Yeah, no worries. And I love those affirmations at the end, and it kind of reminds me of, you know, the the flip side of the positive affirmations of Mayat, you know, and Mayat being a feminine goddess, right? So yeah, it's kind of fitting with what you just said there.
I got some cool art to share here. This is Sarah Cross art. And Sarah Cross does some beautiful sewing work too. And so I kind of want people to check out her work. If you look in the chat, I put her Substack. Sarah's a writer. And she's just been a really awesome content creator. She's been working real hard now doing a radio show on Revolution Radio, Crosstalk. And so she's been really putting in the hard work. So I'm glad to share some of her work with people. There's one image. Let me see if I can get the other one to share. Why isn't it toggling? There it is. Okay, here's the other one she gave me. She's very good with the symbolism, you know. It's kind of like the attitude, you know, that she's kind of talking about in the presentation there. The lack of care, you know.
Yeah, and what to avoid or being conditioned towards, right? You know, they're trying to condition us towards this dark care, pulling at our heartstrings and playing it like a messed up violin or something, or a harp spelled with a double A-R-P, right?
We got our Huggy Wuggies on, and they're spoon feeding us from the TV, right, with our dunce cap on. It's just like, so, you know, that's what we see, right? People are, because they're not inhabiting their own choices and taking on the passion of truth, then we wind up default getting programmed by all this BS around us. So yeah, that's great work. I think we're gonna do a quick song. I'm gonna put on a song by Conrad Rogas, and his song is Talking Image. I love his music. It's kind of my style, so I'll just let that play, and then we'll come back on, Derek, and we'll introduce the next speaker. Sound good? Thanks, folks in the chat. Keep up the fun work of keeping this thing exciting and keeping the communication going. Appreciate it. All right, let's get this music going. Kon, K-O-N, if you want to look him up. This is called Talking Image.
Oh, yeah.
Making my selections at random, find a nice picture that I'm in it. Now we're talking image, how the mind translates feeling. Never been the one that I envisioned. Every song I write comes out different, no one that they bought dualism. Body mind split, I come to heal that division and break the whole world out the prison. Do it by example, I chose the life of a modern day Apollo. Will you light a candle? For the image of the last one, really need a heroic standard. If I say I'm a god, it's a scandal. Made on his image, it was not a whim, you could put away the scriptures. Like a cross on your back, your image will break you unless you really live it. Am I religious? The word relic means image. I do have visions of a better existence. I love a hero like Christ, and I'll do you one better, a real heroine. You'll never hear that from inside the system. To inspire you is my self-interest. You gotta take charge of what gets imprinted. The journey of your soul really has no limits. Institutions turn you to a victim. Everyday recital, venerate the idol. We don't craft characters or write our own story. We look outside and perpetuate the cycle. You can't try to live up to it. Infinite off-limit images, I just embrace. Own it all I got, plenty so I don't fake. Tears spilled on concrete foundation. I'll still go after it, don't get it twisted. Turn off the filters, I don't like the fiction. Reality hits and it's gone in an instant. Lust after images that never existed. Shatter the image, it never earned the spot in your mind. I'm never asking to serve nobody but myself. I'm like, when will they learn that your own view is the only one to concern yourself with? Welcome to my Olympic section. We all aim for heavens, no time to read the legend. Catch a false god and do a quick dissection. I'm somewhere between Poseidon and Elroy Jetson.
Honey, where's Elroy?
Oh, he's up at the playground, dear.
Well, what took you so long?
Well, we were playing, Dad.
Playing what?
Writing messages in secret code. See?
Let me see this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was sweet.
Hell yeah.
Thanks
Hey,
so much
man.
for that, Conrad. Go ahead, Derek.
Totally. And, you know, you cannot separate the mage from the image, right? Mage, Magi, nation type of thing. So, yeah, I appreciate that type of thought-provoking, imagination evoking type of lyricism and stuff. And it kind of reminds me of a little bit of a mixture of Derek Bros, which goes by the MC name 33, and also a friend of mine from back in the day. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, just overall conscious lyrics, good vibe, and all that. So yeah, right on, Conrad.
Yeah, and so next we get to hear Conrad's awesome presentation. I'm really looking forward to the Sonic Divorce. You want to introduce that for us, Derek?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, Conrad, if you don't know, he's got, according to him, you know, the most hardcore news channel in the world via This Week in Tyranny on a weekly basis. You can check that out and confirm that for yourselves and whatever the hell. And he runs a website called truthandlaw.com. And he's specializing in quite a lot of things, and he's overcome quite a lot of adversities as well in regards to being kind of like a recovering addict and a street criminal, which he flipped the script and becoming more of a streetwise spiritual individual, right? So, and yeah, he had a life that was going to be a lot more lyrical, but kind of got sidetracked with the auto accident. He kind of mentioned that in recent episodes on his channel. But yeah, he is a freelance journalist, researcher, and teacher for love and healing and self-mastery for the freedom of each individual. So yeah, he specializes in symbolism, the occult, and just the daily social and worldly unravelings of, you know, the psyops and whatever else is going on in this world. So it's cool to have folks like him on the front lines, willing to, you know, go into some of this mundane first veil geopolitical bullshit and kind of have more of that esoteric perspective behind things. So yeah, looking forward to this. He is going to be speaking about music. Yeah, speaking about that good old speaking to the masculine, because he's done quite a few videos in the past regarding this, and actually had a cool conversation with him in regards to like American football and stuff, and like, hey, you know, guys, you know, too much, you know, bread and circus over there. What's going on? Y'all are hella strong. We could use you on the force. You know what I mean? Like rebel force, not this, you know, distractive stuff. But anyway, so his presentation is called The Sonic Divorce: Man's Estrangement from Music. And this is going to be really interesting, especially trailing off of a conversation I recently had with Sarah Cross on Crosstalk. A great presentation, Sarah, by the way. And in regards to like the beats and rhymes, you know, you have the beats, kind of like the feminine, and the rhymes, the lyrical, intellectual, the masculine. So how can we find that balance? And with men, especially, you know, throughout the generations, we've been kind of malignant to being able to feel into that sacred feminine more within ourselves, those, you know, archetypal aspects and all this stuff, right? So looking forward to this. Thank you so much, Conrad, for your great contribution musically and lyrically, spiritually, and all that good stuff. So thanks, and everyone out there
Hello,
watching.
everyone. Welcome. I'm here to talk to you about the importance of sound in the quest for freedom. Nature has a musical aspect to it, and we have been separated from it. We've become separated, and so the key to experiencing a state of freedom or reconnecting with nature lies in the world of music, of sound, rhythm, harmony, and timing. My name is Conrad Rogas, and my presentation today is called The Sonic Divorce. And it calls for a reunion. It calls for a musical, sacred marriage. There's an intimate connection between music and authentic free living. It's freedom, justice, and all the principles of nature. All of them are objective, but they are subjective as well, in the sense that there's a profound personal connection to this world that is unique to each individual. And leading up to today, I've actually been really conflicted, wondering if I've done it all the right way and if I'll be understood in trying to convey what I'm trying to convey, since the message seems to really overlap with the messenger. And anyway, music is the bridge that connects those two worlds. So, as I make that claim, I thought, well, I should back it up by putting my own neck out there and playing my own music for you. And I wanted to start out with a song right away, but then I thought either it's going to break the ice and I'll grab your attention early and that's all good, but also I could turn people off and be misinterpreted, you know? And that's a risk I'm willing to take. So here's a minute or two from my song, Hard Labor. Gotta pay the cost, no tick. Wick, this hard labor and I'm kicked. Never fit in with the crowd or got into politic. You can tell I'm built different. Trust me, it'll be a sequence of events if you touch me. Even when the women do it love. I've been eye to eye with great people, but you would be mistaken if you put another one above. Looking in the mirror, I don't recognize what happened. How I end up in the realm of the lost, so tragic. Yeah, we're all one in a sense, but where I come from ain't none like the rest. Ready for the moment, I can go out like a hero in a blaze of glory or on a cross torch. I ain't come here fuck around, be on posters. Far from the stars, I don't wanna get close. I'm not that good with talking about my feelings, but my thoughts I can make you feel it. I used to live in a vacuum, bring the bags, I seal them. Bring me all the packs, I seal them. Hey, hermetically sealed off, death on hold, my EMF field off. Airplane mode, I flow telepathic. Another close call, it's a habit. Feelings I can make you catch. When you see me at nighttime, I could be connected to my environment. Hard to separate what's worth living and dying in. Any order that's man-made, I'm defying. Hard labor, I came here to modify the system. Take them down if they ain't listening. Straight demolition, from young, everything resistant. Good times, I don't really miss them. Gotta pay the cost, no tick. Wick, this hard labor and I'm kicked. Never fit in with the crowd or got into politics. You can tell. My only credentials that demonstrate my expertise in the topic, it's just my life experience and my love for music, both creating it and listening to it. And as you can see, my flavor of music is rap, which has just about as bad of a rap or connotation as the word anarchy, right? But what is rap actually? You know what I actually do? I rant, I chant, I do poetry to the tune of unrelenting drum rhythms mixed with all sorts of nocturnal melodies. And my subject matter is reality, but it's also romanticism. It's a truthful look at myself as well as analyzing the world around me, but also it's an emotion-filled testimony to the world that I want to live in, not just the world that I live in. And that's rap music to me. And to coincide with this presentation, I'm going to be releasing 5 songs exclusively to commemorate the FUNL conference. I'm not doing a presentation to promote my music, but I wanted to offer that to the conference because I'm very proud to be here. So you just heard one of those 5. It's going to be on my website, which is truthandlaw.com. And from there, I'm very easy to get in contact with. So now that we've got that out of the way, I'd like to begin by saying thank you to the FUNL organizers. Thank you to everybody who's involved in making it happen. And thank you to all the presenters who I am proud and happy to share the stage with. And really, that's where the presentation begins, because without the speakers, there is no show. And this is the whole point. This is what the world feels like to me in 2025. The sonic divorce, man's estrangement from nature's music. Estrangement is a reduction or cutting off of communication between people who were formerly close. In this case, man and nature. This is what we are all here to heal. It's the division from nature, from her gifts, freedom, her law, natural law, and her music. And to me, it's a relationship. It's give and take. It requires communication. And we have long now been living in a broken home. And more than what that looks or feels like, I'm going to attempt to bring attention to what it sounds like. And this is how it sounds like to me. It's a silent world where every venue and every instrument is here available for us to make concerts, but there's no artist to play the music. There's no one, and there's also no one filling the auditorium to hear it. And thus we've got the breakdown in communication. We have infinite information in the world, but we don't have the kind of communication that truly moves a person to make them want to take action and go into a single place to celebrate a shared idea and exchange information. And what results is a fracture, hence the title of my presentation, The Sonic Divorce. So the stage is set in the world for a transcendent, unforgettable experience, but the stage is dim. It's just like this. It's dim and hollow because it's missing the people. And I'll be presenting my claim that no other form of communication in the world is as connective as music. In other words, harmony, rhythm, and timing, they make up the main influential factor when it comes to what makes us relate to human beings and relating to our surroundings as well. It's music, and in fact, that's what connection is. Each relationship is a song, really, and that's one of the metaphors I'll expand on today. So, just the way I like my music, honest, upfront, and center, I'm going to do the same with my concepts or verses in what I'm doing today. These are the concepts that I'm going to hinge on in order to convince you of my thesis. Starting with the balance of perception in the world. Left brain, right brain. Do we see the world in a lunar, right-brained, sound-based way, or in a solar, left-brained, visual way? Next, I'll talk about the observation that music itself, it has an element of weight to it. It's corporeal, meaning it's connected to the body, to the physical world. There's a physicality to sound itself. You can feel it. Then in the middle will really be the heart of my argument, which is that timing and rhythm is the crucial element to manifesting results. Meaning that if we want love and we want freedom, we need to be tapped into a rhythm that helps us move smoothly and doesn't hold us back in a way that produces dissonance. Then I'll stress a much neglected but known fact that historically the musician was a key cultural profession, not just an entertainer in society, but a fixture in society, because the musician has the responsibility of being a teacher, a historian, a cultural interpreter. By cultural interpreter, I mean like an analyst who can make sense of current events. And then on top of all that, of course, musicians were the warriors for freedom, the actual warriors. And then finally, my conclusion is my call to action. Music inspires action, it inspires strong emotion, and that's our goal, the way I see it. This is why we're all here at the FUNL conference, to inspire care to action. But before I take you on that deep dive with me, I thought I'd break the ice. Not immigration, not ICE, but it's funny how symbolism, acronyms, green language, and all of that, all of those kinds of quirks in language, they seem to point us towards the truth about our governments and their systems of control, no matter how ICE, or DOGE, or Doji, or Dodgy they are. I thought that was funny. Etymology can tell you about a lot of it, and this is where the subjective plays into it, because you could write a book about it and you can read it after 500 years. It may not have that much significance, but as you're breaking it down in real time, you'll be pointed towards connections. Now, one word that isn't on here with the etymology is the word music, the actual word music. Music comes from the Greek muses, and the word really does not go back any further than that. To me, that's an indication of something lost. It's interesting, but regardless of that, the muses were the ancient Greek inspirational goddesses of literature, science, and the arts. And the number of them varies. 9 is the commonly accepted number. There were 9 muses, with alternative research saying that there were only 3. I think there are 9, and I think the 9 muses are actually the 8 notes of the octave. But the 8th note in an octave is also the first note of the second octave. So in an octave, there are actually 7 notes. There are 7 different resonances, with the number 8 being a mirror image of the number 1. It's like an infinity sign. If you take a circle and replicate it, it is like taking a mirror image of one half of that infinity sign. So 8 is really a mirror image of the number 1, and the number 9 is really a mirror image of the digit 0. And so, something that those of you familiar with gematria should recognize, but those details are really outside of the scope of that presentation. But it's worth mentioning, as I'll be talking about that in the future, but more about the octave relationship and the number 7 will be in the next slide. Here, starting with sons and sens. Sound, the word sound comes from the Latin word sonus. That's where we get the word sonic. Sonic means relating to sound. Resonance, dissonance, all these words that have to do with vibrations. And the core of it is literally son, S-O-N. The word son means offspring or source. It means source. Like father, like son. Think of like concentric circles, and a son would be the outer circle of that inner circle, the father, the one that came before it. Now, when you talk about what actually sound is, the etymology kind of gets circular. Like, what the word sound, where do we get it? Sound is sound. But what sound actually is, in describing it, not just its definition, it's the tangible effect of an event occurring. Think about like echolocation and a drop of water causing ripples in the sea. That's what sound is. It's the effects of an action taken. And S-E-N is now a different word, but it's really not different. Sound is one of the 5 senses. Sense comes from the Latin sentire, meaning to feel. This foreshadows the physical aspect of sound that I'll talk about. But when you talk about these S-E-N words, a consensus here, it's a dominant feeling. It's something that everybody feels. But sensory does not just mean feeling, it also means perception. When you S-E-N-S-E, sense something, you're perceiving an incoming signal. So S-E-N is referring to perception, while S-O-N is referring to the source or the origin of that signal. But the two of those, they go together and signify the law of cause and effect. This is the way the universe is fractal. So if we want our actions to reverberate, we have to receive and transmit the right kind of signal. And then it reverberates. So we go to reverberate with the root word verb, which means word literally, but it also means sound. And a verb is also an action word. A verb is an action word. It's action taken. And it's the same thing as we just talked about. Sounds are consequences of actions taken. And then if we pull on that string a little bit, it takes us to vowels and consonants, which is interesting, the way that vowels are formed by the vocal cords only. They're like openings of the mouth. And consonants are formed through friction and contact of the mouth. And there's that interplay of S-O-N and S-E-N. Again, it's cause and effect. It's the actual event or collision that created the noise, and then the interaction of the sound with the physical world. A vowel, a vocal or vowel is an action, or it's an act of will, and then you get the word volition, V-O-L. V-O-L also means to turn, interestingly, to turn like a wheel. Evolution, revolution. A revolution is a turning of the wheel. And there's a lot more to it. I don't want to spend too much time on the etymology because you can dig and find so much more. But speaking of the wheel, here it is, okay? It's time to get into the heart of the presentation, and it's also the dreaded moment when I pull out the wheel. Still, it's the point at which the conversation comes back to earth, but I laugh because usually when I draw the wheel and start talking about the origins of the universe, I start to lose people. And I'll do my best to be concise here with the wheel. You know, I've investigated the mechanisms and workings of the universe as my personal passion and hobby for like 10-15 years now. Intermittently, of course, you know. But essentially, as soon as I became a teenager, I've pursued this with a wonder and curiosity. And I've learned a lot. I keep learning a lot. One of the foundational axioms that I've learned, that I hold to, it's that time is both circular and linear. It's both. And space is actually the same. Things are actually separate from one another in space, yet it is all part of a living system. And there absolutely is quantum entanglement, there's synchronicity, there are all these connections. We are all separate, but we are all one. Both of these things are true. And in that world, somehow astrology works with the whole zodiac wheel. We live in a world where we have the zodiac wheel, and your name and your birthday and the time and place that you were born, it somehow all synchronizes with a general pattern that applies unfailingly. It just happens to apply. How can that be? And why does it work? More importantly, and what does it have to do with music? So, the fractal nature of the universe is due to it following the same law across all scales. All representations of the universe, they follow the same law. They're juxtaposed on top of each other. And the circle is the shape through which we currently make sense of it. And this is why it is such a all-encompassing symbol, omnipresent seemingly. Now, this circle, each individual quality or frequency of life, each soul to speak, or each essence, it has its own place on the outside of that wheel, its own angle. If you think about the 360 degrees in a circle, there's only 1 degree out of the 360 at which that angle aligns fully. Because this isn't just a circle, it's a rolling wheel. It's a rolling wheel of time. If you can see the actual mechanics playing out, this is the way it works. And as it rolls, it leaves a trail. And that trail is objective, and it is linear time. Linear time is irreversible. It's very real. That's not to say there could never be time travel. But once something is done, you cannot undo it. This is that kind of... Again, this coincides with the Hermetic principles. Once something happens, it's happened, and it is linear. But of course, along that line, since it's the same wheel rolling and rolling again and again, there's a pattern, because the same degrees, the same angles will repeat. And this way we find the golden ratio and the Fibonacci spiral in nature. The spiral is a combination of circular and upward forward motion. And this is where we get the spiral in all these natural, anywhere in nature. And that's also where you get the shape of the bell from, and the cone, which amplifies sound. So each degree on this wheel has its own turn, so to speak, to manifest fully. And it has times that are worse or better, or almost impossible to manifest during. Action is never really impossible in the world. But the cycle of nature, or the turning of the wheel, it determines how easy or difficult it is. And that is why it seems like sometimes you can do no wrong, and it seems like sometimes you can't do something no matter how hard you try. And if you're still with me, this is like the beat of a song. Each note has a uniqueness in its placement. It can never really be repeated. It's played its part, but there's a similarity in its sound, one note to another, and there's this repetition in music. Now, what are these 4 wheels at the bottom? Those, I've taken them directly from the work of Robert Edward Grant. This is from his course, Language of Light. One of the things that course focuses on is this idea of counting on a wheel as opposed to the way we count, which is on a straight line. So we start with 0, and the wheel of the universe turns. And you can picture this making a full 360 degree turn, and that is 1 turn. Okay, that is the number 1. But those angles I talked about, those frequencies, it's the actual decimal value that actually determines the frequency. So if you take a look at this like the year, like a zodiac wheel where you have the whole year on the calendar, it would be the same way if you're born like me, 2296, February 2nd, you're the same zodiac sign as somebody born February 2nd, 1999, even though it's 3 years later, but it's the same day. You may have noticed that this wheel has a heptagon inscribed within it, meaning it's split into 7. That's that shape on the inside. We talked about the number 7 on the last slide, and here it is now. This is the octave. And now, I know octave means 8, but it's actually 7 notes, and you see those notes here. These are the actual notes of the musical octave. We begin with C usually, C, D, E, F, G, back to A, then B, 7 letters. And then it goes back to C, and that is the beginning of the next octave. And the octave relationship has been called the basic miracle of music. And the miracle is in the ratios and the relationships between the notes and how they sound to us. So a given note, like the A note of a higher octave, is going to be exactly double the frequency of the octave below it. But yet it sounds the same to us. It makes the same sound in relation to the other notes. And this is really kind of a wonder, a mystery of science. It's been observed in adults, infants, and even other mammals. And again, mainstream science doesn't have a great explanation for that, why that is the case. Well, music just confirms this idea of this universal wheel turning with each unique cycle. The same kind of stories will be told, but it is a unique sound each time because of the spiral nature of everything. It's like no two snowflakes are alike, but it will always be a familiar. And this is why the saying, there's nothing new under the sun. It's true. And here's something fun. Each movement from one note to the next on that heptagon, it's 1/7. And 1/7 is, the decimal is 0.1428. 0.14 should be familiar. It's because 3.14 is pi. But 1/7 is actually 51.4 degrees. It's another addition to the mystique of the number 51, which I've talked about often. But that's a song for another presentation. But when you take that 1/7 and you go up one octave, say 0.14, turn the wheel 1.14, 2.14, turn it again, you get 3.14, which is pi, or 22/7. 22/7 is the Archimedean pi. Now, why focus on the decimal and not the whole number? Well, when we think about sound, the sound of a note, it just means its relative position on the wheel. It's the decimal that matters. It's like 9 a.m., again, looking at it like a clock, 9 a.m. 2 weeks ago would be similar to 9 a.m. today, but it would be completely different from 2 a.m. on the same day. In mainstream mathematics, this would mean nothing. And I think that's one of the reasons the sonic divorce has taken place, because it's too easy to drift away from noticing and appreciating the connections and relations in the universe. So 3 turns plus 51 degrees, we get that transcendent number 3.14. Why is it relevant? It's especially relevant when it comes to the circle in mathematics, because it's the relationship of a circle's circumference to its diameter, right? And in my view, that's the relationship between space and time. 3 turns plus 1 note, it's like the 3 spatial dimensions plus time. This is the 3D, 4D world we live in. And here we are at the FUNL conference. There were 3 of them, and now here's the 4th. But let me reel it all in. What does this tell us about music and how it relates to our freedom and well-being? Well, everyone is a unique note or sound or frequency. In music, there's no such thing as a superior or inferior sound. There's no better or worse note to play. It's when to play that note and how to play it. It's all a combination lock. The universe is like a combination lock, and timing is the key to opening it. And the octave relationship is showing us that that's what it's all about. It's about ratios. It's about relationships. It's about harmony, connections. When I decided that I wanted to make music the topic of my presentation here about 2 months ago, it wasn't to share my findings related to fascination about number codes and patterns of the universe. It was just to share with you what I've learned is the key in life, and it's timing. And you can observe sometimes everything goes your way and you can do no wrong, but other times it's like no matter how much you desire something and how hard you drive for it, you get nowhere close. You could be working a dead-end job for 10 years with no prospect of change, but then you meet someone one day and they follow a hunch about you for any reason, and through that partnership your life could change just like that. And that's just a very brief surface level example, because there are actually so many of these types of stories. It's just another instance of timing. And again, life is a combination lock, and time and place is the key. And that comes to us in so many ways. Being in the zone, the flow state, confidence, muscle memory, charisma, that kind of magnetic personality, having an aura, having a presence. When you're prepared to the point of being an autopilot, just in the zone and simply just being present in the moment, what all of those truly are, it's all music. It's all being in connection with a certain rhythm, a certain cadence where you take a step and it just, you don't have to think about being in the right place. You know you're there. And it just seems so light-footed and effortless. We don't always hear it with our ears, but there's always a soundtrack in nature. There's a soundtrack to every step and breath you take on this earth. And whether we know it or not, favorable outcomes come to us when our steps harmonize with that universal wheel, in other words, with nature's music. And before I say another word about it all, I want you to hear what I mean. I'm going to play the title sequence from a 1960 movie called Beat Girl. And I happened to find this one day, and really this is the thing that inspired me to do this presentation. This is when I said, that's it. This is it. So let's hear it. This is the sound of rebellion. To me, it's the sound of freedom. And maybe not to everyone, and it's not that we all should agree. There's no type that everyone finds attractive. There's no type of music that everyone likes. But for me, this is it. It has the X factor, that scene. The instruments, the dancing, the look in the eyes. It's like communication without a word. Yes, it's just a teenage party, right? It's hardly a natural law presentation. It's just a college teenage party, but it's a celebration of life in a way that makes it feel like a heroic mission. And because it is heroic to truly enjoy yourself and express yourself. And see, it's not just the music, but that soundtrack provides the environment for such a timing where intense, free, and unapologetic enjoyment could take place. We've been divorced from this, the way I see it. The way I see it, everything that feels right is the things that feel right to people, especially young people, but everyone's fallen into this. The things we resonate with are the kind of things that build the prison around us. The most popular music, the popular movies, all of those things that feel fun, they're those things that actually are tightening the shackles and building the walls around us. And it's been constructed that way intentionally, of course. And this is why we need a sound. We need something like this. We need this underground sound that has this kind of vibe and aura that connects us. It's It needs to be a vocal and sonic presence that makes you want to be there. See, enjoyment is a huge part of freedom in my view. In my personal view, we're not going to bring freedom and morality to the world until we make it fun. And, you know, people used to say, feel the groove. A groove is like an indentation, right? A groove is like the grooves in a tire. And again, you have the wheel again. And then when it falls into place and hits that groove, that's when you just feel it. And people want to be around that kind of an energy that matches their own. It matches their groove, right? That's what it's all about. A shared groove, so that they can experience their journey through time together. Because, again, what is music? Sound, they're the effects of an action taken through time. It's very much intimately connected to time. So, as we're kind of thrown onto this roller coaster of life, we want to find someone where we can be there at the same time together. And that comes from having the same groove or energy. And if you've made it this far, you've survived the wheel. Okay, the trial is over and we can have some fun with the presentation now and relax a little bit, right? No more talking about the wheel. What could be more fun than a wheel anyway? Of course, two wheels, namely the sun and moon. No, not really, but in essence, yes. I'm using solar and lunar really as symbols here to bring attention to the imbalanced way that we perceive reality. This is the left and right hemispheres of the brain. It's our innate polarity, and you'll see that polarity reflected through any lens that you choose to view the world through. You're going to see this polarity. We live in a left brain dominant solar world. We live in a solar world. It's not a patriarchy, but the reason the word patriarchy applies is because it's this solar world. It's just the way it is, which means we live in a light dominant world, increasingly so. It's continuing to increase. Generation by generation, the visual aspect seems to be more important. Everything is now about the look. Seeing is believing, right? And if seeing with our eyes isn't enough, then we can magnify our eyes to see really, really, really small, and we call it a microscope. We can, of course, discover technologies to see the things that we can't see, to increase our visual powers. It's all very solar, the way we do things, conquering nature as opposed to interacting with it and being in a symbiotic relationship with it. Now the sun, of course, gives us daylight, and this is when every morning we leave the bed and we spring into action, right? And we work. But what kind of work do people do? There are a million jobs or careers out there, or studies that people can do in the daytime. But, and albeit I am generalizing a bit, I think you can essentially sum them all up by saying, what we do in the daylight, we do what needs to be done. It's necessity based. That's what we pay money for, right? We pay money for necessities and needs to be taken care of. And I say that to make the point that it is a materialistic way to live. It's very objective. It's very matter of fact. Now, compare that, contrast it with what happens when the sun goes down and the moon comes out. The pace of the entire world slows down. The emotions seem to awaken. We see less, but we feel more. How many times has that happened to you where you've told someone something at night and then you think about it the next day and you're like, man, I never ever would have said something like that. What got into me? There's something about that moonlight. And we absolutely do not do what needs to be done. Quite the opposite. It's all subjective at nighttime. We're so concerned about our personal wants, wishes, and more open-ended endeavors that are motivated not so much by a set goal, but by the pursuit of experiences and exploration, right? Dreams. You know, mainstream academic solar thinking doesn't even have a great explanation for why we even have dreams. Why do we have them? It's not a biological accident. When you fall asleep with your headphones in and you hear something that wakes you up, you know, you were clearly aware when you were sleeping. You heard that and it woke you up. It's just a different realm you go into. It's very real. And it's, of course, neglected in the way we see this in a very solar way. But the nighttime, it's when creativity comes out. And that's when rulership over the earth, seems to give way just a little bit. And you can see that in the light of the moon. It's not as perfect and overbearing. It has the spots. The moon phases itself. It shows you that it is not as indestructible as the sun, so to speak. It's not as dominant. But there is a strength to the lunar aspect. It's just not the kind that is seen. It's the kind that is felt. And not only felt within us, but like felt on the face of the earth. The earth feels it. The moon is linked with the tides of the seas getting higher. Now, gravity is kind of a different conversation, whether or not that controls the tides and how the moon controls the tides. But the observation remains that the moon seems to control the tides. You know, I went to Florida last October, and it made quite the impression on me how much more dangerous the sea seemed to me at nighttime, where you couldn't really see anything. It was really something. It was really intense. I thought the waves became more intense at night. I found later that that was not actually the case. It was not the size of the waves that increased, but the sound of them. They actually get louder. The waves actually get louder at night. But it's not just because there's less surrounding noise, so you hear more of the water. It's not a relative louder volume. It has to do with temperature and sound waves refracting back towards the surface of the water because of the differences in temperature. And but here's where sound plays into it, because sound itself, it has qualities of weight and mass. There's a physicality to it, to music. Loud noise actually moves object. It breaks mirrors. Bass rattles the walls. You know, different frequencies of sound can actually make you feel sick. The police, these militarized police groups, they have these, they have these riot control systems like sonic nausea and LRAD, long-range acoustic devices, where they launch a sound cannon at you and make people just feel sick and feel terrible and nauseous. There's a physicality that could be imposed through sound waves. When we hear a song or we hear anything, we say it's moving, right? When it's emotional. It's not just a figure of speech to say that it makes you feel emotion. There is actual movement there. It is actually moving. When we do say things move us. When something is meaningful, we say it's deep. This is another water word, right? The depths of something. And this is the overlap here between the moon, sound, and water. Feelings and emotions, they're all liquids. There are 3 states of consciousness that match the 3 states of matter. So thought is gas, emotion is liquid, and then action is solid. And sound, therefore, being liquid, it's the bridge between thought and action. Emotions are that middle ground. Again, guys, it's inspiring care to action. What inspires care to action more than a speech, a battle cry, or the cry of a child, right? That's just about the most universally inspiring thing, moving thing to people, right? Or a song, right? A song does that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we should abandon or undercut the solar worldview. I'm not saying that emotions should rule the world and that objective thought should be second place in what motivates our actions. That would actually be good. Not that we have that anyway. We don't have objectivity being front and center. But we don't have true subjectivity either. And I'm just saying that the disappearance of inspiring music and sound, it coincides with why the world feels so detached. There's such a huge rift between what people say, what is written online, and then what is actually experienced in reality. And in my view, it is the divorce from sound that has done it. And a big part of that is just people simply can't detect a liar just by the way they sound. You know, being a charismatic speaker is one thing, but you can be charismatic and still sound insincere, which every politician does. The number one tool of evaluating the world should be actions. By their fruits you shall know them, right? Number one, actions. Appearances should be last. Looks should be the least concern. Now, ideas are the causal factors of behavior. We have no way to test, measure, or see what somebody's thinking, so we have to evaluate actions. Okay? But other than that, the second most important tool that we have through which we evaluate the world is what we call intuition. It is that important. It's second only to evaluating actions. Intuition is really a mix of emotion, feeling, but it's also a subtle physical detection. And that's what hearing is. It's an actual detection of movements. Hearing is the picking up of motions inside of a medium. That's literally what it is. And when we talk about light versus sound, this is another way that sound does something that light cannot. Light waves are transverse waves, which means they're transverse, and sound waves are longitudinal, in other words, standing waves. Light waves are horizontal, they're transverse, which means the light requires a direct line of sight. It's very straight. Sound is more wave-like, circular, and it dissipates. And that's why I put the double slit experiment here. The solar-lunar worldview balance, it is the wave-particle duality. It's both. And you can set up the experiment and test that and see it with your own eyes like we did. It was a very solar thing to do. Or you can study the relationships between all things in the universe and find the underlying connections like I'm doing in this presentation. And they saw when they did the experiment, it is both. It is a wave and it is a particle. In fact, it's the one that you're not expecting. Again, this is the interplay. The universe is a dynamic, living entity. And light and sound are not opposites. They're not. They're the same universal force, just a different form of it. And light slices its way through a medium, like air, like water. It cuts through it. But sound, it actually travels through the medium and deforms it. It changes its shape. It actually affects the shape of the medium and distorts it. It bends the actual air or water it travels through. Sound actually does that, and that's why sound cannot travel in a vacuum. It's actually impossible to hear in a vacuum. Think about that. Like, it's crazy. No matter how loud the sound is, if there is no medium, if there's no actual connection, no connecting thing connecting those two things, then no sound is heard. And when you think about things this way, that's natural law. It's this invisible thing, like oxygen, like water. There's a universal medium connecting everyone and everything. Every thought, every action, it reverberates. It's heard. And there is no vacuum in nature. Nature does not form a vacuum. There's no place to hide. And if you contemplate this, I hope you will see that music is so much more than just another quirk, some fun pastime. It's a testimony to truth itself. It's a manifesto of an irreplaceable, priceless, conscious being. And I think that's as much as I can say about sound without starting to get circular. And manifesto of my own that has to do with nighttime and the moonlight. It is my favorite song that I ever did to this day. It's really the only song out of the 100 that I made that I really, really like. And I'll play it because it relates here. And it is also a bit of a love song, so why not? I record this, it's a pre-recorded presentation on Valentine's Day. So might as well. Let's go for it.
I see life different, authentic, so magnetic. I'm out for connection. The world seems fake, but life is just so damn alive. This is no depression. If I'm cryptic, it's for your own protection, no secrets. I can tell you about the hidden message. A master teacher, don't want you on your knee. How you gonna fly unless you wanna touch the heaven? Eye to eye, sightseeing, and I want your reflection. I want the wonder and amazement. All of it, I wanna be the cause of Renaissance phrase. Can I be an inspiration? Will you indulge my fantasy? The world is ours, let's take it. You know how long I waited. How do you think the universe was created? It had to be mutual adoration. But I know where the ego lives, just like the ghetto. I never really left it. I know damn well where anxiety and stress is. Teacher and a student, I still repeat the lesson. And the further that you are on your progression, the more hurts to go back where you first stepped. The beauty
As we
lies in
get
natural.
to the end of this presentation, let's talk about the oral tradition. Oral tradition is very important, and guys, we cannot spell moral without oral. All right, so it's very important. This is for all my speakers and those awakening their voice who will speak in the future. I want to highlight the link between musician and modern day freedom fighter or natural law content creator. Guys, this is why there's so many of us. I'm talking to a bunch of musicians, you know, the other presenters that are here, and likely the people listening as well. It's just the way it seems to be. And while this information, it is for everyone, specifically it's for the inner circle. And this is who needs to hear who I personally need to hear it the most. Like, we need each other's help in this movement. It's not just supposed to be another video, another drop in the ocean, or a tree that falls in the forest and no one hears it. I intend this presentation to be like the first domino to set a chain of events into motion. That is what I endeavor to do. And in order for that to happen, people need to remember their historical calling. We have a whole historical tradition and basis for what we do here as natural law content creators. There's a thousands of years old tradition of musician that involved much, much more than just singing and dancing. It involved preserving the cultural medium, maintaining the connection between people, their history, and their way of life. This is who we are, guys. It's really just a forgotten, really not royal, but truly elite lineage. Not by blood, but by craft. We are connected by our craft, what we choose to do. This natural community is cut from that cloth, right here, from this cloth. The Feely in Ireland. It is said that these are the descendants of the Druids. The Feely, about them, praise poetry, satire, and the legitimization of land ownership were only a few of the arrows in the quiver of the multi-talented Feely. They had to be a master of Cuivna, that's how you say it in Gaelic. Cuivna, which involved historical knowledge, advanced memory skills, and the construction of genealogy. Even though they were typically employed by a single ruling family, they were one of the few people in society that had freedom of movement, which allowed them to travel freely between kingdoms. In other words, they kind of transcended the master-slave dynamic of the time because their craft made them nearly magical in what they could do, because their ability was not just in entertaining people or connecting to them, but it is deep in the amount of information they held and the way they communicated that information. And while you had an absolute monarch in those times, the Feely, just like with the Druids and these mystery traditions through time, their level of information and their ability to communicate it, their understanding of principles, it made them transcend even the slavery dynamic that we are in generation after generation. And this is the same for us. This is where freedom starts now. For me, is to embody that tradition and then share it with people so they can become more like us, and we can reach out to people, and then we transcend this master-slave dynamic together. Now, West Africa, totally different culture, totally different tradition, but you had the same thing, the griots. The griot is a West African troubadour historian. The griot profession is hereditary and has long been a part of West African culture. The griot's role has been traditionally to preserve the genealogies, historical narratives, and oral traditions of their people. Praise songs are also part of the griot's repertoire. The fact that they were historians, that they sing and dance, but they're also historians, and they have a historical memory of that culture, it fascinates me. The musician was always a poet and history keeper, which only makes sense if you think about it, because if you were to teach children influencing the growth of impressionable minds with great potential, you should inspire them and teach them how they can choose to be who they want to be, but without limiting them, without limiting what is possible. And then at the same time, teach them where they come from also. Like, why are you here? Why are we here in the place that we are? What did your grandparents, what did your parents think and feel? Where do you come from? What happened 500 years ago that changed the way things are now? That's for children. It's very important to them. But then it's for adults too, for your contemporaries, both young and old. They need to know what is happening right now, to comment on current events, and then do that in an inspiring way that's going to resonate with people. The musician is needed, this true musician, okay, is needed on a daily basis. And then when they are needed, the musician sings the songs of rebellion. And that takes us to inspiring care to action. And I want to finish really my presentation with these two quotes from a book that I read while preparing for this. It's really my single main reference. It's a book that I read with this in mind, that I was going to talk about music and sound. And it's from a book called Noise by Jacques Attali. Music is prophecy. Its styles and economic organization are ahead of the rest of society because it explores much faster than the material reality can the entire range of possibilities in a given code. It makes audible the new world that will gradually become visible. In other words, it has often been thought that music and art is a reflection of life, right? Art imitates life, life imitates art. They are reflections of each other, the objective and subjective. But what Attali says here is that music is actually prophecy. Music is actually ahead of the times of what will happen. In other words, it inspires the changes, the mass movements, the societal actions to be taken, and the changes, the way that wheel is going to roll. Music foretells what is going to happen. I think that's a real profound thing to take home with us. And now, so not only music in these songs that I played, I think, in my view, the podcast is the new form of music. Like, spoken word has really replaced music, I think, in the modern day. And part of this is, of course, negative. There's a negative aspect to this, that music has become so repetitive that we resonate with people talking to us more so than even like singing and expressing themselves. But on the other hand, there's a positive aspect to that there's such a need to be spoken to directly, that 2 hours of just spoken word seemingly without rhyming, we put that on to go to sleep. We put that on as our soundtrack to do things throughout the day. The modern day podcast is the new form of music, and we should approach it that way. And we should speak that prophecy to others. I don't mean to invoke like woo-woo, prophetic, overly spiritual language, but we are talking about magic, inspiring action. It is all connected. It's the physical, it's the emotional, it's the mental, absolutely. It is the spiritual. He says musician, priest, and officiant were in fact a single function among ancient peoples. That's what we were just saying. Poet laureate of power, herald of freedom. The musician is at the same time within society, which protects, purchases, and finances him, and outside it when he threatens it with his visions. Really interesting the way that kind of sums it all up. He's paid by these monarchs, right, to entertain, to sing and dance, and to even sing songs of praise, right, like the national anthems and things like that. But there's this power of rebellion that is held within to inspire people to change. And there's a lot of power, there's a lot of responsibility here. And This is what it's all about. A musician is connected to society intimately. We're all connected to this society, yet we can never be loyal to a society that has forsaken itself. So when it's time to sing the songs of rebellion. And this is where we are now. And this is who we are. It's time for us now to sing songs of love and war. And thank you very much. And that was my song. And it was 7 slides. Those were 7 slides of the octave. Now, I said it was a song, so if it was the octave, in order for me to complete the octave, I would have to go back to the title slide. But that wouldn't work because we've already done it, right? It can't just be circular. So the only way this works now, you having heard this song, the only way that's going to work is if you play the first note of your next song. It's time for your title slide now. I don't want any more grand pianos in empty auditoriums. We already had a sonic divorce. We don't need any more divorces. And don't be another sonic divorce. Be there. Be present. That's where you're needed. And thank you very much for your time.
Wow. Conrad, fantastic presentation, brother. You had my attention the whole time. I was into that. I was present within your song and the message that you conveyed there. And I agree 100% with everything that you conveyed in there. I mean, you know, we talk about movements, freedom movements, truth movements, natural law movements. But in order to have a movement, you have to have the sound or the groove, the rhythm to move to. And I think this is what greatly is lacking. So I love your call to action at the end. Just fantastic. Fantastic, man. Well done.
Yeah, great job pulling that full circle and, you know, highlighting so many important points. It's a great foundation. It's a great complement to my presentation tomorrow, which is also on the power of music. It, you know, just is so exciting, you know, to resonate, you know, with each other all day today with these presentations, and with yours, Conrad, really kind of recognizing how I, you know, I had a very similar idea, and they're very unique and different presentations, but there's this underlying truth between them. And we knew, Conrad and I had talked a little bit about that, and we're like, no worry, you know, our individual expressions will be unique, and that our work will complement each other, and it's, I can see it happening. It's very synchronistic and beautiful. So music is a force, you know, that creates, and we are we are holding like the choice right now about what music we're going to make, you know, what's our next move. It's great.
Yeah, I'd rename it Music to My Ears, because his words were vibrating big time and rolling around in my head and linking up with everything else that was said. As Derek so beautifully likes to achieve, slipping out rhymes just coming out of his sleeve. They're popping off the walls and they're hitting us all. And it's a wonderful place to be with people that are so adept lyrically. So that was a little fresh performance, because we're about to hear from Derek Bartoluccelli, the creator of Awaken Your Mind channel, which people don't know goes back more than 10 years. He's been putting out hip hop mixes infused with natural law, truth, and freedom messages all day long, all week long. Derek has been putting out just an immense amount of work in the last couple of years, especially streams running all the time. Every channel you look at, anyone that's talking about natural law, Derek's showing up. All hours of the night, he wakes up. He's been a faithful member of the One Great Work Warriors for the last 2 years. And for him working from France, that means he gets up at like 3 a.m. to join us. And he's just a warrior, a true warrior in this in this project that we're doing of the One Great Work. So I have so much thanks for Derek, and he's been helping me a lot with not only my show, the podcast, making his little cool beginning and ending mixes, but preparing for this very conference a lot of the cool little ads you've seen, and that Europa Natural Law and the fades. That's Derek's cool work. So I really appreciate Derek's work in a lot of ways, and I'm looking forward to checking out his presentation here.
Can I add real fast before you click that over that, I just want to recognize Derek as a wonderful, collaborator in dissolving the divide, and it's been solid and reliable and wonderful. So I want to thank you for that personally, and just thank you for being a really good friend and a great human, making, impressions on my own children, in very positive ways, just from floating in our world for a few days. And just want to validate the integrity and realness of who you are.
Yeah. And we've actually get to meet Derek multiple times in person, thanks to his ability to travel to us, which was incredible and fun, and got to show him, my little Endivo clubhouse here, and we had a lot of fun. So yeah. So Derek's presentation, and I think this is your first formal presentation, right? For a conference.
Yeah, it could have been a lot more formal than what it made out to. I had excuses, and I kind of ran too much. I didn't spend the quality time on what I needed to emphasize more on, and more on the caveat type of stuff. But it kind of all unravels and stuff. And I have a extended version, as I mentioned. But yeah, it's gonna throw you in a roller coaster of emotions and things like that. So yeah. Brace yourselves, and thank you for tuning in.
The two sides of AI humanity needs to know. Let's check it out.
Orbital audio architect abstract of normal anonymous obvious operative threat to the populace cyber metropolis got the prescription, but what was the cause of this outbreak? Artificial automated societies now wait. Eager retrievers, consumers, believers, the heat of destruction, disorder, dishonor, corruption, capitalized consumption, categorized circumference. You couldn't compute this data, matter of fact. What is this NASA at a master that spit it that abstract attack? Attacking your government staff, coding chemical carbonation, smoking cynical suffocation, trapped in a world of abomination. Nobody's safe when the mobs are waiting to chaos. What are they on? Artificial enhancement, intoxicated by static, the murder within the madness.
Greetings, bonjour. This is Derek Bartoluccelli. I have several platforms I'm on that I've been doing work for about a dozen years. Under the moniker Awakening Mind, I've been doing truth-infused, conscious hip-hop and other music genre mixes. Kind of like soundtracks to awakenings and expanded consciousness and that kind of stuff. And overall, just good vibes and things that we need to be concerned about and looking for solutions towards and all that good shit. I also have a solution-oriented podcast called Dissolving the Divide with Leslie Powers, actually. And I am also affiliated with groups such as the One Great Work Warriors, hosted by Chris Jansen. Not hosted by, but he's at the helm, who created that. And I'm also part of groups such as Europa Natural Law, Le Francophone Connection, with Fred Gongra, the Libercast, and some other folks in the One Great Work Network. You can also find some of my works on there because I've collaborated with a couple dozen of the content creators there. And yeah, I also have a website called nattylaw.com. It showcases some of my music mixes, and I have a music section about artists and albums that are aligned to natural law. And we go into the Hermetica and other things that touch upon these sciences of life.
I be a universal traveler, false truth unraveler.
So let's get this straight out the way. What does humanity really need to know in regards to AI? It's artificial intellect. There's no intelligence in there. There's no generative principle, all right? And that's the acronym that I'm going to be talking down upon and, just trying to hammer the idea and possible verbal practice for people to refrain from using the word or intelligence in regards to AI, and switch it with something that I'll speak from my own experience a little bit in regards to being an activated individual, having an activated intuition, if you will, as well. To really have that activated intelligence from the heart core center is what is really going to ignite the true awakening, I feel. And even sometimes it's like, you know, people are awake to what exactly? You know, like people have expanded their awareness and this and that, but are they really awakened within themselves? That's the heart of the matter that I'm going to bring forth with this. And I'm going to be speaking from experience because I've had a type of heart explosive awakening myself. It's like a frequency shift. Like the universe literally was zapped me. That's how I felt, and I was never the same since then. Okay? So as you can see, I'm in a wonderful, beautiful place. This is the Mediterranean Sea. Les amis, my friends, as the translation goes. And I won't be trying to mingle in a whole bunch of Frenchy words and stuff. And people need to know that I'm not French. I've lived here for 15 years. And you know, I still get the feeling like people are giving me these stereotypes as if, you know, I'm French and they think I'm some kind of arrogant fucking prick. Like the Merovingian. That, you know, that stingy man? Remember that guy?
Oh yes, it is true. The question is, do you know why you are here?
And why, oh why, is that three-letter word that important? Like in the movies, you know? So, yeah, I'm going to be mentioning the Matrix a little bit because it does make sense, and bringing it back to basics in regards to some of this Machina Muerte fuckery with the transhumanist AI agenda shit that they spoke about this, you know, that was like the main crux of why the Matrix was actually fucking made to begin with, you know? Remember that?
We marveled at our own magnificence as we gave birth to AI.
AI? You mean artificial intelligence?
A singular consciousness that spawned an entire race of machines.
Yeah, for folks that don't really know me all that well, that's fine. Just to let you know, I am your Americano Italiano ambassador out here in France, at your door, with raps galore, talking that natural law, holding a fucking full metal Athanor. That's a alchemical furnace.
Envelop you with development kits to help me to embellish the elements, dynamic into intelligence.
You know, as an expat, I've noticed also that people, when they learn a different language, you know, one of the first things they get to learn is like all the curse words. You know, why? You know? Just like the good old Merv, right?
I have sampled every language. French is my favorite. Fantastic language. Especially to curse with.
I got this, you know. Nom de Dieu de putain de merde, saloperie de enculer ta mère. Mais fuck that shit.
It's like wiping your ass with silk. I love it.
I don't know about all that, and I don't know who the hell has even wiped their ass with silk.
Suck my silky ass thing!
Yeah, that last part, it's like...
Saloperie de connard enculé ta mère.
I'm not a big fan of that, but, you know, to flip it towards, you know, this Matrix miasma shit, it's like, fuck the inverted feminine womb gate of the Matrix. That's what Matrix means, womb, right? And so they've been birthing this fucking, you know, these overlays in simulacra simulations of things within this reality that is fucking real. We're not living in a fucking simulation, alright? Fuck those fucking theories. Let's keep it fucking real and right. Are you righteous? Are you lying to natural law and all that shit, right? Universal morality. Oh, and by the way, doing this video was quite challenging, to say the least. Even just boiling down everything I wanted to say into 30 minutes. Yeah, with that being said, I have spent a couple years and many hours researching and making videos in regards to the whole transhumanist takeover and that kind of stuff. I'm from the Bay Area. I noticed and witnessed the fucking techie town takeover, a la Silicon Valley effect type of shit. Alright? I was disgusted for a long time. That was a catalyst for me to look into these things deeper beneath the surface, especially when you are kind of esoterically astute, if you will, and you are a student of these things, right? Esoteric, occult, hidden information, voila, it's not that complicated, right? Hello, it is quite complicated for a lot of people. I'm just talking about simple words, you know, the definition and etymology of the word occult and esoteric. And hey, guess what? It rhymes with Derek. Oh, and how is your rhetoric as well? Got to build up that grammar and all that shit, filter out the distortions, whatnot. So what is really important is to study the hidden laws of nature and the hidden and dormant aspects within ourselves as well. You know, take it to the law of correspondence, as above, so below, as the universe, so the soul, which is right here, right? And really understand that none of this machinery, AI, does not fucking possess that. And we have some of these, you know, human transhumanist enthusiasts that that literally having wet dreams over the ideas of being able to transfer their consciousness into some robotic bullshit, whatever the fuck, cybernetic, yeah, whatever, you know what I mean? So this has been, you know, stated in countless stories and dystopian fucking movies and whatever the fuck, and like, you know, like, what are we being conditioned to? Accepting and just coexisting with, exactly, and just letting things just roll the fuck out and being complicit towards. You understand how these games are being played on us, right? It's not just for fucking entertainment purposes, and people need to get the fuck over just like being conditioned to be entertained all the fucking time. Think about our ancestors. They didn't have time for that shit. They were trying to learn it and survive. And what are we doing? You know, where are the fucking real men that, you know, are gonna stave off hard times? Because weak men create hard fucking times. And we have a fuck ton of weak ass fucking men that would rather have sex with a fucking robot than an actual fucking woman. And they can't even fucking define what a woman is these days? Fuck that motherfucking bullshit. Alright? We have to anchor in and just keep the humanity as much as fucking possible. Right? Like, what the fuck? It is not that complicated. We have simple genetics as far as, you know, like gender, masculine, feminine, and even understanding the basic 101 aspects and principles of Hermeticism. Right? Cosmic law, universal law. And with that said, holy smokes, my tech is a little bit limited. I'm not going to be able to put the same amount of slides as I would because my neighbor's caught fire and I don't have all the electricity and stuff. I've been delayed for over a week with these things, so bear that in mind. I'm sorry this isn't your typical official presentation. I'm not even used to that, by the way, but I really wanted to challenge myself and do that, but here we are, and I just hope you just take these things into account and research them. Don't take my fucking word for it. They need to be confirmed elsewhere as well, right? So raise your hand if you want to see the Draco Decepticon technocratic or techno-monopolistic algorithmic transhumanist nano-cybernetic AI robot techie takeover with genetically modified humans. Anyone? You in the back, put your fucking hand the fuck down. The hell are you thinking?
Cyber sludge, mechanized slaves, social engineering, weather modification, and high frequency waves. It's like cyber sludge, mechanized slaves, social engineering, weather modification, and high frequency waves. It's like.
Oh, hey there. Let's get this word out of our vocabulary when it comes to artificial intelligence. When you break down the word, nothing artificial has proper intelligence. We're talking about the generative principle, the heart-based intelligence. You know, there needs to be a soul behind the intelligence for it, in order for it to have intelligence. So if there's any kind of inorganic entity or machinery or whatever the fuck that is void or absent of a soul, that generative principle, then guess what? It's not fucking intelligence. It's not like I'm going to be out on the streets arguing with people because, oh, you're saying artificial intelligence, don't you know, this and that. But it does bring up a good opportunity to use your art of persuasion to let them think about something in a different way and take it back to themselves and their heart's core intelligence that may be lacking within themselves, or it might not be fully fucking ignited or not at all type of shit, you know what I mean? So everyone is on different levels of wherever the fuck they're at. And I'm on a ton of levels in regards to wordplay. And just, you know, it's my way of kind of breaking down this fucking notion of artificial intelligence, like, oh, like, it's the best thing since sliced fucking bread or whatever the fuck, or, you know what I mean? And we still don't have flying cars, wow. But let's have a little word association with acronyms that start with AI, right? And it still applies to artificial intellect, you know? So follow me on this one. You know what rhymes with AI? Great lie. Artificial intellect. Amalgamated intel. Arcane ignorance. Algorithmic indecency. Android incest. Advanced imitations, amplified idiocracy, androgyny increased, announcing Ishvet, contrary to Mayat, archons inside, aggravated iconoclasts, aggressive inclusivity, assimilated insanity, automated inventions, audacious immorality, animosity insufferable, agent infliction, alien invasion, assumptive iterations, ambiguous inertia, and the 2045 project and all this stuff. Like, why are people obsessed with the fucking transhumanist bullshit, you know? It comes from a place of fucking fear. And this ties into the more controversial things in regards to off-world AI and kind of like where it originates from, and some of the technology that they've unleashed into our realm that's had it on lockdown, and it's distorted the harmonics, the mathematics, you know, like codes of creation, and it, you know, ties into the Metatronic reversals. You know, it's quote-unquote sacred geometry, even the Fibonacci, or fib of no chi. And you can take it to the clip-off or the, you know, circumcised Kabbalistic tree, which is not symmetrical, and it's like base 10 mathematics. And yeah, I was wondering why, you know, before my awakening, you know, like really, like, it hurt my soul dwelling on this, of why humans on average, whatever, you know, you hear this growing up of, we're only, you know, using like 10% of our brain, or optimally whatever the fuck, and you know, only have 2-strand DNA, and there's all this dormant stuff when we could be 12-strand. So those are like, that's another 10%. So what is up with this base 10 mathematics that's, you know, limiting our lifespan and overall kinetic energy and connection to source and our own life force energy, right? We have to take it back to like Hyperboreans, where we were all breatharian and that kind of stuff. And I've heard people say things that, you know, like, it's indicative being in a fallen time matrix when there are people consuming other life forms just to sustain their own life force energy. You know, we're supposed to have that eternal flower life lotus, you know, that self-perpetuating life force energy oscillating within us, you know, and that's like activating the heart more and more and more, right? Or like Mario West likes to say, you know, open it up wider and wider and wider still, like, for fucking real. So going back to the AI stuff, it's just becoming more prevalent in very insidious ways, and it's not what people think it is in regards to just like chat GPT and you know image generator, video generated shit, and I know it's still in the early stages and it still kind of sucks, right? Depending on what program people are fucking using, right? There's like the cheap stuff and the high grade stuff. And have you guys even asked yourselves why there's plenty of companies investing millions or billions of dollars into this tech, and they're offering certain things for free? You know what I mean? So think about that, and always keep in mind the parasitic modus operandi and how they function of them siphoning our life force energy, and they're using the simulation tactics and just kind of harvesting our ideas and stuff, and maybe twisting them or using them and this and that. You could take to Hollywood, and they have stacks of stories that they could pull from, that they took from these aspiring writers that wanted to have their writings and screenplays become a movie, and they didn't get to see the light of day yet. Those ideas are still there. Check out the interviews of Tom Althouse. I had him on with Zerlath Immortal and Mario West, actually. Yeah, we have to look at some of these equations, right? Did they take zero out of it? Zero, the sacred cosmic womb, if you will. Gununagap, it's also referenced as, or and think about that, with the world card and the tarot, possibly. And these are the things that Seth Boza has been speaking about for years. So please check out his works on Black Earth Productions. And as I mentioned briefly and alluded to, a discussion he had with Nate Max and George Kavasilis, yeah, they tied in so much together, including, the Flat Earth PSYOP, okay? And some of the distortions with the harmonics and all that shit. Including our the overlays of our chakra system and that kind of stuff. We have to break free from these seals, and so we can really have our heart open and activated, right? With that being said, I'm still very much a student, not quite a teacher. Unlike Sethicus, who I've been initiated into his school and I've benefited greatly from it, and I wish I knew about this a long time ago. It's 2025. It's been a couple of years since I've been in correspondence, but yeah, 2012 is quite a long time from my initial awakening, activations and stuff, and I was kind of misled to some of this New Age stuff as well. So yeah, I understand if people are pissed off of like, oh, well, sacred geometry, it's, there's more to it than that, and there's much more to it than what I've briefly shared. It takes hours and years to understand these things, right? Sethicus was on FUNL 2, the conference a couple of years ago, and he spoke about the betrayal of Thoth, if you will, and how many people followed up on that and actually watched a 7-hour dissertation that is just monumental in my humble opinion. And yeah, it's probably my favorite YouTube channel that I have. I'm subscribed to like over 500, It's tough to get into these things sometimes, just knowing everything that's, going on right now. So yeah, like, to end the artificial intelligence segment of this presentation, stay the fuck away from the needlecraft, the pharmakia fuckery, and geoengineering. So yeah, there's layers upon layers of all this stuff, and we gotta break the fuck away from this stuff. We have to rise up and not fall for these things, right?
Rise up, rise up, rise up.
Let shine like an amplifier. Open your sight, let it multiply. No inhibition, it's just a mission, releasing your soul and letting it fly. Sonically formed, spiritually warm, lyrically heated and mentally sparked. Bursting the flames of consciousness, transcending the flesh and stoke the heart.
Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up.
All right, so as far as the proper AI being an authentic individual and more or less in rather more so, an activated individual, I'm just going to speak through my awakening experience, even though, to each their own awakening experience and how that manifests with the specific individual. My story is, this is always a creative conundrum for me because I ain't got a whole lot of time to even like scratch well below the surface on what I'm bringing forth. There's going to be a extended version, and instead of kind of going over my fucking awakening process and this and that, I might just throw out a quick few bullet points. But yeah, I have several videos, interviews that I go quite deep into, so I'm just gonna suggest those, especially and specifically the one I did with Melissa Mary, which was fantastic. And yeah, my heart's grieved over her passing away last year, and yeah.
Rest in peace.
But with that said, I will be doing an extended version of this presentation, so yeah, stay tuned for that. Take the time to check out Awakening Mind, or not, I don't care. What matters, like, I'm not looking for subscribers. What matters is that you subscribe to your fucking self, Get that care activated to do something positive in this world, right? I'm not assuming you're not, but, we could all do more in these troubling times. So what if I told you that the first eye is right here, the center of your chest? This is the electromagnetic oscillating life force perpetuating liquid crystal seat of the soul, if you will. And operating from there is the best place to be. And you're living more authentically. You're not trying to lie to yourself or fucking other people and all that stuff, right? And so when I had this, awakening, whatever, activations, I just had so much more clarity of thought and emotion and articulation. I felt like something cleared up in my throat chakra there, like a like I hawked a cosmic loogie out there or some shit like that. All right, I got to give a little piece to the musical aspects of just life, sound, frequency, vibration, sonic resonance. And I'm thinking about Conrad in regards to sonic, because I think that might be in the title of one of his presentation for this. And Leslie Powers, she'll be talking about music as well, and music ties into the quadrivium. And stemming off of the trivium, I wanted to balance out a little equilibrium in regards to certain things regarding this reality, and how we need to be a proper, pure instrument, vessel of the higher force, anchored here, right here and fucking now. All right, so I'm going to need everyone's attentive imagination to follow me on this one, because I got to rifle through real quick. I don't have a whole lot of time, unfortunately. So when we think about objective truth, objective morality, universal law, natural law, cosmic law, all these things, think of that as this, the primordial womb, sound frequency, that vibration. That is what we want to be aligned with, as well as our DNA. And the more we activate our DNA, the more aligned we are to that. And unfortunately, there's been this discord, and I wanted to go into the whole history that makes so much sense in regards to the lore of J.R.R. Tolkien, where he talks about the whole creation of his universe in the Silmarillion and other books outside of the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit. But the main thing is that there was a character that was created by the creator that was supposed to be in alignment with singing the songs of creation, but he had a discord with that. He wanted to play God himself. How many stories and instances and even real life can we see that playing out? You know, people just trying to play fucking God, whatever the fuck, you know, fuck that. So they need to get realigned. And we're all supposed to be fine-tuning our own instruments as this bodily vessel, right? And it's kind of like the same as, you know, we're going to be fine-tuning our instruments so they play harmoniously and all these things, yeah? And you could take it to the integrated aspects and essences of divine feminine and masculine, with the masculine being the arrow, the feminine being the bow, and the bowstring being that sound song frequency, natural law, truth. So when the arrow is, you know, pulled back along the bow, hitting that bowstring, it's all in alignment. Masculine being the intellect, feminine being the intuition, and boom, unity consciousness aligned to natural law. All right, just like a fetus to a child to a mature adult, it's a process, just like awakening and expanded awareness and activations and all these things. I mentioned some things that I've gone through my life, but it's never a fucking one-off, and I've had multiple experiences. So there's a lot to consider, and just to go down the list of ways we can actualize and activate more of our true authentic self. Yeah, y'all can do your DMTs and entheogens and shroomadelic experiences and whatever the fuck, ayahuasca, whatever. But you know, you're going somewhere else and you're coming back. What are you taking with you, and what are you going to be, you know, implementing within yourself and sharing with others that are going to be beneficial, right? And those are more of like a one-off things, but yet you can learn and have that as like a life-changing experience. But you have to take it further than that. It's not just about that. You have to tap into here. It's always going back to fucking here. I don't know how much I need to like reiterate that and emphasize it, but this is where the fuck it starts, at the heart. How is your art? Is it official or is it artificial, right? Your art of life, your art of communication, your art of listening, your art of persuasion, all these things, right? And, you know, you can't spell hearts without the arts, nor without the ear. Do you have the inner ear open to properly hear? Hear, heart, earth. You know, what's your connection to all these things? And what are you aligned with? So, yeah, we can... Yeah, there's like the Kundalini awakening and all that stuff. Yet people have apparently fucking died from this stuff. You know, it's like the serpentine energy going up your spine, this and that. Okay, that's cool. But what about here? You know, is your first eye open to all that shit? You know, so things to consider with that. So find your fucking catalyst that's really going to light a fire within you to, you know, resurrect your fucking soul. Type of shit, all right? And yeah, there's like these chakra activations and things you can do to, you know, kind of manifest that, whether, you know, like just like deep meditation, contemplation, doing your breath work, whatever. But it really goes back to the first cosmic law principle of your state of mind, and what do you, and also connected to the heart-based intelligence, the generative principle. These two need to be in alignment. Yeah, it's kind of like the Matrix when the Oracle says, Neo, being the one is kind of like being in love. It is that sound frequency, agape, cosmic love that just emanates from here, and it just keeps you going, right? It's, yeah, you could say Neo cortex and all that, but it needs to be aligned to this. The generative principle, what the fuck you care about, you know? Are you able to inspire yourself? Whether it be from the good stuff or the bad stuff going on in the world, right? So, in conclusion, stay human.
Rise up, rise up, rise up.
Which world am I in? I had a vision of a future life. Activated chakra now, tell me how you're feeling like. A line of murder, got an energy that's infinite. Literate, I manifest source with my intuition. Inner Christ, see me on a subatomic. Space sacred, I can see the love inside it. Yeah, I said see it's visible to upper logic. Wish I could tell you how I got it, but I stumbled on it. I wonder. Mechanics of the mind, every life form connect the planets in the sky. Enlighten what I'm writing like a phantom when it fly. Watch an apparition vanish and a stand and go by. Man of old time, ancient and Akashic. Knowledge in my head go against the Metatronic. And I won't stop until the federal demolish. That's progress, never gonna stop it. What I rock, I make a fallen angelic change logic. Life comes together when the heart and the brain working together at the same time. One mind. Going deep inside, I'm gonna tell him what I find. I better tell him how to unify the heavenly design. Set him in the drive, forever be divine. I mean, I always will be, see forever in my eyes.
And we're back. You're muted, Leslie. I think I muted you. That's my fault.
Yeah, I just was saying, great job, Derek. It was so creative and entertaining, and I think I like that flowing, natural like style you have. And the most, the important message that you really made clear is how important it is to value being human, and that we have more creative potential and more potential for, a better life, a good life, by being fully human, and that we have so many untapped abilities that we can access if we can align with natural law principles through, and have that overarching care, so that we can be safe enough, and have the opportunity to expand and grow into our full selves, and so, don't lose yourself to AI, don't lose yourself to any relationship, right? Or don't lose yourself to an alien or any other living creature or any non-living creature. Don't lose yourself. I think that's really bottom line here. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, I recently went through one of those struggles where I was trying to deal with something over the phone, and you get the answering machine and, trying to tell the person when I finally got him, like, please be human. I'm a human being, just yelling that practically over and over. I'm a human being. Damn it. It's like I really felt the creative vibes, the way you put that together. I really appreciate the creativity, and it's in line with what Conrad was saying with creative, and I've talked about this creative energy before too. So beautiful work there. You want to say a few words about it before we move on to the next speaker? Oh, you're muted. That's again, I need to undo that.
Okay, we good?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. And I hear what you and Conrad were saying with some of the spiritual mathematics and the octaves and this and that, and I feel like there's things that there's a more underpinning laying a geometrical pattern, or even just, like, think about just like the whole inception of creation. Like, what came first, like the creation or numbers, or like simultaneously type of thing? So yeah, there's things to consider. And I feel like thinking about Conrad's thing with the malignant masculine type of thing, it's like the masculine is seeking to control, and so with this feminine free flow energy, what kinds of containers is this patriarchal, and I say archal with the archonic aspects in mind on a multidimensional level type of thing. So yeah, there's like, when you look into these things, there's so many things to tie in and all. It's just, yeah, I just try to stay on the humble path and realize, like, hey, like, I'm going to stay a student for possible lifetimes, and like I might speak with conviction about certain things because I have like a bleeding heart for certain aspects of initiations and experiences that I've actually been through myself. So yeah, there's just more to it than that. And yeah, there's no competition in this race, and walking ourselves home towards like the proper source, sound, song, frequency, vibration, sonic resonance, being heaven sent and anchoring that good stuff here, right? So yeah.
Oh yeah, one more thing, folks, you might not know, but Derek almost died trying to make that video. There's that one scene he showed it to me. He fell down when he was out there by the water, and he hurt himself like pretty bad, where he's needing crutches right now, but he'll heal up. I'm sure he's a powerful man. But thanks for doing that hard work and actually breaking a leg to make that happen.
A rock actually broke that he was
He's
holding
standing
his
there by the
coat
ocean.
on, and he
Whoa!
fell off a small
I was
tear.
getting ready to rush. But it's not the first time someone has pushed their body and mind to extreme limits for funnel conference presentations. So thanks for the hard work and dedication. And we're just, if people, the schedule, we're just like about 10 minutes behind the marked schedule. So it looks like things will be pretty close to what it says there. So I'll let Derek introduce the next speaker, and grab your comfy place to rest and enjoy your beverage or food, and appreciate the knowledge and the love that went into all this.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, such an honor to introduce a fellow brother and One Great Work warrior who is also in the One Great Work Network. He is setting a very high standard for the art of the craft, and being in connections with him and you as well, Chris, on a weekly basis with these meetings we have, and just seeing the progress and process of, wow, the amount of dedication this guy puts into everything is just phenomenal. Not to drag on, because I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but yeah, he is a true disciplined disciple and a diligent one at that rate of a scholar and teacher of the ancient traditions, philosophies, etymology, mythology, hermeticism, symbolism, and sciences that apply to natural law, freedom, and morality. He is quite the master technician in a multitude of ways. Yeah, some of this technical jargon I'm quite blown away and impressed by his level of understanding and intellect behind all that, and how he implements it into what he's doing right now, which is a 24/7 live stream truth broadcast. You can catch it on Rumble, Twitch, and Odyssey. Something that y'all ought to see. And he has been asking around, yo, you got that natural law? Because if not, you better find that. And we're pointing back at ourselves with that proper responsibility, and try to do that with proper agility. So without further ado, let's get it rolling. Looking forward to this one. Thank you, Brendan. Chris.
The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. Now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information.
Good day, everyone. I want to thank Yuri Bezmenov for that amazing intro. And I want to thank you for joining me for this presentation. I want to thank the individuals in the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference, the organizers, all of the presenters, all of the watchers, anyone that donated, anyone that helped spread this, help knowledge, this conference. I want to thank you for doing what you did. My name is Brandon Spencer, and I'm going to present Devoid of Consciousness, Lacking Consciousness. Now, before we jump in, I just want to make it clear that it's extremely hard to try to present and pack a lot of knowledge into an hour-long presentation. So I'm not going to be able to cover everything. I may be moving kind of fast, but just know that it's extremely hard to try to pack in so much knowledge into just one presentation that only lasts an hour. So I always want to be clear. All right, so let's dive into it. as always, before we begin, these presentations may not be for everybody. I make that clear, and I told I understand that a lot of us are different. So you may not like my style, you may not like this particular flavor. That's totally fine. I get that. My presentations are just aiming to get to the root cause of the human condition and why it's still the way that it is. Why it's still slavery. So if you don't particularly like those words, that's totally fine. That's upon you to deal with. So also too, if you're not familiar with some of my previous work, Lex Naturalis, and why natural law is not a religion, then I would highly encourage you to check out those presentations. After you are done watching this amazing conference, but it will just kind of open up, to what I am talking about when I'm talking about, these terms, so people can get, good definitive understanding on how I'm coming from when I'm sharing, how my views on these truths. And then also too, like, there is nothing new that needs to be said or presented here. I'm not going to be presenting anything new. Nothing new even needs to be done. Humanity just needs to, look at the tools that are needed to get, itself out of this slavery condition. The solution has always been present, and it will continue to be the same. Care for truth, seek the truth, embody the truth, and teach the truth, as Chris Nielsen has always explained about in his work. And as the great Manly P. Hall said, the quest for truth is a lifelong journey, and the search for meaning is what gives life purpose. I'm going to say that again. The quest for truth is a lifelong journey. The search for meaning is what gives life purpose. So, as always, starting off, I like to break down the terms that I'm going to be using to give people a good idea on what I am, trying to portray, the ideas that I'm trying to get them to think about, coming from a concrete, how definitive knowledge in how definition. So these are the meanings that I come to know these words are from, not just going, by what I believe or what I perceive them are. These are the definitions of these words. So hell, again, it's important to understand these words, because when we are trying to convey this information, if we don't have this even understanding of definitions, then we will always misjudge context. We will always take things and misrepresent them and not truly understand what these words are truly meaning in reality. So that creates a lot of confusion. So we should always be defining our terms and, of course, understanding the etymology of these words and what these words really mean in reality. That way we can come to understand things in reality better. And what better way than etymology and definition? So when I'm using the word devoid, what does that mean? You're lacking, not possessing, to remove, to void, to vacate. Something isn't present, something isn't there. So what is devoid? Conscious. Or what is conscious? Knowing what is right, to know together, knowing what is moral, knowing what is morally right. Together, science, to know, conscience, to know together. Well, what should we be knowing? That which is morally right. That's why we say conscience, he or she followed their conscience, because there is only conscience, but there are different levels of consciousness, which is the next word, So what is consciousness? Knowing, being aware, the quality, the state of being, of knowing, being aware of your existence. So the state of being aware. So those are the definitions that I am using for explaining these words. The beginning of all wisdom is the definition of terms, Socrates. The beginning of all wisdom is the definition of terms. Why is it that humanity refuses to dig itself out of the condition known as slavery? Why is it? Again, trying to get to the root, right? Why do we still see so much man-made suffering worldwide? Why is it that nothing ever truly changes for the better? You know, we have to ask ourselves, why is it that nothing truly really changes? We keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over, but nothing truly changes. Nothing truly ever really materializes. Why is it? We should be getting to the root, the reason, the cause. And why is it that man continues to engage in behaviors that do not benefit man and his environment? Why is it? We have to ask ourselves the question, why? Now, man can believe in many ideologies, but there are certain ideas, certain belief structures that are very destructive, that always lead to the same result in manifestation, you know, over time. Particular ideologies have always been at the heart of the destruction of societies from within, and certain particular ideologies have been portrayed and symbolized in many, you know, mainstream Hollywood movies. You know, like in Lord of the Rings, you had the Eye of Sauron, you know, being portrayed as authority, you know, because people always want to wield that ring. People think they can always wear and manage that ring. People think they can always, you know, put man's law over the natural laws. So what is at the main particular root of this ideologies that we have seen that are so destructive? Moral relativism. Moral relativism is that ideology, along with solipsism, of course, but moral relativism has always been at the heart and destruction from societies from within. Whenever you saw great societies fall, whenever you saw societies collapse from within, moral relativism was at the center. Moral relativism is that destroyer. Moral relativism is what destroys freedom, because it prevents the conditions of freedom. It keeps them dormant. It keeps them dead. Moral relativism kills the ideas so that freedom can't grow within the mind. It is the belief that morality is relative to some particular standpoint or degree, relative based on time, relative based on culture, relative based on situation, relative based on race, relative based on class, relative based on religious sect, relative based on who's in authority, in charge, who's in power, or relative based on the position in society. You know, we still have cultures all over Earth, you know, that still fall into this relativistic mindset when it comes to trying to dictate morality based on these positions in society. To some degree, you believe morality is relative. You believe man can create or change what is moral. At some degree, at some level, if you subscribe to moral relativism, you believe that man at some level can change what is moral and what is right. And that right there is one of the hallmarks of every tyrannical civilization, every tyrannical government, all forms of external government. Moral relativism. Moral relativism is a mind virus. It is a mind virus. It is a mental virus that invades one's perceptions, one's thinking. It penetrates and creates worldviews, distorted worldviews. It distorts how you view yourself. It distorts how you view others. And it also will distort your behaviors. It is fueled by the ego and selfishness. The mind virus is not only controlling and shaping the way you think, it is also controlling one's behaviors. Because your behaviors are going to be shaped largely on how you think. So moral relativism is one of the mind viruses that creates that physical, violent structure of authority. That's why whenever you start putting people in charge, in positions of power, in positions of authority, you know that the mental virus of moral relativism is there and being spread. Because at the heart of all external authority, of all man-made authority, is this mind virus of moral relativism. That the king can determine what's right. The president can determine what's right. The Führer can determine what's right. The Pharaoh can determine what's right. The judge can determine what's right. Every culture in society subscribes to this mind virus at some degree, at some level. A believer with this virus will try to justify wrong behaviors because, hell, again, at some degree, at some level, they find morality to be relative. So then, therefore, they will always try to justify their quote unquote relative morality, which can't be done. This infested mind will lie, cheat, use duress, coerce, steal, and even murder to uphold and protect the structure of authority. That's why it's like a virus, because it will protect itself. You know, it spreads its tentacles out, and it has means of, sadly, self-defense, because the ones who are stuck in like with this mind virus will defend it. They'll defend it physically till death. I mean, because that's what we've always seen with cults, with this mind virus of moral relativism. They will defend it and even use violence and transgress against you when you haven't done anything wrong. Because we're dealing with a mental virus that poisons the soul, that poisons the heart. They will try to uphold and protect this structure of authority that's being violent against them. This authority is their God. This is why they will go to war against anyone who doesn't share their infected ideology, just as a cult mindset would. Now, you want to talk about, real infection? You are willing to defend your own enslavers, the ones who are enslaving you. You're willing to defend them and sacrifice your body for them. That's what we see. That's why this virus is so dangerous, because it just mutates and spreads and spreads and spreads into the collectivist mindset. Because that's really what we're just talking about here is the collectivist mindset. It's been called many things. It's been called the satanic mindset. You can call it like the narcissistic mindset. You can call it the egoic mindset. It's all just moral relativism, if we're not bullshitting. It's just individuals who try to justify and think that they can change what's moral. That's, that would benefit them. So again, let's bring some more clarity. What does the word moral mean? We're not talking about what you think it means. Like, what does the word mean? Well, let's go to etymology. Right, behavior, from Latin, moralis, proper behavior of a person in society. Not just society, but a proper behavior of an individual in reality. What's moral, what's right? How do you conduct and condone your behaviors when you get around, groups of people? That's what's moral. The right behaviors. Because when we get around groups of people, we start to harmonize, or we're going to disharmonize. So how do we learn this form of harmonization? Well, we observe the behaviors on how people act in groups that bring about that harmony. That we would deem those behaviors as something moral because they are right. Bring about more of that behavior. Bring about more of that energy. Moralis. These are the proper way of doing things and condoning in the ethical, group-like setting. So we're talking about behaviors in a group dynamic. A relative, from Latin, relativus, having reference or relation, from Latin, relatus, bring back, bear back. So how can we build or construct things in reality if we can't come to a basic understanding on which behaviors are moral and immoral? Because to the more relativist person, they'll always try to justify and try to bring back or go back or change what is moral, which is the right behaviors in society, which can be observed, which can be understood, which can be weighed and measured and validated in reality. So we know that there's such a thing as moral behaviors. So we have definitions, because the more relativist person will always try to go back on what is moral. And then, like I stated earlier, moral relativism has been described in so many different ways. It's been symbolized in so many different forms. It's been talked about by pretty much like every ancient culture. The Native Americans described something that was similar, an aspect of the mind virus called Watiko. And this was like a psychic, spiritual pathogen that contaminated the soil. Of course, the soil, being the inner, how the inner kingdom, the inner garden. And then that pathogen will spread throughout, like the subconscious going unseen, forcing people to act against one's conscience. So what are we talking about here? To go against one's conscience, to disobey conscience. You're talking about doing immoral things. We're talking about behaviors in reality, behaviors in groups, behaviors in a group dynamic. So we're talking about moral and immoral. So to go held against your conscience means you're probably going to do something that is held immoral. So Watiko was a aspect or similar to moral relativism. You can call it an occult or hidden mind virus, because they always talked about it would be hidden, consuming more and more minds as it spreads throughout all aspects of society. Moral relativism is similar to that virus of Watiko. How can I exploit others for my gain? How can I get more? More ego, more greed, more consumption, more control, more. And they also talked about how there was like no description of it, of Hawatiko. It was no being. It was just like the spiritual vampire, or like the spiritual energy that would possess the individual. It lived in the human psyche. So a moral relativist will always find a way to justify the violation of property rights. They'll try to come up with all the justifications to try to violate another person's property rights. And a lot of them have never even really thought that far. They're just going off conditioning. They're just going off of programming. So this is the main core understanding of what rights are and what they are not. So if we don't have a simple basic understanding of property rights, we can't coexist. We can't come to harmonize. We can't come to build. We can't come to learn things. We can't learn to communicate, because you'll always try to find a way to violate my property, and I will always find a way to defend my property. Just like we all should find a way to defend our property from violators who try to transgress upon our property rights. But you see, when you have this mind virus, you don't care for the truth. You don't care for facts. You don't care for property rights. You don't care for principles. And you will transgress upon others. Just like an infected mind virus would do. So how can we build? How can humanity come to solve its problems? How can we learn to build? How can we be neighbors if we can't agree on fundamental principles of property? It will always just lead to more confusion and cataclysm. Because rights are a form of property that must be defended at all times, in all places. They have to be defended. So, what is slavery? What is slavery? The state of servitude, a false claim upon another person's body, the false claim of the fruits of one's labor. It is backed by threats of duress, violence, and coercion. So, if we look at how slavery can manifest in different forms, because you can have physical slavery, you can have mental slavery, you can have spiritual slavery, you can have psychological slavery. So in the physical slavery was physical slavery that happened to many, how different cultures and how different groups of people made a false claim of ownership, made a false claim of the fruits of the slave's labor, backed by threats of divorce. Backed by threats of duress and coercion and violence. It was rooted in moral relativism and the belief in authority. It kept subjects in a state of internal contradiction. Let's look at the government and how it enslaves its so-called citizens. It makes a false claim of ownership. It says what you can and cannot put into your body. Makes a false claim of the fruits of your labor with taxation. It's enforced by threats of duress, coercion, violence, and imprisonment. Be fined, be thrown in a cage. Is rooted in moral relativism. We've already explained that because, based on who's in charge, based on the politicians who are in charge, they get to determine what's moral. The belief in authority keeps its subjects in a state of internal contradiction. Because people who believe in government are in a state of internal contradiction. They are in a state of internal confusion. They are in a state of delusion because they are in a state of hypnotism. And then you also have, what has been described as pimp culture, which is just another form of slavery. Makes the false claim of ownership, makes the false claim of the fruits of the woman or man's work, backed by threats of divorce, of duress, coercion, violence, and fear, rooted in moral relativism and the belief in authority, because they believe that the pimp has more power. Keeps the man and woman in a state of internal contradiction. So it's still like the same mechanisms when it comes to slavery. Doesn't matter if it's physical, doesn't matter if it's mental, which you can't have physical slavery without the mental slavery, or if it's just emotional. It's the same tactics. It's the same principles that are at play here. The same principles, no matter how you look at it. Slavery is a false claim of ownership. Use fear, use tactic of manipulation, use coercion, use threats. Keep them in a state of fear. Keep them in a state of ignorance. So this part is called the demoralization process in action. And I call this slide the cremation of care. And when I'm describing it, I'm not just talking about a particular ritual at the Bohemian Grove or, like at the Bohemian Club. I'm talking about the collective involvement that the individuals partaking when it comes to these massive, like group rituals. Rather it could be certain ceremonies that come on television or be at music festivals or like at large gatherings. These are what I would consider like more darker type, like cremation of care, events that people partake in unknowingly. They dedicate their time, they dedicate their attention to these dark rituals, and these rituals are usually tailored to the cremation of care, destroying people's, ability to empathize, like destroying their, spiritual, nature, destroying their care, destroying their empathy, destroying their will, destroying their ability to think outside the box. So these are symbolic representations of that destruction being, showcased all over the television and government and, mass media in education. And I just call all those, from a collective standpoint, the cremation of care, because all of those interactions, all of the energy is being contributed toward a dark purpose. So the many ways society is being led astray, because that's exactly what's happening. Like the Pied Piper, we're just following those tunes, being led. Of course, religion is one of the many ways, possibly one of the biggest way, that more relativistic, dogmatic ideology has been, brought about into man's consciousness. Religion has been one of the biggest spreaders of this mind virus. Each religion claims to have its code or doctrine of morality. All the religions claim to have, their own particular code when it comes to morality. So which is correct? Which are you supposed to choose from? Which are you supposed to know, which is the correct code? If each particular sect has their own, specific code that you're supposed to adhere to. This code of doctrine usually comes from a book, text, or a prophet. These individuals do not hold their insiders to that specific code, so they're hypocrites. It's always, do as I say, not as I do. So religion wants you to believe in this code and not discover what true morality is. They want you to believe in this, religious doctrine, but don't hold their own individuals held accountable. A lot of these religious contradict themselves in their so-called code, so, hell again, you are contradicting yourself in what you say by what you are doing. So there is some form of disconnect. There is some form of duality going on here. You're not harmonized. Each sect may and will have different variations of this code or doctrine lacking consistency. We see this in, like Christianity, y'all have like different, codes and, like have different subjective interpretation when it comes to certain things. So which are you supposed to follow? Does that not create more confusion? Because it does. These codes may not involve the theft of another's property rights, therefore distorting rights as wrongs. So these codes may not necessarily involve the taking of property, the actual taking of rights. And hell again, this is putting off a very distorted version of what's truly right, because in order for something to be a wrong, there has to be a loss in property rights. So a lot of religions will distort this by not getting at the true heart and the meaning of property rights when it comes to, whatever so-called wrongs according to their doctrine. Will make the claim some external deity or entity made them engage in immoral behavior, trying to negate or shift personal responsibility. And we see this all the time in certain religious sects. Oh well, this deity, got within me and caused me and made me act a certain way. Again, giving up personal responsibility. Don't want to take any form of accountability based on the distorted or limited information, which leads to a distortion of logic. And this is the main key thing here, is the distortion of information, limited information. What happens when you give someone limited information and you try to give them the information for them to base reality, like off of? This is what religion has been notorious for, is giving someone limited or distorted or inaccurate, information, and then they go try to build and they go try to construct, and try to co-create in reality. False religion has always been a plague to mankind, getting man to blindly believe and accept distorted worldviews, ultimately denying one's true inner kingdom and sovereignty. One of the more insidious influences of religion, aka the mind virus, is this notion of proxy care. Like this whole fake care that a lot of so-called, religious or, caring individuals seem to put off. They claim to be there out the kindness of their heart. They claim to be doing good. They claim to be doing God's work. They claim to be the mediators between you and the divine, between you and nature, between you and God. But by thy fruits you shall know them. Always look at the fruits. Then you can really truly know, like where their hands have been and where their hands are going. So her religion is one of the biggest components of or one of the biggest institutions that is spreading moral relativism. And the quote by J. Krishnamurti, when you call yourself an Indian or a Muslim or a Christian or a European or anything else, you are being violent. Do you see why it is violent? Because you are separating yourself from the rest of mankind. When you separate yourself by belief, by nationality, by tradition, it breeds violence. So a man who is seeking to understand violence does not belong to any country, to any religion, to any political system. He is concerned with the total understanding of mankind. And I've read that quote many times in my presentations, but it's such a wonderful quote because, again, you don't need to use all these labels to identify with. You should just be trying to understand the truth. And that's really the only label that, that you should care about, is seeking the truth and trying to understand it. And when you do, you try to educate and inspire others to try to understand that great truth, like you have come, like so many others have come. And how can we leave out the government, the left wing and the right wing? This institution known as the government or external authority, who has a hallmark of moral relativistic ideology. That's like the main prime ideology when it comes to external authority. I mentioned this earlier, is how all external authority is based on moral relativistic ideology, because at some point or some level, you think that man can determine what's moral, can determine what's right and wrong. And this is how the government claims to do that, is by getting everyone to focus on legality and not morality. You see, you very rarely ever hear the word morality talked about when it comes to government. They're always talking about, is it legal? Is it legal? No, it's the question we should be asking ourselves, is it moral? Is it right? Is it just? Not is it legal? Legality? No. Is it moral? And then legality is backed by threats of coercion and violence, putting man as the supreme ruler sitting on the throne, because he gets to determine what's moral according to legality. Then therefore anybody who doesn't align to his code, to his strict rules, then therefore they get the violence and the coercion. So again, it's putting man on this pedestal, putting man on this throne, putting man's law above the natural law of what true good is, what true right is, what true wrongs are. That's what government has always done. That's what government will continue to do. The code government and its followers believe morality is based on who is in power. These people in so-called power change over time. Therefore, what is right changes. What is considered right also changes by crossing over an imaginary line. So yeah, you can, live in one piece of the area, and then you cross over this imaginary line, and it's somehow illegal. It's still moral, but it's still illegal, all because of an imaginary line. One thing can be right in one place, and you can go a mile to the next area, and it could be considered wrong. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You want to talk about how the confusion and contradiction that's being, put forth here. So let's look at what the word demoralize means. To corrupt, to undermine, to undermine the morals, to remove the morals. So where does this usually take place? If you wanted to demoralize, if you wanted to corrupt, if you wanted to undermine, particular societies, her morals, where would you start? where would you start? Wouldn't you start with the youth? So where does this corruption start? It starts very young. It starts in the schooling system. And I know many individuals have spoken about the dangers of the government schooling system, but what it does is it breaks the child's will. The schooling system breaks you down. It gets you to conform. It breaks your will. So when you come out of it, you are a broken individual. So what does the word broken means? It means separated by force, not whole, not integral. So what is, so what is the child? What is the individual being separated from? True thought, true creativity, true willpower, the true human essence, the true human experience, consciousness, being able to think outside the box, being able to see the bigger picture, holistic intelligence, true intelligence. And the schooling system is very demoralizing. It is very dehumanizing because it puts you through all of these animalistic trials and rituals and means of obedience to conform by way of repetition, by using positive reinforcements and negative reinforcements, and the whole operant conditioning, which was perfected by B.F. Skinner and the whole behaviorists and, like their whole theories on the environment shaping, how we think and behave. All that was tailored toward the control of the environment to tap into our animalistic qualities as a means to manipulate. And that's what we see in the school system. And that's why it is so dehumanizing and demoralizing, and it breaks you down. It makes you feel like you are lesser than a human being, and it treats you as though you are a animal. And the word school, what does that word mean? What does the word school mean? It has two pretty much connotations. The second noun just means training. Schooling means training, but the second noun means a group of fish or the mammals. The Proto-Indo-European prefix skill, skel, to cut, to split, to turn, which is very interesting. That one of the connotations of the etymology means to cut, to split, to turn. Yeah, to break. To cut something means to break it. To split it means to break it, to separate it. It's not integrated. It's not integral. It's not whole. So then you have the noun one form, which would be the training. The Proto-Indo-European prefix segh means to hold, to possess, to make. Hell, again, you're talking about another definition that's not associated with anything that's typically good. So what's being held? What's being possessed? The child's mind, the child's creativity, how they think, that willpower, that human essence, how consciousness is being possessed and being, kept on and molded by some other form of life outside of the child and the parents. So here you are treated less than, you're forced to line up, you're forced to obey, you're forced to react to a bell, just like the pigeons in Skinner's box, you're forced to conform. Just like in all of the behaviorist experiments, you are forced to conform and react to a bell as though you are an animal. And this is where your will is broken and authority is shaped and molded and sculpted within your mind. So this right here is the crux of this presentation right here. This slide right here, or this picture is the most important thing that I want anyone to take from this presentation, because the corruption starts so young. It's nothing short of evil. But in reality, what has happened is the ones who are in control, the social engineers, have poisoned the stream of information, the flow of knowledge, the well of knowledge that we all drink from. They poison it with garbage data, with garbage information, toxic information, distorted information, limited information, information that isn't tailored toward higher states of consciousness, stuff that's, more focused on self, service to self, like monetary possessions, a lot of stuff with violent, like information, a lot of violent images, a lot of news stories, that are just, all about ego and just all of this garbage data. Okay. So you have this flow of information that just exists into the ether. That's where all the aggregate data is. And we pull from that data. We draw from that, that stream of information. We drink from that well of information. Now, if we take in good knowledge into a perfect model, then that would equate to good results. But because that flow of information, because that stream of information has been poisoned, it's been distorted, it's been corrupted, we ourselves, the way man thinks, man's consciousness itself is, you can say, a damn near perfect model created by nature, created by reality, created by, God, how consciousness itself, that is like the perfect model. But when you put garbage, when you put shit, when you put distorted, when you put perverted, when you put corrupted information, corrupted data, shit ass data into the perfect model, you will always get the same results. Are the results going to be perfect? No. The results are only going to be as good as the initial information which was put into it. So if we are drinking from a garbage well, if we are drinking from, a garbage stream of information that has garbage data, the outcome is going to be the same as the income. So we are getting garbage results. We are getting shit results. We are getting wrong results. We are getting incorrect results because we are being poisoned at the base level of where thought exists itself, or where thoughts can even spring up. And that's why man can't get out of this situation, because man was never given the tools to think outside of the box. So then therefore man will never ever create the conditions that are required to get outside a box, let alone even know that the box is even there, because we don't have the correct knowledge to even discern and compute that. This is why moral relativism is being spread. This is why, these two topics go hand in hand. These ideas of moral relativism are being spread by way of the perverted, grammar stage, by a weaponization of the trivium, and they are using it held against us to poison the stream of information. And therefore we drink from that poison stream, and then we never really get the true logic. We never really get the true understanding. We never really even get the true gnosis. And therefore the output, the rhetoric stage, is going to be corrupted, because it was corrupted from the initial start. And that's why we see moral relativism in everything, because they are poisoning the initial base level of thought. And the media is one of the biggest influencers. It's one of the biggest medians for this distorted information. It continues to flow. The media is the median, the energy between the sender and receiver, transmitting this perverted, distorted information. The media is just another tool. It can be used for good, but unfortunately it's being used for the distortion of consciousness. And that's why the media always gives you limited information. It gives you distorted information. It gives you corrupted information. Social media, the news, all of these apps, they give you limited information. It's never anything that goes in detail. It's never anything of true knowledge. It's all limited information to get you to have just a little bit of information, and therefore you start to build and construct your beliefs and your thoughts off of. But if it's not correct, if it's not detailed, if it's not factual information, then you can't get to that next step of logical, filtration. So again, you keep this shit flowing, this poison stream. And because we are in this constant poison shit stream, then we are putting out shit, immoral behaviors in reality. So again, another diagram. The spread of this corrupted and limited information has always been one of the greatest weapons in this battle. You keep the continuous flow of shit information constantly being flushed into people's brains. So you have reality. Of course, how the sender exists in reality. And then you have the media. If you're sending out limited information, the receiver is the individual. So you have point A being the sender. You have point B being the receiver, the individual. If you take in that distorted information, that's going to lead to distorted logic, which is a contradiction because there's no distortion in true logic, but it's only in our minds that we create those contradictions because contradictions don't exist in reality. They don't exist in nature. So this leads to irrationality or highly emotional, reactions, internal contradictions because we didn't have enough of the correct information to lead to a true, logical, reasonable choice. Her discernment, which leads to wrong or immoral choices, wrong actions and behaviors, unjust injury. Just as though this same process can work with correct, behavior. When we take in the distorted logic, we usually call it bent, twisted, perverted, off the path, or turn. Yeah, because you took in distorted information. But just as though we can take in correct information, you have reality, you have events that happen into reality, you have that, information being pushed out. We take in the correct knowledge as the receiver, as the individual, taking in, knowledge through our senses, through our perceptions. If it's correctly and we go through the proper system, then that should lead to true logic once that data has been gathered and filtered. Then that will lead to right action, true education, the love and the sharing of truth because you are aligned. You see how this bottom part is a straight line compared to the upper one is bent, is turned, is off the path, is twisted. Because the information that we take in is crucial when it comes to our development and consciousness. It is crucial. It is one of the main components. That the information that we take in is one of the main components when it comes to the evolution and advancement of consciousness. And lastly, you have the entertainment, who keeps the shit, who keeps the shit flowing, who keeps the shit show flowing, who keeps all this shit plastered, like everywhere. Like all over the media, you got people just looking down at the shit, constantly reprogramming themselves with positive reinforcements, with the shit, with the limited information, with the distorted information, with the corrupted and perverted information, which I'm using all those terms, synonymously. But what does the word limited mean? It means fixed. It means to restrict, to bound. Limited information is the data and information that is tailored to the restriction of thought, creation, and will. So pretty much limited information, distorted information, perverted information, corrupted information is data and information which is used to suppress human consciousness, to stop the flow of consciousness, to stop the advancement and evolution of consciousness. That's what I am talking about when it comes to limited, distorted, corrupted, and perverted health information that is being used to keep man in this animalistic, moral, relativistic mindset. You have to control man at the level of information. Therefore, anything that comes out of that information thought is going to be control itself. So a demoralized individual doesn't care for the truth. Just like Yuri Bezmenov said at the beginning, they are not concerned with principles. They only care to serve their purpose and goal. They have abandoned consciousness because the mind is being broken off from the truth. They have abandoned consciousness because they was never connected to consciousness to begin with. That information was never given to them. It was never present. So they are pretty much stopping us from becoming human beings. Because what is a man? What is man? You have different connotations because you got like man in the collective, man as, the sex man, then you have man as the individual. So you have human being, you have the adult male, then the Proto-Indo-European man, the prefix man, M-E-N, was thinking, to stand out, to tower over. Because our thinking is what gets man to stand out when it comes to other individuals in nature with other animals. Our thinking is what gets us to stand out. It's not even close. If you was to look at all of the individuals underneath a microscope and just observe them, man's behavior and creation would stand out compared to all the other, life forms in the animal kingdom. We would tower over. It wouldn't even be close. All of the creations that we can do, all of the things we can cognize, all of the things we can philosophize, and everything that can be sculpted and molded and created with our hands, the power of the mind and mentation and the capacity and the will to think, we tower over all of the other creatures. So how do we break free? How does man break free from these mental chains, that they seem to love? Nothing is different. The solutions have always been the same. The solutions have always been present. Man has to discover and develop conscience. We have to discover and develop conscience. The only way to get to that discovery is with some form of initial spark. There has to be something internally that is developed within man. We can put all the information, all the correct information in front of individuals. We can have these individuals drinking from this correct, organic stream of knowledge. But if they don't have that initial spark to even start, to even lift that cup up to their mouths and to drink, they will never ever start that journey. The discovery of natural law is the solution, breaking free from this mind virus. That is the only solution. Is man has to discover and have the definitive knowledge of what is right in behavior and what is wrong in behaviors, and the consequences that follow, no matter if he chooses to align with the right or if man chooses to align with the wrong. There's going to be consequences invariably for both. So man has to have this knowledge in order for true creativity to even start. Because how can man come to create with other men if there is no baseline understanding of actions and behaviors in the ethical capacity when it comes to building? You have to understand this dynamic. We have to learn to create with each other. So there has to be some baseline of morality for us to understand, for us to discover. Will that creation be based on love or fear? Conscious creation versus unconscious creation. Installing moral principles into the next generation. Speaking the truth at all times in all places. We have really got to penetrate the minds of the next generation and plant these seeds of truth and make it easier for them, because if they don't have that definitive knowledge of what's moral and what's immoral, they will get sucked into this collectivist cult way of thinking of moral relativism. So we have to install these moral principles. And one of the biggest things is we have to live these principles in all times, in all places, in our daily lives. Not just appear to be doing this stuff freaking online, but how are you interacting with people in your daily lives? Do you practice what you preach? Or do you just get online and just start, repeating? There has to be, again, this initial shift, this initial internal change, this transformation when you discover this true secret, this true knowledge. There's an internal shift, there's an internal change, a transmutation, a death and a rebirth. And I don't mean like the death of the ego. I mean the death of your own ignorance and the death of knowing that you was irresponsible and the death of you believe you knew what was right and wrong when in reality you didn't. The old self is dying. There's still aspects of it there, but the old way that you acted and think and behave has been transmuted into true essence of good. So you practice what you preach. You live these principles all day, every day, and not just talk about it online. That's one of the best ways to try to inspire others, is to live these principles every day. In all relationships, doesn't matter if it's a work environment, doesn't matter if it's, in your home, doesn't matter if you're in public, it doesn't matter where you go, you live these principles. They are a part of you. You have embodied them. You have been possessed by them. You have taken them in. That's the best way that we break free from these chains and to lead by example. I mean, outside of that, I don't know what to tell people. I wish it was that, simple to say, hey, come on here and, here's how we break free from these chains. But again, until there is enough pressure put on the individual to force them to change themselves, then sadly, the individual will never change themselves. There has to be enough pressure put on the individual that's going to force them to change. And that's exactly what the dark occultists, the social engineers are doing, is they're putting enough pressure on the individual that change is going to come, whether it comes consciously or unconsciously. So thank you for tuning in to this presentation. I know it was a lot of information. I tried to boil it down into 1 hour, which is extremely hard. This presentation was going to be like 5 hours long, and I had to cut a lot of it back, and I had to amalgamate it all into, what it is now. Extremely hard, and maybe later on I'll, have released the full presentation. But hell, again, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of the presenters. I want to thank all of the organizers. I want to thank all of the ones who would help support it and donate it and spread this knowledge when it comes to, this amazing, conference. So thank you all for tuning in. And remember, we have to truly care for truth and choose the free will conscious choice of choosing the right action over the wrong action. And I'm going to give the closing words to Manly P. Hall. Peace out.
Way back in the dawn of things, when there was an argument, somebody threw a stone. And that gradually developed into a slingshot. Then we put a handle on one side of the stone and made a tommyhawk or a battle club out of it. Then we developed the bow and arrow. And then after a while, the throwing spear, which was the primitive weapon of the Western Hemisphere. We went on a little further, and somebody found out that the Chinese fired firecrackers for weddings and funerals. So we took the idea and made a cannon in order that we might shoot each other. After that got a little longer, and then everybody had a little bigger cannon. Then something else had to be accomplished in order that we should always be victorious over the adversary. And of course, the adversary was always part of ourselves. So we gradually broke up humanity into a mass of conflicting units, each struggling desperately to survive according to rules that were essentially wrong.
Welcome back, guys. Fantastic presentation. As always, Brandon brings the fire.
Oh yeah, he's so consistent. I remember when Brandon first went public, you can tell it was clear. He's like, I'm doing this. He got better and better with the quickness. I mean, all the way up to where he's at now. These phenomenal presentations, 24-hour live stream of just Gnosis playing every day, all day. That presentation, the message was profound. I'm highly interested in the extended version. The aesthetics were great. The slides, the quotes, he delivered it perfectly. So well done, Brandon. Another phenomenal presentation.
Yeah, for sure. Brandon Martin said it well, that Brandon Spencer is like the calm fire. And it was so fire, and it's like passionate inside, but his presentation's calm, steady, delivered, right on point, succinct. Like, I was so impressed with how much he got in and so clearly stated. I think this presentation should be shared with everyone. I think it's one presentation that could make a big difference for a lot of people.
He's the element of lava.
Yeah.
Hot lava.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Aries Embers. And I feel like his presentation, along with Chris Nelson's, they're kind of like, they're really great videos to share with people that aren't familiar with, these moral principles and that kind of stuff, just to break it down to the basics and get the grammar building up and to understand, and then overstand to carry proper action in the world that's more aligned to the divine, natural law, and all that stuff. Yeah.
Great engagement in the chat. And again, we're streaming on Odyssey, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, the One Great Work Network, all day long. So thank you all for tuning in and engaging and dropping comments. And obviously, if you put questions in there, we got the roundtable for later on. So we will put those questions in a category and we can address them when, some of the presenters get on the live roundtable.
Yeah, and we have something really awesome to share with you guys now. Next is going to be a song. And this gentleman has been on my show. If you look up endevil.life, you can find my show with Marvin. And Marvin has a band, and they're really fun to listen to. And Join the Internet. You can check them out on YouTube. It's all one word, Join the Internet. And he's been in the chat, hanging out. Marvin's got a cool Telegram chat called Easing into Waking Up, I believe. And if you want to share that link in the chat, that'd be cool. But yeah, I'll go ahead and play Song Made Custom for FUNL 4 from Join the Internet. And then after that, I'll let Will introduce the next speaker. So let me turn off our faces for a minute, and I'll put the music on. All right.
When somebody tells you lies, it's okay to call it out. Even when the fear is high, it's okay to try, because freedom is at stake. Every moment I'm alive, it's the time I have to learn all of who and what I am and why I'm put here on this earth, because freedom is at stake. My soul is mine, my rights are mine, my freedom's mine, my body's mine, my soul is mine, my rights are mine, my freedom's mine, my mind is mine. True morality, spirituality, true morality, all I wanna teach.
So that was Join the Internet.
Very cool.
True Morality.
Funky.
Custom song. Hope everybody was grooving to that.
Funky
Yeah.
track. Right
And
on, Marvin.
All right, I guess we are ready to move on to our headliner for tonight. Will, you want to do that introduction? You ready for that?
Yeah, no, it's an honor
Somebody
to
we're both excited
introduce.
about. I'll go ahead and let you talk.
Yeah, no worries. We got Brandon Martin coming up next, and this is someone that's been in this battlefield for a very long time and has inspired many of us. Brandon Martin's an independent researcher, symbolist, alchemist, philosopher, occultist, public speaker, the founder of the Seed Conference, which has direct influence on the Funnel Conference itself, co-host of the Cubbyhole podcast with experience in live speaking, graphic design, and event organization. He's an activist for natural law, Freemasonry, and the mystery traditions, and recently became a father, the ultimate journey of his life so far, and we wish him and his family well. So here comes Brandon Martin, and his title is The Declaration of Liberation and Abolition.
Hello and welcome, one and all. My name is Brandon Martin, and I will be presenting to you today a short but concise declaration of liberation and abolition by free and sovereign beings. We gather here today not as subjects of any system, not as vassals of any throne, but as free and sovereign individuals bound only by the immutable laws of nature and the sacred principles of liberty. This is no mere meeting of minds, but a convocation of awakened, those who would not kneel, who would not yield, and those who will never barter their birthrights for the empty promises of tyrants. For too long, the chains of coercion have bound the hearts of men. For too long, corrupt systems, political, financial, and ideological, have sought to enslave the human spirit under the weight of deception and domination. But today we proclaim what has always been true, what no government, no despot, no self-proclaimed authority can erase. We stand upon the foundation of natural law, upon the eternal self-evident truth that no man has rightful dominion over another, that no institution, no empire, no apparatus of power may trespass upon the sovereignty of the individual. And so let it be declared here and now, this declaration of liberation and abolition. When in the course of human events it becomes evident that any people or person of the universe have fallaciously advocated, condoned, and created systems of governance which are by their very nature reliant upon coercion and violence, which are inherently unjust, it is the responsibility of free and sovereign individuals to reject such systems and assert their inherent rights under natural law. A decent respect for the immutable truths of existence compels us to declare the principles that guide this rejection of tyranny and the establishment of true liberty under natural law. The sovereign and autonomous individual recognizes only the legitimacy of the inherent rights of individuals, aka moral agents, and the moral law of nature as the foundation of a free and just society. I, as an autonomous and sovereign individual, also known as moral agent, hold these truths to be self-evident, that all human beings are created equal in rights, that they are endowed by the very nature and virtue of their existence with immutable, inherent, and innate rights. Among these, but not exclusive to, are moral life, liberty, rightful property, and the pursuit for moral happiness. These rights are inalienable, thus cannot be granted or taken away by any individual, collective, or institution. Any attempt to deny or infringe upon these rights is a violation of the sovereign's autonomy and natural law principles, and is therefore null and void and can be met with the necessary use of rightful force or self-defense. No individual has the right to rule or be master of another, nor can any institution claim such a right. All authority in proper context of the master-slave relationship, which is rooted in coercion, is a violation of this immutable truth and must be rejected entirely. What is natural law? Natural law is a set of universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behaviors of beings with the capacity for the understanding of the difference between violence and non-violent behavior. The understanding of natural law is centered upon bringing our conscience into alignment with objective morality. This means definitively knowing which behaviors are right because they do not initiate violence upon other sentient beings, and which behaviors are wrongs because they do initiate violence upon other sentient beings. When human beings live in the aggregate, in harmony with natural law principles, and therefore are moral, they become and remain free. When human beings in the aggregate live in opposition to natural law principles and therefore are immoral, they become and remain enslaved. Let it be known to all those who cherish liberty that the measure of a people's freedom is bound inextricably to their morals. As righteousness flourishes among men, so does their liberty expand, unrestrained by the yoke of tyranny. But when vice and corruption take root in the hearts of the people, the ground beneath them erodes, and the despot's chains are fastened upon their limbs. No nation was ever enslaved by foreign conquerors before it had first decayed from within. It is not by the strength of kings nor the arms of oppressors that the people lose their freedom. It is by their own abandonment of moral principles, by their submission to fear, and by their willingness to exchange duty for indulgence. When the spirit of virtue wanes, the tyrant finds no resistance, for the people, having forsaken their own discipline, soon beg for the lashes of a master to order their affairs. Let this, then, be the unalterable truth upon which all free men must stand. As the morality of the people rise, so too does their liberty. But as it declines, so follows their enslavement. If we seek to be free, let us first be righteous and courageous. If we desire to cast off the chains of oppression, let us first cast out the vices that make us weak. For no man-made law, no constitution, no decree shall ever preserve the freedom of a nation that has abandoned the laws of nature. Would we remain free men? Then let virtue be our shield, courage be our armor, and truth our sword. What is a right? A right is a freedom within the boundaries of natural law to act as one wills it to be without the infringement or violation of another moral agent's rights. Coercion at all time and on all levels is the violation of someone else's rights and therefore cannot be justified as an exercise of a right. There can be no rights that exist beyond objective moral boundaries. No individual, group, or institution has the moral right to initiate wrongful use of force or to violate the rights of another. And no individual has the right to delegate wrongs, which are in fact a power to act in immoral ways. And this does not absolve a person from moral responsibility if they falsely act upon such erroneous delegations. If an action is wrong, the individual who carries it out, regardless of their role or position, is accountable and culpable for the negative consequences of such actions of violence. Since no individual has the right to steal, murder, trespass, assault, coerce, rape, or enslave, they cannot delegate those rights to another individual, collective, government, or institution. A group of people cannot magically gain rights that no individual within the group possesses. The conversion of inherent inalienable rights into privileges contingent upon permission, compliance, or payment is a violation and attempts to make rights unequal. Thus, it is not to be accepted as legitimate by any logical or reasonable sentient being. And in fact, it doesn't matter if you're logical or reasonable or intelligent, because it's still not legitimate. No matter what consciousness level you're at. If you're a moral agent and you're in a coma, those rights do not magically disappear because you happen to be in a coma and you can't use reason or logic. Therefore, all governments, by their very nature, derive their power not from moral consent, but from the belief in the erroneous dogmatic authority and the use of coercion, violence, and the threat thereof. Such institutions, irrespective of their form or justification, exist only to coerce individual moral agents into obedience and submission, subverting their authentic consent, sovereignty, and natural rights. Governments, therefore, are inherently illegitimate and objectively immoral. It is the right and duty of all free beings to reject and abolish them, living instead in harmony with objective truth, natural law, and objective morality, which can be the only foundation for a truly free and just society. The history of governments is a history of repeated violations of natural law, systemic and systematic oppression, and the denial of the innate sovereignty of individuals. To prove this, let the essence of the facts be submitted to the candid world. Governments have enslaved individuals using coercion and violence to deny, restrict, and or restrain our inherent rights. Governments have stolen the fruits of our individual labor through taxation, forced tribute, and other forms of legalized theft. Governments have created a monopoly on violence, disarming individuals, criminalizing self-defense, and reserving for themselves the unchecked power to use force against the people. Governments have restricted free markets, interfering with voluntary exchange through licensings, tariffs, regulations, and corporate favoritism, stifling innovation and prosperity. Governments have conspired with monopolistic entities, creating centralized economic systems that benefit the powerful while oppressing the independent and the free. Governments have imposed arbitrary laws and regulations, compelling obedience under the threat of violence, regardless of whether these edicts align with natural law or morality, which is moral relativism. Governments have waged wars, spilling innocent blood to expand power, control resources, and enforce domination over others, while profiting from the enslavement, death, and destruction that has taken place from their expansion. Governments have manipulated currencies and created systems of fiat debt currencies or fiat debt slavery, debasing the value of honest labor and subjugating individuals to perpetual financial servitude. Governments have restricted freedom of movement, thought, and speech, erecting borders, prisons, and surveillance systems to control and oppress the people. Governments have fostered divisions and dependency, using propaganda, fear, and coercion to maintain control over individuals while undermining voluntary cooperation and mutual aid. Governments have perpetuated a monopoly on justice, denying individuals the ability to seek fair resolution and restitution of disputes outside of the purview of the state-controlled courts, which often serve the interests of the slave masters, those in power, rather than truth and morality. Governments, in collaboration with central banks, have created a monopoly on the medium of exchange, which is fiat currency, and money itself, through the manipulation and centralization of currency and the limiting of competition in the markets. They have stolen the power of free individuals to control their own economic destinies. I affirm that all individuals, institutions, and entities that collaborate with governments or any form of authority that is perpetuating coercion, violence, and the subjugation of free beings are morally culpable of the violations committed by those governments. This includes, but is not limited to, politicians, lawmakers, and most importantly, law enforcement officers who create, uphold, and implement unjust laws and regulations. Corporations, banks, and other financial institutions that conspire with governments or the state to manipulate the economy, monopolize resources, and perpetuate systems of debt and financial enslavement. Media organizations that serve as mouthpieces for propaganda, actively distorting truth, lying, and misleading the people to maintain the status quo of government control. Any individual who directly or indirectly participates in the enforcement of unjust laws or actions, whether through compliance, collaboration, or silence. Let me repeat that part. Any individual who directly or indirectly participates in the enforcement of unjust laws or actions, whether through compliance, collaboration, or silence. I do not claim the seat of final judgment upon humankind, for to do so would be to fall into the very despotism I oppose. Yet in the face of tyranny, I assert my innate right to defend myself by whatever means are necessary against those who would trample, usurp, and or erode liberty. The aggressors, whether through willful malice or blind submission to unjust authority, bear responsibility for the role in perpetuating coercion and must be held to account in proportion to their culpability and complicity. But the acknowledgement of our shared fallibility and culpability in such systems that have permeated the whole of the world must be recognized. We all have played our part in creating the conditions that we are experiencing. Thus, I do not presume to be the ultimate judge of humankind, nor can any individual or group in reality claim to be such. Justice, to be true, must never serve as a new engine of oppression. Then so it must be stated that accountability must be correctly guided by the objective principles rooted in natural law, which safeguards us against the corruption into mere retribution and vengeance. Lest we replace one master with another. If we seek a world without rulers, let us be ruled by nothing but truth under the properties and faculties of holistic intelligence, reason, and conscience. And let the justice be that of the free, not the decree of new tyrants in the guise of avengers. Mob rule shall not be tolerated as a form of justice, for it falls prey to the very same issues of moral relativism and social Darwinism that are the axioms of slave systems. These collaborators who knowingly and unknowingly or unknowingly participate in systems of justice will be held accountable for their role in perpetuating coercion, violence, and a denial of sovereignty equal to the level of culpability. The culpability will be gauged under correct and non-biased due process to ensure that through these measures we affirm that the process of accountability shall not be wielded as a tool for further oppression, but as a temporary and necessary step in the restoration of freedom towards a free and stateless society based upon objective truth and morals. Let it be known that I, the sovereign and autonomous individual of the universe or reality, invokes under natural law and defined in this Declaration of Liberation and Abolition that no individual will be bound by any act, man-made law, or regulation imposed by those who claim the right to govern the sovereign individual through whatever arbitrary means, if those conditions are not in alignment with natural law. The sovereign and autonomous moral agent or individual renounces any claim to legitimacy made by the individual, collective, organization, institution, authority, and state or government. For we recognize that no social contract can be valid if it is not objectively moral or freely entered into and directly consented upon by the sovereign and autonomous individual. Governments and all such claims have never obtained a legitimate consent to rule and master any individual, thus they have no power to dictate the life and liberty of such individual. The cornerstone of any valid contract is direct, voluntary, informed consent by any and all parties involved. Any and all contracts signed under duress or coercion are invalid in any and all moral or legal frameworks. All social contracts have always been voided. No one explicitly consents to the social contract when they are born into a society. Instead, they are automatically subject to its laws, taxes, and governance without their voluntary agreement. True contracts allow parties to withdraw if they disagree. Under the social contract, individuals cannot meaningfully opt out without severe consequences, such as imprisonment, fines, exile, or up to death. The idea that using public roads, paying taxes, or staying in a country implies consent is absurd. Practical participation in a system for survival does not equal agreement. Thus, a tacit consent fallacy will not apply to such claims, for governments claim the exclusive right to use force to ensure compliance, making the social contract a tool of coercion, not voluntary agreement. If you refuse to comply with this contract or laws, taxation, or regulations, you face fines, imprisonment, or violence up to death from the state. In every instance, those individuals who have resisted these abuses, seeking to live in accordance with truth, natural law, liberty, and voluntary cooperation, have been met with violence and suppression, for governments fear nothing more than an invocation of abolition of their monopolistic control through the apparatus of the state and government. I, the sovereign and autonomous individual, therefore, as a moral agent under natural law, do solemnly declare that I reject all forms of governance other than self-governance as inherently coercive, immoral, and illegitimate. I affirm that true liberty can only exist in the absence of rulers and masters, where individuals voluntarily cooperate and resolve their differences in alignment with natural law. I pledge to live in harmony with natural law, to defend the rights of all individuals, and to reject all systems of domination and control. Let it be stated with unwavering clarity: any and all attempts to undermine, subvert, or destroy this Declaration of Liberation and Abolition shall be regarded as a direct attack on the sanctity of liberty itself. The Declaration itself does not grant any power or rights. It is a document to be invoked for the knowledge and defense to all those who wish to use it. To tolerate the reemergence of such tyranny would be to condone the enslavement of future generations and the violation of natural law. I affirm the inherent right to self-defense which exists in all individuals by virtue of their moral agency. This right is not granted by governments, documents, or decrees. It is innate and inalienable, which is necessary to secure liberty. The right of self-defense and to bear arms shall not be infringed. It is the right to protect oneself, one's community, and the principles of liberty against any aggressor who seeks to impose domination, coercion, or violence. Any tool of self-defense, whether they be firearms, blades, or other instruments or implements, are necessary to effectively exercise the right to resist aggression. To deny any individual the ability of self-defense and to bear arms is to render them defenseless against violence, whether perpetrated by individuals, groups, or the state or government itself. Doesn't matter. Institutions, entities, groups, it doesn't matter what it is. Governments, nobody has the right to take that away from us. Since it is true that a militia of the people, which is a decentralized distributed force of armed individuals comprised of the body of the people who maintain working weaponry and tactics commensurate to a military force, is necessary for and essential to the preservation of a free way of life. The inherent natural rights of people everywhere to own and carry defensive weaponry of any kind shall never be encroached upon, so as to limit or undermine those rights. Should any individual, institution, or collective attempt to reestablish any system of control, coercion, or oppression that violate natural rights of the sovereign being, it is both the moral obligation and the right of sovereign individuals to respond with the necessary force to prevent such evil from taking root. Just as we do not tolerate murder, theft, or assault, or rape, or trespassing, or anything like this on an individual level, we will not tolerate the organized and institutionalized violation of liberty by governments or any other entities. Among the natural rights bestowed upon man by reality or God, none is more essential to the preservation of liberty than the right to speak and communicate freely. This right is not a boon conferred by the generosities of rulers, nor a privilege to be dispensed at the whim of tyrants. It is the birthright of every free soul, woven into the very fabric of our existence by the immutable laws of nature and nature's God. Let no man, no magistrate, no body of legislators presume to silence the words written or spoken of the people. For in the free exchange of ideas lies the lifeblood of a just and virtuous society. When speech and communication is stifled, the mind is shackled, and where the mind is shackled, ignorance and servitude soon take root. Despots fear the truth, for it is the harbinger of their downfall. Thus they seek to smother it under the weight of censorship and coercion. But let them be warned, truth is a fire that tyranny cannot quench, and those who conspire against it will find themselves consumed in its flames and burnt to ash. A people robbed of free speech and word are but vassals, their thoughts dictated by the decrees of their masters. If we are to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity, we must jealously guard the sacred right, wielding it as both a sword and a shield against oppression and a beacon of enlightenment. Let every man speak and write boldly without fear, for in doing so, he defends not only his own freedom, but the very spirit of liberty itself. Shall we then bow meekly before those who seek to render us mute? Shall we whisper in hushed tones while the chains of despotism are fastened upon us? No, we shall not. Let our voices rise as a thunder in the storm, unyielding and resolute. For free speech and word is the sentinel of all other liberties. Should it fall, so too shall all that is good and just. Therefore, let us proclaim with the fervor of men who would not be slaves, our right to speak and write shall not be abridged, and any hand that dares to seize it is the hand of a tyrant deserving only defiance unto death. I, therefore, the sovereign individual of the universe, invoke this without the need for congressional approval, for the exercise of any inalienable right, such as the abolition of all forms of government, which is slavery, requires no approval, endorsement, or authorization by any authority or by any governing body, including Congress, courts, legislators, or any other artificial construct of coercive authority. As an autonomous and equal individual in rights, appealing to the eternal laws of nature and nature's God for the justice of our cause, do in the name and by the authority of the truth solemnly declare, it is the duty of all free men, animated by the spirit of liberty, to resist every encroachment upon their rights, to cast off the chains of despotism, and to stand firm in defiance of every power that would presume to rule them unjustly, with firm reliance on the eternal principles of truth and with steadfast reliance on the eternal principles of natural law. I do hereby pledge my sacred honor, my resources, and my very life to resist all forms of tyranny, to restore harmony, and to protect and uphold the liberty for and of all posterity and progeny. And may posterity, looking back upon this declaration, say, in this age, as in all ages where tyranny has reared its head, there were men and women who would not submit, who would not yield, but who stood as vigilant guardians of freedom, unwavering in their resolve until liberty was secured and the domination of tyrants cast into oblivion. That is the Declaration of Liberation and Abolition. This declaration will be free and open source for any individual to use. It will be available on my website. I will be adding downloadable links for this, and I hope everybody enjoyed this. Normally, I would put together a very lengthy presentation, but I didn't have time for that this year. I hope that all of those who came here today very much enjoyed and learned from this declaration, and it is nothing but an honor to stand beside all of these amazing speakers at the Funnel Conference yet again, who are standing for liberty. This declaration goes out to them. I dedicate this to all beings, all holistic, intelligent beings who have ever stood in the face of tyranny and did not bow down. And that's it, folks. Thank you very much, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the Funnel Conference.
I am not a slave, I'm not your property. God gave me my bodily autonomy. I will not take part in mass compliancy. Under natural law, I know that I am free. I am free. Oh, I am free. I am free. Oh, I am free. I am me, I am D, ISL, yes, I am free. No Neuralink or RFID, no microchips getting put inside me. No vaccine either, so F what you thought. Trust the experts, them experts is bought. Every mainstream scientist is in the science biz, so they lying to the kids about what science is. First they think it's a subject, then they grow up thinking that they love it, till they find out it's a business with a budget. But it's too late cause they need it to be funded. If they want to do their research, so they compromise a little bit of integrity for the greater good and the sake of humanity. But when you go to bed, what you wake up is the enemy. Big Pharma, take away the P from the front and the A from the end. All of the science they claim and defend is not absolute, so I say it's pretend. It's just pretend. Doctors act as false prophets. Malpractice to them just means progress. More sickness, more patients, more profits. All they care about is the stacks in their pockets. But it's not just them. Every major industry has been corrupted. Almost everybody's mind and soul has been abducted by this evil system the elitists have constructed, just to oppress us with various methods they wish to explore. Don't get it twisted though, it's not just physical. This is a mental and spiritual war. I am not a slave, I'm not your property. God gave me my bodily autonomy. I will not take part in mass compliancy. Under natural law, I know that I am free. I am free. Oh, I am free. I am free. Oh, I am free.
All right, here we are. I can't believe it. It's amazing. We got some awesome people here, and the culmination of all that, the progression, the way it all fit together. There's so much to talk about. Will, you started off.
Well, first I want to say, Brandon Martin, that was probably the most powerful speeches that I've ever heard. That was fucking incredible. It gave me chills.
Goosebumps.
Oh man, yeah, that was fantastic. I hope everyone takes Brandon's request, take that, use that, speak that into a camera, put it out there in the etherwebs, and fully, first and foremost, comprehend it, what the words that he is saying, and absolutely use that and put that out there. That was fantastic. You didn't need slides or anything with that, bro. It was, you looked good, you spoke clear, and the words were just incredible, man. So thanks for that, man. That was fantastic.
Oop, I'm muted. Thank you so much. It was such an honor to be able to put that together. My whole intention behind that was to kind of put myself into the idea of the founders and coming from my current knowledge base, you know, and I was like, okay, what can I say here to prevent the landslide that we went into, that the founders kind of slipped up on? And I wanted to invoke the spirit of liberty as it should be stated today.
Well done. And Diesel Automatic came through with, I think that's a fresh track he did, and that was great. I love the kind of the AI animations over the face. That was fantastic. So in my closing words, everyone here on day one, Funnel 4 did a phenomenal job. Very impressive with the content, the structure, the messages. So extremely honored and grateful for day one.
Yeah, that Cecil song, I was just going to put it in the chat. It's called I Am Free. That was a good, really good icing on the cake too. Man, I felt like, you know, you ever see one of these movies when they're trying to talk to everybody, they're about to go into a war or something, like Brandon just gave us a speech like that. And I've been feeling like, off what you said, Conrad, about sound and vibration being like, that's what reality is. Like we're speaking these words out really powerful right now, and it feels good, you know, like this is what we need to be doing. This is what everybody needs to be doing.
Yeah, hey guys, are you hearing me well? I'm trying a bit of a different setup. I just want to make sure I'm not feeding back. Okay, great. Yeah, I loved it, and I knew I was gonna like it when I saw the title. I'm gonna love that declaration, and then I leave with it after that song too, thinking I gotta thank you guys not just for organizing it and bringing me here, but I thought the sequencing was like perfect. It was beautiful. Like the song made sense. I know that was intentional. I saw it from early on how you're trying to build it. So it's been beautiful to be a part of that.
Yeah, it was both, you know, it was an intuitive process and intuitively intentional, but also deeply synchronistic because we didn't watch anything in full. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I find that to be like really amazing. It makes me feel like there's magic, you know, kind of happening here that amplifies the messages, and it really just today was so powerful and wonderful, inspiring. And I want to thank all you guys who presented. It's just really kick-ass. So good.
That's a treat for us too, right? I mean, we're organizers putting this event on. We're also, you know, viewers and students of all these presentations. So sure, we check them out, make sure audio, video is all good. There's going to be no issues. But then we're watching this whole conference, you know, with all of you guys as well. So we appreciate all the engagement, the questions and the comments and the chat and people that showed up. So Chris, go for it.
I like this question a lot because, you know, after creating some presentations, it's like, I wonder if people realize how much time these presenters put into the work they do to get this final result. And how many people in the world out there in today's world have the spiritual armor and willpower to sit there for hours and hours on end editing? And, you know, here Brandon's got a infant, you know, brand new baby and a new relationship. You know, look, Chris is managing his children, you know, Leslie's got 3 kids, you know, like
I got a chicken.
You
got a chicken.
And a daughter and a cat, and I don't know what other menagerie.
Yeah. And, you know, Brandon Martin, Brandon Spencer, the amount of work that he puts in and the hours, I've seen it myself. You know, he's dedicated, very dedicated man who inspires me every week. So, but yeah, we'll send it to Brandon Martin since the question is for you. How long of a time period did you spend on this document from concept to finish, from Youngblood Elixir?
I would say that it was accumulation of my life's work. So it's not something I could quantify into just a short period of time. I have rigorously driven this knowledge into the soul of me. And it was pretty easy to get it going, but I had to reread the document, obviously, the original Declaration of Independence, and kind of dissect it. And so it took, I don't know, it took probably a few weeks to get together in full. And I wanted to do more with it. And most people know who know my work know that I put a lot of time into doing slides like what Chris is talking about. I mean, sometimes it takes thousands upon thousands of hours, depending on the type of work that you're doing, whether it's a podcast or a presentation. You're doing graphic design, you're doing audio and video editing. You're also trying to make sure everything is concise. It takes a lot of work, but once you get it down and you get in the flow, it's actually really fun. So it didn't take too long. I am going to add a few more changes to it before I upload it, but I plan on having it up on my website and freely available for anybody who wants to print it. And I mean, even some people say they want to put their John Hancock on it. I don't really care about that. You do whatever you want with it. That's up to you. And I will have a couple different stylized versions of that freely available on the Seed Truth website.
Yeah. Do any of you, I mean, we should kind of go back to the beginning of the day. Let's do that, because I want to go back to Chris Nelson. Really started things off with just what I think of as a super solid foundation. And then I was so stoked because I had all the metaphors about building and stuff. And I was imagining framing up this construction of thought that I've come up with, this bridge. It's the way I see it. And then I just knew by Chris's title and the way he does his work that he would set this foundation that would make me feel like then what I'm going to say is going to be better received if, you know, so I really appreciate the way you laid it down, Chris, and the way you do so often, and even popping on my podcast live shows and just always being there with like stuff you've really thought about, you know, even if you have to disagree with someone, you know, you'll say exactly what you think. I really appreciate your style and your hard work you've done to come to that point of thinking mastery.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words. Yeah, from the presentation, I think it was obvious that I took the second title that you guys came up with, inspiring care to action. That's what I really based, like, my idea of how I wanted to be inspired by inspiring care to action to formulate a presentation. That's what I based it around. I also put part of the humanity rising, like one of the slides was Rise Humanity Rise, but I realized that after I sent in my video, I forgot to put the actual title as the title, and I used the subtitle as the title as my opening slide. I had FUNL 4, and then I put inspiring care to action instead of humanity rising, and I realized that after, and I was like, oh crap, I didn't use the actual title. But that's because, well, what I really used for like creating the whole presentation was the inspiring care to action. That's why the first two slides were, you know, based on the etymology of inspire, and what I also associate with is when you're inspired by something, you can aspire to that as well and live it in your life.
Yeah, and that you know, on that topic, I should say real quick, I want to hear what other people have to say about Chris's presentation too. But like we really, Leslie and myself and Will, met every week for quite a while, tossing around ideas, and same with the Trivium and Funnel 2. Like we really intentionally thought about like, okay, what are we trying to say with this conference? Like, what is the progression? You know, and like the Trivium, we had the convergence, you know, trying to bring people together. And then the Trivium's like, okay, we got them together. Now, how do we get their attention and get them on the right page? Well, that's when we bring in the tool, the Trivium. And then now where do we go with that? And we're like, well, now we need to inspire people to actually care enough to do what we're trying to, you know, the message, you know? And so that you caught right on to that. Thanks, Chris. Would anybody else like to comment on Chris's presentation or any questions for him?
I'll jump in real quick because I know a big factor with us when we were talking about the theme of Funnel 4 was we wanted all the presenters to kind of already be teaching natural law and have that be their main message in their work. Because in order for humanity to rise, that is the cause. Understanding that and aligning that is the core right there. So that had a lot of weight into. Of course, the whole conference is freedom under natural law, but you can bring in other presenters that touch on it, but dive into different categories or come from different sectors. But this one, we wanted to really make sure that that everyone was rooted and the majority of their work was focused around natural law. So, Chris, your presentation was perfect to jump off the whole conference. You did a phenomenal job, like always, man.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to have been invited and honored to be part of a panel of great speakers who, in their own right, put out their own work and do part of the great work of trying to end evil and our collective enslavement that we're chained by the ignorance of others, and that's the goal, and that's why education of natural law is so important. That's the only way the ignorance is going to be diminished and alleviated, so that we can hopefully eventually, maybe in a few centuries, reach true freedom for humanity. I'm not too hopeful for the short term, but there's always the potential for it happening eventually.
Yeah, well, you're raising your own seeds over there, and that's great to see over there on the Canadian side of things, brother. And yeah, it's just interesting, looking at all the presentations going on, and it just hits on so many different things that I myself, as well as with Leslie, with Dissolve and Divide, or my own presentations, I released a conscious hip hop mixtape titled, "The Breath of Life." And Chris, when you introduced your presentation, what like aspire, respire, and all these things, like, I was joking around, and I cut this out of my own presentation of, like, hey, like, joking around but kind of serious, like, hey, I'm trying to aspire to be a breatharian, and that's kind of like a double meaning type of thing, and kind of contradictory in and of its own self. And so, yeah, it's funny of just, and yeah, it goes back to what you were saying, just breathing in the breath of life into this reality. Like, what are we actually trying to actualize within our own lives and within our own immediate environments type of thing. So yeah, it's just harkening back to the whole theme of inspiring true care to action, the generative principle, aligned to natural law, not just like, oh, there's so many different aspects of care that's been hijacked, right? So yeah, not to dwell on all these things. I know, yeah.
I'll jump in here if I can on inspiring and aspiring because it made me think the 1, 2, 3 doing the trivium, and then like where do we go from here? This is the whole thing with the octave, that the way I see it, it's like the 7 chakras. So 1, 2, 3 is the foundation, and then you get to the heart, and this is where we're at. We're at like the 4, and then it's really like I see it as a mirror, and then it reflects. So you inspire, you breathe it out, breathe it in, and then you got to breathe it out to put it back out there. So it's really this is like the reflection point, or what would be what I see as the cosmic womb as well. But it's the heart. It's pumping, sending the blood in and then out. This is the way I saw it. So like me, I'm a fresh face. I've been listening to you guys. I know you guys, but I'm trying to get in here, and well, I'm not really gonna really say anything new, but it's that bringing the fresh flavor. And then, well, we're gonna do the trivium all over again. You go grammar, logic, rhetoric, then okay, we got it, now we got to reflect it back out and then inspire the next teachers. So yeah, I saw it all as really connecting from Chris, like laying the groundwork, foundational, and then and then it ended with a song, and I had never heard Diesel Automatic, and I heard that. I'm like, man, I see a collab there. I see it would be nice to do some music. So
Yeah, so many opportunities. And I remember in past conferences, everybody came out inspired. And our original idea for Funnel Conference was inspired by watching the Seed Conference that Brandon Martin and seedtruth.com put on. And so that's what I feel like is, someone's asking in the comments about, it is, you get low traction and low views on truth and freedom and natural law. And how do we reach more people? Well, this is one of the ways. You put in a lot more effort. Like we got to connect with more people, talk to more people, keep reaching out, even though it's hard and even though we get frustrated with people. But I would like to go through and talk about every single presentation. I don't know how much time we have tonight. Maybe we'll be able to do that, maybe not. But I would like to hear from each of you here a little bit. I don't think we've heard from Sarah yet. And then Brandon Spencer. And then after that, we can see where the conversation goes. And we got a couple questions in the comments. So, Sarah, thanks so much for coming. Your presentation was fantastic. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was something. Well, the article itself I've been working on for a couple of years, and it's developed. And sometimes it's like that. And I guess the accumulation is today's presentation.
How was the process of constructing a presentation like this, Sarah?
Well, first I had to really, I would have preferred to draw out all of my images, but there wasn't enough time for that for this particular conference. So I would have preferred to do that, but I used an AI program. I actually to create the actual images. So I cheated in that respect, but I had to get a little bit firm with the AI program that was doing it to give me my images that I wanted. So I actually used in between the Instagram one and the Copilot one. So eventually, after a few weeks, I was able to actually get all the pictures that I put together. I had an article that I had already been working on, and then I worked on that a little bit more as well to try to just make the details very, exact the way that they should be and clear as much as I could get them. And then I went through the process of finding the imagery that I wanted. So it took me a few weeks to do that. But the article itself is something I've worked on for a couple of years. I mean, like Brandon was saying, like, sometimes the stuff is just an accumulation of what you're putting together through your life experiences and pulling from your own past. So there's a lot of things I never even really figured out until now. But I realized they're things I understood without knowing them from my past. So it's kind of like that. It's weird.
Someone's presentation really, I can't remember whose it was that really put that in my head, that it was Brandon Spencer. The journey is the learning. When you make one of these presentations, it's our own soul journey. Every time I've made one, I'm going through this process. Like, how do I say this? What is it I'm trying to say? And when you push yourself through that process, you learn something from it, So Brandon Spencer, you lit the place up. It's still hot, and where I'm at, like, I'm sweating in my shirt, and then Brandon Martin coming after you didn't help. It's just like, bam. The heat was on.
Hey, something about the name Brandon, huh?
Yeah, something.
And your visuals were off the hook too, as usual. But yeah, how'd you feel about this one?
First off, thank you to all of the presenters. Thank you to all of the individuals who watched this. This presentation was actually quite hard for me because I had never really taken a kind of larger presentation and kind of boiled it down into 1 hour, which is extremely hard. And I remember Brandon Martin kind of talking about this, I want to say with the C presentation. So hell, this was the first time that I had actually tried to do it. And probably will never do it again because it's just so hard because there's a lot you want to get in and there's a lot you want to say, but you are limited on time. So you got to cut so much out. And it was a lot of slides that just couldn't get put in. And then I got toward the end and I'm like, how do I, wrap this all and like put it all together to like get this point across that yes, it is important that the information, it is important where we get our information from, and it has to be filtered. It has to be like done correctly, but also too, that's not like the end game goal. Is what do we do with the information as far as like once we take it in? So like we can drink from that correct stream of knowledge and taking in the correct information. But once we take it in, what do we do with it? How do we apply it? What do we do in the form of right action, in the form of rhetoric, in the form of the output stage? That's what I want, like people to get, because when you put that out, it's like, like we're all, trying to inspire, so there's this universal theme, with the breath and trying to pretty much blow that light or shine that light outward so that others can develop and taking that knowledge, taking that breath, taking the information and taking that light and go through that same process or start that same process and go through that same journey that we have discovered and still going through, so that that way when we all come out on the other side, we can actually start to progress in consciousness and true freedom, because it's not just taking in the knowledge, which has been perverted, so we have to take in that correct stream of information, but also to what we do with that is going to lead to right action and to correct consequences. And that's what we are all trying to inspire others to do. It's not just, the first part of the trivium and then have the second part, but the third part. It all has to be brought together in some form of alignment to push this knowledge outward, so that for that stream of information is in a constant flow, so that others can drink from that same spring of knowledge, so that others can learn, and so that others can go through that same journey, and others can go through that same form of self-discovery and self-authenticity and understand these objective truths that we are talking about that have always been there. So like that was like the main theme of that short 1 hour, presentation, because we are trying to inspire others. And when we are, in devoid of conscience, devoid of what's right, devoid of what's wrong, we lack awareness. We lack awareness. We lack the ability to communicate, to understand. So where we draw our knowledge from is crucial. It's crucial. And then the next step is, what do we do once we draw that knowledge, once we come to understand it, once we filter it? What do we do with it? And thank you to all of y'all's work, because of course Chris Nelson, have Brandon Martin, Will Keller, Conrad. I love how one of the songs, how one of your beats was so fire. How I actually saved it to my playlist. Gonna go back and check that out. And of course, Sarah, thank you for the creativity. And it's funny because me and Sarah met after Funnel 2, and it's nice for her to to hop on and be a presenter. And one thing I want to say is I've sat back and watched all of the funnel conferences from the first one, because I remember the first one very well. And I remember the second one because I was a presenter. And it's just hell amazing to see how much it has progressed. And I want to thank Will and Chris and all of y'all, because like y'all have gotten through all of those technical issues. And that's something, that takes perseverance and, of course, willpower and care and the knowledge as far as, like how to maintain and run these kind of, hell events. So it's nice to see the progression and how it's gotten better. And, it's getting bigger and better. And I like the investment and I like the improvement, because I've actually, sat and watched it behind the scenes, because I remember Funnel 1, 2, and 3. I remember them all because I've always, kind of sit back and watch things behind the scenes. So much appreciate and much love and much respect.
Leslie, you've been kind of quiet. What do you got?
Well, I have said a lot of feedback already today, so I think I just want to, second the power of today, and really excited about tomorrow, and just want to encourage people to come back, and just like it's going to be. If you're happy with today, tomorrow is going to blow you away too. So this is really powerful, and I also feel the expansion. My goal, every year has been to just expand my skill level in some area, somewhat. And so I'm pretty happy this year because some things that seemed really hard before kind of came through for me. So I'm just happy to have a presentation tomorrow that'll show that growth. And I think it's fun. But I'll bring a question up. We can maybe come back to it. But this was from Nick, and he's asking, can we, or how can we start better meeting people where they are at in order to appeal to the masses? And I think this theme of music that both Conrad and I came up with, or were inspired to talk about. I think, and this creative approaches that we're taking with art and music and varieties of people speaking from their own voices, all of that, I think, is how we start to appeal more to the masses. And I think we all are going to pick our own target, like audience. And some of us will be in this kind of everyday kind of street level, different and or more. It's that'll be their place, and others will be teaching teachers. So I think that's why we just want to have more and more people who are being compelled to do that level of work, that you're inspired to do and that comes to you. That's all I'll say.
I'd like to jump in on that because I have a lot of thinking about how do you meet people where they're at. So there's two different, I'm not sure how the question is intended, but I'll answer it both ways. Like in conversation, I've thought about it a lot as well. I found that it's good to not lecture people, right? Because you won't even get there. Like first, they need to relate to you. You need to make yourself relatable. It's really the answer for both ways. So like you got to just strike a rapport with somebody and figure out what they care about. And you'll find we find this all the time, that we have way more in common with people than we have with our divisions and segmentations and everything. So that's how I see it, right? Like first you got to get talking, and then you go in and then you start kind of pushing back, right? But then as a content creator, how do you relate to people? The way I did it is I just started recording on a couch. Like, this is me. I'm a low budget guy. I'm a Polish guy, construction worker from Chicago. So kind of like really make yourself relatable, right? Because I don't have $1 million studio and all these other things, I didn't have like a big social media circle that I was going to get. So I was really going to pick up people one by one. So I think meeting people where they're at is first you put in the groundwork. It's like the grammar. First, you put in the groundwork just to kind of get connected and make yourself relatable and really have compassion for people before really you start taking them down a hard road, because it's going to be a hard road. But first, they got to know you. They got to trust you. And it's not to make it overly like strategic and like a chess game. First you got to get them to care and then you drag them into the deep water. It's not really that. But I think time matters. And that's how you build connections. So those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah, like relationship building. I think relationship is really key to really life itself. So why wouldn't it be to influencing people, right?
I'll add to that. Yeah, this is a really good question for everyone to consider. There's a couple aspects that I always kind of contemplate doing this work. I mean, there's willpower. There's courage, care, and there's imagination. Like, there's not that many people doing this work, so the sound, the volume is very low. And how do we reach people? That's where the creative aspect comes in. When I look at my work, what other ways can I present natural law or objective morality or the state of the world? Like Chris using kind of the carpenter analogy, bringing the tools in and what do they represent, the symbolism. that's where the creative aspect comes in. So I always say, like, we are artists in this endeavor. Why we still have that opportunity to use these tools in a public platform before we hit the next level of tyranny and enslavement where we can't. And then it's really picking up the self-defense principle and acting on that. So although the courage, obviously putting yourself out there, like, I know there is 100-fold the amount of people that actually understand this information that have not activated. I know that. Right? So the courage of putting yourself out there, the care as well, right? What do you care about? It's easy to get discouraged and say, fuck it, no one's going to change anyways, or I'm not being heard, and then throw the towel in. You got to have that care for truth and for freedom. And then the willpower and the vigilance to just keep going with that creative aspect of how can I make my own work better? What are marketing strategies, promotional strategies? How can I say something different that I haven't done before to try to reach a different set of people? So it's this whole, there's methods and different aspects that come into play. But I think getting, like what Brandon said, getting people from having that awareness and that information to activating, that's the hardest step for people. And this is where something like the Funnel Conference comes into play, where we see people that have, been viewers of this conference and now they're presenters. We've seen people, the majority of the people in the conference have been in How to Become the True Media, including myself. And then bam, they're putting these skills to work. My first formal online presentation was at the Seed 4 conference. And then now, the organizers are throwing a conference. So there's that evolution and the fractalization that just keeps going, and you keep compounding the small moves that make the big jumps and the big leaps.
I'd like to jump in with more of a contrarian, I don't know, as opposed to like kind of like take apart the question, because part of the problem is that meeting people where they're at. Well, you could have 2% of the world's population at a certain level, 5% at another level, 10% at another level. Everyone's going to be at different places, and what we call the journey. So they're on their journey in life, and some of them might get some things, and some of them might not get other things. And so you can target. You could try talking about natural law, and then they don't get it, or they make excuses for why that doesn't exist. So then instead of they don't like the term, so instead of talking about natural law, you just talk about right and wrong. And then then when you bring up examples, well, they might engage in logical fallacies to try excuse things. So then you got to switch it up to like, okay, well, then you gotta actually, what you need to be doing is teaching them how to think, because that's the big problem under all of this is, why do people not understand right and wrong, and why do they make excuses for the wrongs? And underlying it all is how come you can't discern right from wrong? Well, because you don't have a properly developed capacity to think through things. So we've all been through there. And that's ultimately what it comes down to, because you got to be able to discern truth from falsehood. And if you can't do that, well, then you're just going to be led by information, and you're going to just believe in it. So there's all these aspects, and the trivium is a good foundation for that. And learning logical fallacies and cognitive biases that keep you trapped. And like you bring in things as excuses and non sequiturs that have nothing to do with the point being made. And so people need to learn how they're in their own way as being their own opposition to the advancement in their learning, by understanding all these biases and these fallacies that they engage in, that keep them holding themselves back, because they don't even have the foundation of knowing themselves. Know thyself. Well, that's part, being able to reason properly, that's an important part of that. So that's how I would say that it's good to try to meet people where they're at, but then you have to get to know the person, and as you're conversing with them, then you can see all these barriers that they have to the acceptance and the realization of the truth. And then you got to always shift and move things around, so there's no like one size fits all to meet people where they're at. And certainly if you're engaging in one-on-one conversations, you have the opportunity to do that. But if you're doing the most effective means, which is a one-to-many relationship where you put out content and then many people can reach it throughout the planet in whatever format, be it writing or art or audio only, or video that has audio, and then you could have art in there and you're speaking words, so that could be the part that's only writing, and you can mix it all up in the video. So this mechanism of creating content is the most efficient because it's a one-to-many relationship, and in that capacity you're not engaging in a like an interpersonal development of a relationship between a specific individual, so you can't really tailor it to that specific individual. So you just put out the content, and whoever comes across it has the opportunity to learn from it and develop themselves at their own pace. And so you can tailor a bunch of content. That's what I've done. I've focused on things of consciousness and understanding how to think better, and I've done morality and many aspects that I view as the most important to help get people to understand morality. But in the end, it's each person's own capacities that have to lead them there. They have to want to seek out the information. And people have reached my information. People have reached a lot of the presenters' information out of nowhere. Some people have come across my work without knowing Mark Passio. So if you put it out there, you have the opportunity for people to come across it, as opposed to a one-on-one rapport that you're trying to build and trying to get someone to understand something.
Hey, it just fired me up. I'm sorry to stack my answer, because I agree with you. You're so right, and we're really up against it. Like, we're not gonna break through because our subject matter is attractive to people, because people gotta face, look themselves in the mirror and look at their shadow. So we're up against it. Like, we're always gonna be up against it. So the unfortunate answer is, we gotta do it with. We gotta compensate for it, with our technical, how we look, how we sound, and with our really that appeal, which is really hard, because that's difficult to do. I see someone commented on it, and I saw it too. Douglas Martin, you're the background, it looks awesome and everything, and how we look with the microphone and everything, and the audio, this stuff is really difficult to excel in. And it seems like the mainstream's got the upper hand in that too. So it's we're behind the 8 ball with that. But really, if we're trying to get to people, it's got to look good, it's got to sound good, and we got to make the shit appealing, which is really difficult. This is not easy. We're in the foxhole with this stuff. It's just how I feel about it.
I would like to add in something on that. I think a lot of people have an issue with ego expectation of instant gratification. So what happens is that people go out and they do this work, and then people don't listen, and they continue to support the immoral, oppressive systems such as the state. And then they decide to just go back into their nihilism and apathy and self-loathing afterwards, because they don't see anybody making a change within themselves, doing the shadow work, and then manifesting that into the world. One thing we have to do is to make sure to mitigate that within ourselves, so that when that does happen, because this is a long-term battle, this is a spiritual war, and this is not going to happen in one day, that when we recognize those things, when we become aware of that within ourselves, we mitigate that so that we can continue to be motivated to do the work, because our service is to truth itself. And despite whether or not the majority understands natural law or not, which is the ultimate goal, to get people to be in alignment with natural law, to get them to understand the cosmic principles, even if you're the only person on the planet who's speaking these things, don't ever lose the spirit of freedom. That's what the Declaration was about. And I like the old Sam Adams quote. He says, it does not take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. And that means humanity, men and women, children, everybody. So just keep being persistent. That's what we have to do. We just have to keep being persistent, because the ideas are what is important, and progeny will, take those on. That's why I called my conference the Seed Conference, because it's about planting seeds of truth. It's not your responsibility to nurture and give nutrients to those seeds of truth. That's their personal journey to do that. You can provide them with the knowledge of that, of how to do that, where to find the nutrition, the sources. You can even teach them these things, but it's not about you doing that work for them. So we have to get out of this ego expectation of this. And the other thing is, my work, I don't appeal to people. I think it's great to like make things stylized and stuff like that. And it is true that we should be more so on the appealing side than not. But coming from my background, I'm like, it doesn't matter. You either like it or you don't, and my work will stand for itself. And hopefully, more people will take take to the words of truth. Because I see, for example, I'll give you an example of this. Why style and presentations I've noticed sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Look at the mainstream political streamers of today. They literally are sitting in a room like this, no backgrounds besides their bare walls, and they have hundreds of thousands of viewers. They're sitting there doing political debates, they're doing all kinds of stuff. They don't have mainstream, backing. They don't have anything like this. Hassan Abi, Destiny, all these crazy talking heads that the young kids are listening to. And they're literally just sitting in a room, just gamers sitting there, and they get hundreds of thousands of views constantly, millions across, a week or within a month span. So just make sure you understand that the content is the most important, and then the style. Then you add your creativity of the style and the color to that to really add the cherry on top so people will, like the cake a little bit more. But yeah, I think what you guys said is all on point, especially the teaching people how to think. And I also wanted to just say it's awesome to see all these great faces here. I think the conference is amazing. I said it in the comments. It inspires me to continue the Seed Conference. This has been a feedback loop between us in this great work community, and I'm like, yes, now I'm ready to do mine. Like I got to get this out for people and get you guys involved. So I just wanted to thank all of you. Some people new here, like Conrad. I really liked what you had to say about music. I grew up in the underground music industry, specifically punk. And I just love seeing so much creativity and music and, amazing, thoughtful, heart-filled, heart-based consciousness individuals here coming together. And yeah, thank all you guys for doing what you do.
Thanks, brother. I was kind of excited to find out, Conrad, you do construction too. I love tools so much. And on that question you're talking about, I often think of what we're up against as a big giant brick wall that goes as far as you can imagine, every direction, and it's hella thick. And it's like, we know it's almost like an impenetrable wall, and it can be kind of defeating. But we also know deep down that there is a such thing as freedom, and it can be broken. Every wall can be broken. So how do you break a unbreakable wall? Well, you start chipping away at it. And the sooner you start chipping away at it, the sooner you start figuring out the methods that work better than others. And so we've all been trying different things. None of us know. I pound my head against the wall often, like, man, why I'm still not getting, But look, the FUNL conference gets a lot more. I've never seen this many views on my restream button before. You know what I mean? But you bring enough people together and you try different combinations of things. You try everything you can. That's like in construction. I had this video. I'm going to share the link in the chat. But it's basically called Conceptual versus Instructional Thinkers. And I've noticed this on the job site. Some people want to follow instructions, and that is the authoritarian mindset that's been just tortured into people from childhood. Literally tortured into people's minds through repetition and coercive methods, manipulation, and subtle methods of manipulation. So this instructional, like, tell me what to do. Like, there's a lot of people that are stuck in that. And this is, in terms of how do you talk to people, I think this is one of the first things my mind does. It goes, is this person a relativist? Go to Brandon's presentation. If they're a relativist, I'm not even really going to waste my time, honestly, because there's a lot of people out there that aren't a relativist that are willing to listen or willing to have the conversation or open. If someone's a complete relativist, you're not going to get anywhere. They're nowhere near being open. But then the next thing is, are they a conceptual thinker? or are they an instructional thinker? Can they understand a concept or a metaphor, or do they just go back to instructions every time? Because if they're going to do that, you're not going to get that far. You're not having a back and forth. There's not a real communication. There's a one-way street. They're just going back to something in their head. And that's, you know, when they're ready to get around that, that has to come from within. That has to come from will. And so the only thing that I can come up with is inspiring care. And we do that by example. But we don't know the answer. Keep trying different tools. Keep trying something. Be a conceptual thinker. You know, that's what I would like to say on that. We got another 5 minutes here before the stream kind of runs out. So free for all, whoever wants to talk about whatever, it's fine with me.
I just wanted to add on that same topic a bit, because, you know, in Brandon Spencer's video at the end, he talked about embodying the principles. And I think that that is very important. I think it's essential. I think energetically, and we're talking about frequency and vibration and being an inspiration to others, that our embodiment of the principles has an effect out into the world, and people are going to be impacted by that one way or another, you know. And it may be that it shakes them up, and it may be that it attracts them to want to learn more about how to have the flow. And, you know, I, as a social worker therapist, I talk to a lot of people, and I definitely see you know, in this sample of people that I talk to, how when people embody goodness, good things happen, you know. And when people do wrong things, chaos occurs. And so we can start to talk to people, as we're talking to people both on, you know, on podcasts and number, but as well individually, really bring it home to real life examples, you know, of how natural law principles operate in our day-to-day life, because those things are there. And but I think that bringing our authenticity and our honesty and being as you know, continuing to grow and value our growth is really a part. So being the model of what we're trying to promote. And, you know, as a therapist also, you know, the foundational, one of the first kind of rules of the work is you meet people where they are at, because it's impossible to get someone to learn something that they don't even understand the point of it. You know, no one wants to be coerced or forced in any way, you know, and if they're not going to come to therapy and like, let's, you know, have somebody make them do things, you know. Even people who are looking for a savior of some sort, you know, tend to be really bad followers when it comes to, you know, certain things. So I think that, you know, like if a doctor tells you to exercise and eat well, you know, how many people are doing that? So I think that we need to be creative. I think we need to be consistent, persistent, and get detailed for people to relate, to increase relatability, and help feed back the consequences of their own actions, because their actions are having consequences. And sometimes they don't draw those connections, but we can help shine the light and help them see those connections. And I think that that's powerful. So I wanted to bring up an outside the box way. And this is something that Benny Wills is doing. So Benny Wills has started to do a course, right, to build entrepreneurial skills among people who are freedom-minded, so that we can ourselves break out more and more of this system, out of the cage, and develop. I mean, I'm telling you, going through this process of just starting to evolve into the mindset of being your own business person, you know, your own boss, and exiting the system is part of this growth of understanding natural law in new ways, and taking personal responsibility and facing your fears and doing your shadow work. And so he's doing this great program at a very affordable price. It's another way people could go in and try to do work that is doing the great work, but also helping to be a win-win, in an agora kind of way, in a business new business sort of model. And so I'm going to be doing something. I'm a therapist, but I want to get totally out of insurance, and I want to be able to make a better living so that I can, do more of this work and go on to conferences and do different things. So I'm going to be creating a program geared towards women who have had relationship, dysfunctions in their life and are really, wanting a change. And I'm going to guide them through, learning about themselves and their relationships in such a way that I can weave in, natural law principles into their real life experiences in a way that maybe an average therapist doesn't do. But we who understand sort of how natural law operates in all our lives, I think through compassion and patience, and yes, meeting people, where they're at to some degree, can help move the dial, more so. So that's all I'll say.
Your lighting's awesome tonight, Leslie. You look like a beautiful angel.
So I have a question for everybody here. What is the biggest resistant response that you get from people when you approach individuals on natural law?
I think it's go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Leslie, please.
What I see is the belief that it can only be solved through existing government structures. Like, people just can't make that shift out of the belief that this is the way it's always been. This is the only way we can do the work.
I had someone tell me the other day, people are just animals, and this is a mother of three. It's crazy, but not in any kind of malicious way. But it's just like deep down, that is our innate metaphysical view. Is just that people need to be told what to do. So a lot of people will hear me and they say, "Hey, I agree with everything you're saying," but then I see them not actually applying it. It's one thing to see something, hear it out. You'll see a movie. You can even be inspired by it. You can even, take an action based on it. But it still hasn't changed your habituated behavioral response that develop over the course of your life. And people still got that. So that's the number one resistance. It's really not that it's the resistance. It's the lack of resistance that they have to their behavioral patterns that they don't even know are acting against their interests. The people are not even acting in their self-interest, let alone in the interest of truth.
I would just go on, Brandon. Sorry.
Oh, not just real quick. To answer Brandon's question, is getting them to see things from a objective standpoint, and rather, from their subjective, perception, because they've been conditioned to just interpret things from just a subjective, form of belief, constantly. That getting them to see the bigger picture and the connectedness, like the harmoniousness that we all share, has been one of the biggest barriers, because the whole satanic mindset is fueling their ego, and they are just so connected to it that they don't want to let it go. So getting them to see things and from a bigger picture, a different perspective, has been one of the hardest things, as far as trying to spread this knowledge of natural law and objective morality. Sorry about that, Sarah.
No, I always like to hear what you have to say about stuff.
Derek, you're a warrior. I see you hanging in there.
My only answer that I could give to that, Brandon, would be it's a fear-based response. But I think that people see this from a lot of different angles, and my angles, because primarily what I see is like one-to-one person activity in the physical community with people. I mean, being online is a really great way to reach a lot of different people and allow them to take personal responsibility for the information and either take it in or not take it in. But one-on-one interaction can actually affect people in quite a different way, like just sitting there in like a circle and, you know, distracting them even with like some kind of minor activity, group activity, and doing this kind of work with them has so much power in it to really heal people. And so like I work with a lot of people. I end up, well, working around a lot of people where it's all a fear-based response. And whenever they hear information like this, it's not that they don't want to take it in or accept it as true. A lot of them, it's more about fear because they're afraid of what will happen to them and them being left behind. And that's a lot of the people I end up kind of working with and being in those circles, because most of you know my background is more in the medical circles, with, you know, chronic patients and stuff, and just dealing with those sorts of circles. But it really isn't that they don't want, like from my experience working with people like that, it's not that they don't want to know this information. They're afraid of what it means if they just accept it outright, because they're really just afraid of being left behind. And I get that a lot. And I've had people who will resist me. They're like, you're out of your freaking mind. And then like, you know, but something I said affected them. And 6 months later, they come back and they're like, and I think personally, I think that is like a really, really beautiful thing that happens with people, because it's very organic and they got to it almost on their own. And it just took one thing, you know. And a lot of the people that I know, they're not even online. They just don't go on the internet. So I really would encourage people to be out in their community as well, you know, as stifling as sometimes that might be. But it really is a beautiful process to see that in person. So that's how I would answer that. It's a fear-based response. And I feel like it's about feeling like being left behind because they're not where maybe some of the rest of us are. So that's how I hope that helps.
I think that's perfect what you're saying. The reason I get frustrated sometimes when people talk about the freedom movement, I don't really think we have a freedom movement yet. We're trying to get one started. But when you see a freedom movement happen, you're going to see problems being solved in the world. And that's when people are going to start realizing that the ship they're on is sinking and there's a better one, right? But that takes these levels of trust and communication that most people aren't ready to bridge that gap. It really does take communicating with someone to build trust, and it takes trusting someone to, you know, build communication. Both things are back and forth. It is relationships. It is building relationships with people. But we have to start with quality, on the same page with the same principles in mind. And if we don't, we're on shaky ground. It's all full of holes. We're walking across a bridge that has big giant holes in it. We're not agreeing on the path. We're walking in two different directions, you know? So how do we do that? It's not easy, you know, but one thing I really appreciate about this is hearing 9 brains work on it is a lot more powerful than just mine. And we do have 9 brains here, you know, or more out there, you know what I mean? And all we have to do is learn to communicate with them and build trust with them until we can get the truth out, you know? So, yeah, pass it on.
That's how they do it to us. You know, they got people, keep people in all aspects of life. So if you don't get the person interested in politics, they're going to get them in entertainment. They're going to get them here, or it's going to be somebody that affects you in relationships. So, you know, we got to do the stuff that's known to work, which is you got to have a lot of different voices involved. And it's the same thing in construction. You got all the subs in all their trades. All the trades got to come together. And not everybody's, there's a point at which you reach kind of a ceiling, and then somebody just needs a different voice. And then that it's all about timing, right? So that'll be the person to get through to them. And this is why there is strength in numbers. It's not just the quantity that makes a difference. It's the range of qualities that are included in that.
Douglas Martin added in the chat about, a short way of describing the cause of the barriers to people understanding natural law, and that's mind control. And I think that's accurate. And so what we are all really required to do is understand the mind and do our own study of psychology, so that we can use that knowledge, as the dark occultists have done against us, but to understand psychology well enough to meet people where they are at psychologically, and use, motivational approaches to help guide them through love, compassion, and keeping ourselves aligned with truth and what's right, and not violating our own principles. I think that's really important. As frustrated as we get, or as determined as we get, we want to stay aligned with the principles and not coerce people or, cause harm to them in any way.
I wanted to add to the question from earlier. I think that the Socratic method is very good for people. I've got very good results when it comes to meeting people at their own consciousness level. Rather than telling them the answers, try to get them to, invoke the answer from within, so that they're critically thinking and they're trying to engage in the mental faculties that will strengthen their problem-solving methodologies. So we fall into this habit of telling people what we know, when in fact, if we can get them to feel as if they came up with the idea themselves, then they're more likely to be engaged in it, because of the emotional spectrums that come along with that. Because we feel like this energy that comes from within us when we discover something. It's this awe moment from our child spirit, really, is what we're invoking. And I mean, I'm a new dad right now, so I see that in my newborn right now, where he has these awe moments looking around at the world. And this is a very powerful aspect of the human consciousness and human experience. And this is what ancient totemic cultures and nature cults and societies would try to invoke in people, rather than just hammering it into them over and over and over. Some people need the hammer and some people don't. You just have to figure out and kind of surf the chaos when it comes to that. You have to gauge people's own capacity for the knowledge, and yes, meet them on their own level, and have a good vocabulary and vernacular, because not all all the words that work for certain groups or a certain individual will work for everybody. So when I see people have an issue with the word anarchy, I use volunteerism, and then slowly Socratically move them over to the idea of anarchism, just by questions. And I think that's a very good methodology, one on one. And I like what Sarah had to say about watching the people, come back, because I've had a lot of one on one in my personal experience. And some of you guys know about my background. And it's really nice to see people come back to you and be like, wow, I get it. It took me a minute, but I finally realized. And you see this beautiful light blossom within them, and their whole consciousness, their aura, their energy just explodes. And that's really when it's resonating. Some people can learn the information and it just goes in one ear and out the other, and they can repeat it to you like a robot. They'll tell you, oh yeah, I understand this. They don't really understand it because it hasn't been integrated, as what Conrad was talking about. It hasn't been habitually put into their character, their virtues. It hasn't been programmed in the subconscious, is what it comes down to. So I think I just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah, another big thing is principles. The concept, talk about conceptual thinking, is a foreign one in today's world, of a principle being more powerful than a result. And sometimes we do things that we don't know if it's going to work out well for us, but we know that the end result matters more than the immediate pain or suffering, And so, for instance, as a parent, once you become a parent, you realize that at any moment you'd be willing to die for your child to live. And that is the aspect of what we're trying to do here. There is a certain aspect of sacrifice to it. You're not going to always see the result of doing what's right in your lifetime. you know, and we can't get so stuck on that. And that's what I hear people doing. To answer your question, really, people are their mind is totally based on results and material results. If they can't see it in front of them, how are you going to do that? You know, that's the immediate question people say when you start talking about natural law. Well, how are you going to do that? And they start this thing up right away. Okay, if we took everybody and put them on an island and say, okay, here we go with the island thing. All right, I mean, I can rock that. I'll get into the convo, but like, it's not really about how's it going to work out tomorrow or the next day. It's about, are you doing the right thing or not?
Chris, you invoking self-defense and protecting children just makes me. I think I am terrified of death, but not the kind that they're gonna kill me when I stand up. It's the death every single time I knew to speak up and I didn't. Every single time I knew I was being a coward. This is the death that I fear, and I've trained myself to really hate that every time that I wasn't what I could be, and now it's just easy to do the right thing. At least when it comes to this, it's just gotten easy. And I know when the time comes, I'm going to be willing to do what other people are not willing to do, because the death that most people fear is really an illusion. The thing that we should fear, we actually all do it every day. So,
million little deaths.
And I just wanted to add real quick, just to add to what everybody is saying. I think, especially when interacting and affecting other people with information like this, it might be good to consider, instead of using a scenario like, well, maybe what if a dragon situation, blah, 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 instead just be firm in how you're standing or how you're presenting yourself, to whether it's online or in person. Be firm about what you're putting forth and lead by example, because even if the people who you are trying to reach are not quite getting what you're saying right now, or maybe it takes them some time or whatever, they're going to learn faster by your own example of how you behave and present yourself and conduct yourself in the world. I find people learn a lot faster that way than if you just tell them. Some people can learn that way, but most of us cannot. We've got to see how it gets done. And then it's like, oh, okay. So, like, I call it the what if a dragon situation, because it's something, it's just like making up a situation that is not necessarily based in any kind of a fact. It's a fantasy that's, exaggerated to the very extent of the exaggeration, which is often not the case in real life. So I just wanted to add that to it, because thought maybe that might be something to consider.
Great points by everyone, and I agree with all of those. It's ultimately qualitative and quantitative, and that's on the individual, on the micro and the macro, right? It's like, why do we want more people talking about the cause? Well, the cause is the quality. You have to be right in your information. And we need numbers, because we need the noise of truth, the solution, true freedom, to be everywhere where the normies are. So it's undeniable. It's in their face. It's the same principle and tactics that the social engineers use with the mainstream media. Everywhere you turn, someone's talking about Trump or some fucking political bullshit or sports, right? It's everywhere. That same tactic of quantitative, meaning in numbers, it's everywhere. That's where we want the one great work to be. But again, that qualitative is in your message. You must be right in your dissertation and in the information that you're propagating. So it's, both of those factors to kind of drown out the noise of deception and lies.
Very well said. I wanted to add to Sarah's point. Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. And I think that's what she's really saying with that. We all have to invoke this into our own character and make sure to behave the way that we are talking. And it's hard for a lot of people. I see that daily with so many people who who claim to be anarchists or claim to be voluntarists, but when it really comes down to it, they end up, violating these principles at some level. So you have to stay consistent with these things, and that is the best way people, especially young people, learn from us as the peers of this information.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to kind of talk about what Will was talking about is the voice of truth. And this is what Chris Nelson, talks about, is the voice of truth right now is being drowned out with the voice of deception, the voice of, hell, distortion, the voice of the lies. And this is how we, fight this battle is by conscious creation. And the more of us who are involved in this conscious creation, then the stronger this voice of truth and morality, freedom and natural law is going to, be helping broadcast out for more individuals to learn and hear, the voice of truth. And that's all that we are trying to do is to spread this message and inspire more people to use their voice. Because if we don't have more conscious creation, we are never really going to inspire the individual, because that's really who we are trying to inspire, is the individual, because it is the individual who is still under, mind control. It's not so much trying to target, like the whole populace. We have to target the individual, because the individual is the one who has free will, who has the ability to discern, who has thought, who can think. So we have to inspire and try to target the individual and lead by example for them to create change within themselves. And how do we do that? With the voice of truth, with more and more conscious creation. We put the knowledge back out there in the form of rhetoric, in the form of right action, in the form of what we are doing now. And the more and more of us that are doing that, then the more and more that possibility of others to come across this knowledge. And that's why it's so important for us to create with the tools that we have now, because if we don't, this opportunity is not going to be here, for decades, hell upon decades. We have to take advantage of the tools that we have now and create and put the voice of truth out there, because the voice of lies is drowning out. It's a deluge of lies. We live in a sea, a universe of lies. So we need more and more people to actually get engaged and activated to help us spread this message of truth. So then, therefore, we need more conscious creation, because we are never, ever going to inspire the individual without more voices speaking the truth out there.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just mention, I think it was my third to last slide presentation I did. Most of my stuff is based on Mark Passio's work, but I amalgamated and organized it in certain ways. So I have my infographic on care for truth. So, step 1, care for truth. Step 2, you got to seek truth. Step 3, then it comes to what several people have mentioned in the last few minutes, where you got to embrace and accept it. And then step 4, you got to embody and live it. And then finally, you share and speak and teach it. So if you're sharing and speaking and teaching it, but you're a hypocrite and you're not embodying and living it, then that's going to create that contrast. And so, like Brandon said, Brandon Martin, about the Gandhi quote of you got to live by example, and what Sarah was talking about. Well, if the people are going to see, like children learn from your behaviors, so you can tell them, do what I say, not what I do. Well, then you're a hypocrite. You're not living by example. You're not being a good example. So if you're trying to speak or teach or share information, but you're not in alignment with it yourself, well, then you're, I guess, putting the cart before the horse, because those are the steps, is where you got to care and seek and then embrace it instead of rejecting it. So you accept it, and then you got to embody and live it in your life, and then you can talk about it. But if you're acting in contradiction to what you're expecting other people to do, well, then you're failing at your own message that you're trying to get other people to do, because you're not even doing it yourself.
I just want to add that I think one of the challenges, as we're really all working towards embodiment of the principles, is that as you do that, you come face to face with the ways you're enslaved. And so you start to realize that to fully live in anarchy, there's a lot more to do than one person can do alone, right? And that we all face our different challenges and ways in how we are trying to successfully, say, detach from government systems or certain behavioral goals and things like that. We could. So I think there's we want to head towards the embodiment as much as possible, also with compassion and understanding and patience, and being, I think, for us, pretty honest about the struggles and the ways that we sometimes, we are imperfect beings, but that doesn't mean we can't be teaching, should never get out here and do the work. But I think if we can be honest about the challenges of being an enslaved species and help support people, because then people will relate to us, I think, more, honestly, than if we somehow act like we have it all together. And I have to go.
All right. Well, it's time for an old man story anyway. We're almost done. But you guys remember years ago, I used to do this thing called Teams Ropes Challenge courses. And we would lead groups in like these team exercises to get people to work together. And we had one game we used to play. You guys probably played it as kids, called the Blob, where you just get everybody out in the field. One person's it. And if they tag another person, they both got to connect arms. And then pretty soon, the more people you tag, you got this big giant blob of people running around, and it's like blob thinking. The other term is collectivism. And I just see this, it's so deep in all people's minds. Yeah, I had to keep fighting it myself. People always want to think about it in terms of, how do we get all these people to do something? It's like, no, you can't think about it that way. That's collectivist thinking. That is the way they've tricked us into thinking that you can do things that way by controlling masses of people and, getting a bunch of people to do something all at once. It's like, nope, I love what you guys brought it back to the individual, because that is ultimately, it is an individual choice. And, we could try our might and people have to care at some point. And that's why, we're inspiring care to action. But I'm going to start talking a little bit about tomorrow. Did anyone not finish their thought before we kind of close up that chat? Thanks so much, everybody in the chat. Great questions and great conversation there. I'm looking around and everybody's faces look pretty satisfied. So let's just chat a little bit about tomorrow. I'm really excited. Tomorrow we got Jackie Krasna. We're going to hear some music from the Funky Fathers, some more Diesel Automatic. We're going to hear from Joe Murray, a song from Joe Murray. And we're going to hear Jake Jackson, Jim Adams on permaculture, the missing ethic of permaculture. Leslie Powers, her presentation on the power of music, bridging matter and spirit. We're going to hear a song by Melissa Mari, in memory of Melissa, who recently passed, friend of a lot of people in this community. Nate Cap, Mental Power, and Will Keller is going to close out the day with Symbiosis, the Rhythm of Life. And we're going to hear some music from Joe Raffiti. So there's a lot going on tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit of a longer day, so everybody get some good sleep and come back with your mind sharp. And I'm looking forward to seeing everyone back tomorrow for more freedom under natural law.
Hey, Chris, real quick. Also tomorrow, we're going to premiere a new video related to Mark Passio's upcoming event in November. So everyone tune in tomorrow. It's going to be it's a really cool little treat.
Oh, yeah,
for day 2.
Etienne is going to join us live from Mexico if all goes smoothly. That's the plan.
Yes, absolutely.
Howard Lichtman, Etienne de la Beauté. So look forward to that. So, yeah, big day tomorrow. So I'm going to start, go get something to eat and start getting prepped for tomorrow's plan. So thanks.
Will and Chris, real quick, any idea when the presentations will be uploaded? Because I would love to get, all this on a 24/7 live stream, but once it gets uploaded.
It usually takes us pretty quick. I mean, I would say 1 to 2 days to get everything uploaded. So, yeah, I mean, we start uploading them right away.
Sweet. Yep. All right. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Oh, and I didn't get to thank Jim Adams isn't here with us today. He'll be around tomorrow. he put a lot of work in to help us out on the website. And he actually spent a bunch of his own money. Somebody in the chat was talking about marketing, and he was doing paid ads, trying to bring people in just with his own money. He's no rich man. He cleans pools and drives Uber Eats. So thanks so much to Jim for all the hard work. And he's a father of 2 as well. So a lot of these people doing this work don't have a lot of free time, and they do it anyway. So it's just a force of will. So thanks, wonderful presenters and roundtable people and our folks in the chat, and much love. We'll see you tomorrow. Evil is the destruction of freedom. All right. I'm going to try to bring in some music, but having a little trouble finding it.
All right, and see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks so much for having me.
There it is.
If you are intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, cause it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to them magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. What? For us all. What? Freedom for us all. What? You know what we do.